Senate will come to order. Senators be in their seats. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fagg, Fauskado, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Klus, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Eddy, Pittman, Pyle, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Here. Senators and their guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Dear God of all creation, in Genesis chapter 12, verses 1 through 4, when there was only Abram and his wife Sarah, you promised to make him into a great nation. But to have a great nation, three components were required: a great people, a great land to call home, and great laws to govern the people and regulate the land. You said that all peoples of the earth would then be blessed through what you were going to do for them by giving them the people, the land, and the great laws they were to follow. Now, Lord, you did that for them, and you've done the same for us. You've made us a great people and a great nation. And to govern us, you've given us the same great commandments to follow. So help us individually and collectively as a nation to realize that the extent to which we will continue to be blessed and able to bless others depends on the extent to which we will follow your great commandments. And Lord, the first of your 10 commandments found in Exodus chapter 20 is the first principle for greatness, which is foundational to all the rest. It's to honor you and have no other so-called gods coming before you. So, Lord, make us a great people in a great land, holding to your great laws while following and glorifying our great God. I come to you in the great name of Jesus. Amen. Amen.
Please continue standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are now ready for final action. On the first roll call, we will take the following: the bills on the consent calendar on page 2, Senate Bill 19 and Senate Bill 160, and bills on page 3, Senate Bill 51, Senate Bill 62, Senate Bill 83, Senate Bill 86, Senate Bill 106. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 19, an act concerning roads and highways. Senate Bill 160, an act concerning wildlife, parks, and tourism. Senate Bill 51, an act concerning the State Department of Education and the Department for Children and Families. Senate Bill 62, an act concerning schools. Senate Bill 83, an act concerning the State Child Death Review Board. Senate Bill 86, an act concerning retirement and pensions. Senate Bill 106, an act enacting the revised uniform law on notarial acts.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Voscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Thirty 39 voting in favor and 0 against Senate Bill 19, Senate Bill 51, Senate Bill 83, Senate Bill 86, and Senate Bill 106. 35 having voted in favor and 4 opposed to Senate Bill 62, and 38 having voted in favor and 1 opposed to Senate Bill 160. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, hereby declare passed. On the second roll call, we will take the following, the bills on pages 4 and 5, Senate Bill 120, Senate Bill 126, Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 143, Senate Bill 159, Senate Bill 172, Senate Bill 175, Senate Bill 261, and House Bill 2022. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 120, an act establishing the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System. Senate Bill 126, an act concerning alcoholic beverages. Senate Bill 142, an act concerning a wildlife parks and recreation. Senate Bill 143, an act concerning agriculture. Senate Bill 159, an act concerning certain claims against the state. Senate Bill 172, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill 175, an act concerning health and health care. Senate Bill 261, an act concerning the Kansas Asbestos Control Program. House Bill 2022, an act concerning oil and gas wells.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ellie. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Orson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluth. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator, yep. Yes.
I want to make sure I was a no on 143 and a yes on 142.
Are there any senator wishing to change their vote? Yes, the senator from Johnson.
No on 143 and aye on the balance.
Are there any other changes of vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Yes, the senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to explain my vote on 172. I'm voting against this bill, which includes far-reaching criminal penalties for crimes which have been sensationalized at the national level, but have thus far not existed in Kansas. Of course, we need to protect our critical infrastructure, but we also have an obligation to uphold our Constitution. This bill threatens First Amendment rights. I have concerns about Kansans' freedom of assembly of rights and the future litigation that will almost certainly arise from Kansans exercising their right to peacefully protest and assemble. And I'd like to have it on the journal.
Thank you. So done. Are there any other explanations of vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The people of Kansas depend upon our critical infrastructure. There should be a bright red line in our laws which says tampering with it is unacceptable. This bill creates a tiered approach regarding penalties. That approach is appropriate and sends a clear message not to cross that red line. In this chamber, we heard a lot about the right to protest. There are many ways to do so peacefully that are consistent with the law. The primary concern that the bill addresses is not with peaceful protesters, but those who would cross the line, the red line put in place by this bill. And the people of Kansas need to know that our infrastructure will always be protected. For these reasons, I vote yes on Senate Bill 172.
Do you wish to have your words spread on the journal? Duly noted. Yes, the senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would like to join in the remarks from the senator from Johnson County on her explanation of vote. Senator Warren.
Duly noted. Yes, the senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And with the permission of the good senator from Johnson County, Senator Warren, I would like to be added to her remarks.
Duly noted. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With permission, I'd like to join the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, in her remarks.
Duly noted. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Also, with the permission of Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, I would like to join her remarks as well.
Duly noted. The senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the permission of Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, I would like to join her remarks. Thank you.
Duly noted. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Schellentrop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With the permission of the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, I would like to join her remarks. Thank you.
Duly noted. Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With her permission, I'd like to join the remarks from Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Duly noted. The senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With her permission, I'd like to join the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes's comments regarding the bill. Thank you.
Duly noted. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to also join the remarks of the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Duly noted. The senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I was just looking at a picture I have of the U.S. Capitol from 2001 that was put out by the, actually, Democratic National Committee. It's the U.S. Capitol. And I am listening to the discussion about how peaceful protest is often recognized and how it isn't, and how people choose to express themselves can be seen depending on which filter, Mr. Vice President, you use. And in light of that, I certainly would be pleased to join the remarks of the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, on her comments that were expressed in 172, realizing that protest can be seen through different filters and depending on who you talk to and how it's expressed.
Duly noted. Are there any other remarks? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 39, having voted in favor and 0 against Senate Bill 175, House Bill 2022, Senate Bill 159, 38 having voted in favor and 1 opposed to Senate Bill 261, 37 having voted in favor, 2 opposed to Senate Bill 120, 36 having voted in favor and 1 opposed to Senate Bill 126, 36 having voted in favor and 3 opposed to Senate Bill 142, 30 having voted in favor, 9 opposed to Senate Bill 143, and 29 having voted in favor and 9 opposed to Senate Bill 172. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. The chair now recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Shellstrop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that the Senate resolve itself in the committee of the whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of general orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion carried. The chair appoints the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, to preside over the committee as a whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself into the committee of the whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of general orders. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 78. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 78 is a part of the accreditation process for the Insurance Department. It contains a number of provisions that I'll briefly describe to you. First and foremost, it repeals the Auto Club Services Act. It was determined by the Insurance Commissioner and agreed upon by the committee that auto service acts, automobile clubs are no longer in existence, or membership has been dwindling for a number of years. We did put provisions in that will allow that if they become popular once again, that they won't have to go through a big, long process. The bill also changes some registration to the surplus lines. It removes the Utilization Review Advisory Committee due to lack of need for it. On risk retention groups, it removes the public accountant requirement. It was determined that the companies were required to have an independent public accountant, but then the financial people at the Department of Insurance also reviewed it, so they felt like that was redundant. It extends from 60 days to 120 days for renewal and audits of PEOs. You will notice on the bill that Section 1 granted the insurance commissioner some additional powers. In discussion with the insurance commissioner, the committee removes Section 1 of the bill, so there are no additional powers for the insurance commissioner, and I would be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, I believe, Senator Holster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I rise in support of SB 78, which works to improve efficiencies at the Kansas Insurance Department, eliminating unnecessary governmental regulations, and addresses statutory inconsistencies. There's some language that's been in statute that over the passage of time may not be necessary, and that is what this bill addresses. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 78 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 122. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 122 is another one of those update bills regarding the use of evidence and documents in the courtroom. The bill, or something similar to it, was heard last session and passed unanimously out of the chamber. However, due to the large number of new senators this session, we thought it was important that the body hear it as a whole. In committee, there was one proponent conferee. We had a nice discussion and presentation from James Concannon. He's a professor of law. He's with the Kansas Judicial Council as well. There were no opponents of the bill, and it addresses the use of documents, writings, emails, things like that, and how you introduce them into evidence. In Kansas statute, there are very specific rules of evidence regarding hearsay. Hearsay is an out-of-court assertive statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and we want to make sure that when we're introducing a document that we have certainty as much as possible in the law that the document is what the proponent of the document says it is. So without going into the details of each of those kinds, it's all set forth in the bill, and that basically what it does is you as the proponent of a document or a writing or an email, you have to provide testimony that the evidence is what you say it is. So, and I also want to point out one other thing, that it has been in law that usually the original of the document is required unless some other things are in play. And this bill states that an original is not required and the copy is admissible if these other certain safeguards, if you will, are met. So with that, Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, but I also rise in support of this bill. We did have a good hearing on this, as the good senator from Johnson mentioned. Her explanation was thorough, and I'm not going to repeat it for the body because it was comprehensive. I would only add that this also helps bring Kansas into closer to what the federal rules of evidence provide. So again, I think this is a good bill. I will be supporting it, and I think it will help update our rules of evidence here in Kansas. Thank you,
Other
Madam
questions
Chair.
or comments? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to explain that though we are dealing with a courtroom and evidence, it is the legislature that creates the statutes that govern evidence and things like that. So we play an important role, and I think this bill is an important step forward and an important update for those rules. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 122 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. This time we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 170. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
There is no committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. SB 170 would remove the sunset date for the Advisory Committee on Trauma Act, or the ACT, which is a subcommittee of the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. This bill was brought to us from the KDHE. And it is a regional trauma council regarding the ability to conduct closed session meetings when reviewing trauma cases and any records or findings that are privileged and need to be kept confidential. This committee was originally set up in 1999, and it simply removes the sunset or the expiration date.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move when the committee rises and reports that it reports Senate Bill 170 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. This time we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 167. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 167 was brought to us by the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. It basically affords the same courtesies and rules to electrical utility trucks parked along the side of the road and natural gas utility trucks as we currently give tow trucks and law enforcement. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Senator Corson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions. I do want to thank the good senator from Sedgwick, the chair of the Transportation Committee, for his support of this important worker safety bill. You know, as we saw a few weeks ago, our utility workers brave the toughest conditions imaginable to keep on and restore our light and heat. As was mentioned, this bill would add utility vehicles when they're engaged in emergency repairs to electrical utility or natural gas equipment to the classification of emergency vehicles. This designation, what this would do, the practical effect is when these vehicles are stationary on the side of the road with flashing lights on, conducting an emergency repair like fixing a down power line, an approaching vehicle would have to proceed with caution, and if it was possible on a multi-lane road, move away from the emergency vehicle. And if the driver can't move over, if it wouldn't be safe, or if you're on a one-lane road, the driver must proceed with caution and slow down. Enacting this legislation would put Kansas in line with 20 other states, including Missouri and Nebraska, that specifically include these utility vehicles and what are known as move-over laws. I know that I hate when we're behind other states, especially when it's Missouri, so hopeful we'll get this adopted. Our law currently covers police, firefighters, paramedics, tow truck operators, and highway maintenance workers. And this legislation is supported by both utility workers and all of the utility companies. With that, I'm going to yield to the good senator from Saline.
Chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment. It is 1550.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
Let's get a chance to get it dispersed.
Happy to explain rather than have it read.
Senator from Saline, I believe you said that you'd like to explain it rather than have it read.
Yes, thank you.
You may continue.
This amendment just simply expands the law to include telecom utilities. So in addition to your Evergy and Kansas Natural Gas that would be included in the bill, this adds your AT&T, Verizon, Cox Communications, et cetera. Any of those companies that have those large vehicles that have cherry pickers and those individuals are exposed. I would have brought this in committee, but I was double booked that day. I did have the amendment written up. But I did want to add this. My own father worked for AT&T for 50 years, and I would like to afford those individuals the same protection that we're offering to those folks over at Evergy and Kansas Natural Gas, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Senator Corson, you yielded to him. Would you like to have the opportunity to speak on this, or can somebody was standing, now they're sitting. Okay, now we have someone else sitting. Would you like to comment? Yielding back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would let the body know I do regard this as a friendly amendment. I think the more workers that we can take common sense steps to protect, I am all for that. So again, would urge the body to adopt the amendment being brought by the good senator from Saline.
Chair Chair recognizes Senator from, Riley. Sorry, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the discussions we had in Transportation Committee was making sure that the vehicles had flashing lights and that they were stationary. So I'd like to pose a question to the carrier of the amendment. Will that be the case for these telecom vehicles also?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the bill would continue to have those requirements for these added vehicles.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you. I would be a strong supporter of this amendment then. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions on the amendments? Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, those requirements for the stationary and flashing lights are found in a different statute, but they do apply to this amendment. As a person who's been in an aerial truck only protected by plastic cone, this is a very friendly amendment.
Other questions for the Senator from Saline? Seeing none, Senator, you may make your close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close on my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any other questions for Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson? Seeing none, Senator, you may make your close.
I move when the committee rise and report Senate Bill 167 favorable for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say
amended.
aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, we'll pass over Senate Bill 37, and we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 178. Chair recognizes the Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report on 178.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 178 would permit a national bank, Federal Savings Association, or a federal savings bank to convert to a state trust company. The bill would also permit a trust company to convert its charter to one of the above-named financial institutions. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the Senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 178 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. This time, we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 116. Chair recognizes the Senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to move adoption of the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 116 makes several amendments to the Eisenhower Legacy Transportation Program. These amendments largely, and I'll go through each one of them, there are 4, they largely anticipate some sort of federal stimulus money coming to the state over the summer and try to position our program for accepting and utilizing those dollars to the maximum benefit of taxpayers. The bill does allow for IKE projects to be let utilizing federal funds without the restriction that at least one phase of the remaining T-Works projects are let. At this point, at the end of the calendar year, at least one phase of each of those projects will be let anyway. So this would give them the flexibility to begin using federal funds on an IKE project in the interim while awaiting those being let at the end of the year on the T-Works side. The bill prohibits the agency from expending federal stimulus funds without an act of the legislature or, if we are out of session, the approval of the State Finance Council. Third, the bill changes the bonding cap basis from net revenue to gross revenue. We have an 18% bonding cap in the state of Kansas on our state highway fund. This would allow the calculation to be based on gross revenue rather than the more moving target of net revenue. It also aligns with what the bond rating agencies use to rate us. And then finally, alternative delivery minimums are changed from $100 million per project to $10 million per project. It does not change the overall cap on how many dollars can be put into the project. That is set at 3% until 2023 and then 5% after 2023. And with that, I would stand for any questions on Senate Bill 116.
Are there any questions for the Senator from Saline? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 116 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. This time we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 131. Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 131 simply clarifies and formally recognizes the right-of-way privileges of funeral processions. It was brought to us by Senator Pittman, had all proponents, no opponents. If it wouldn't have been late, it would have probably been a consent calendar bill. I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Chair recognizes the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
I want to thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the senator who's carrying the bill today for having this come forward. This is a hugely important bill. We heard from the VFW riders and the Patriot Guard. These folks perform an enormous task of escorting folks who are going to their final resting place, especially the military veterans that are coming to the 2 national cemeteries in my district. And they came to me with this bill. This originally, last year, this bill had penalties in it for those who didn't go to the side of the road. We've removed that, and now we just recognize in statute that funeral processions are a thing and allows escorts when law enforcement personnel are not able to accompany the grieving family, that allows escorts to manage the traffic patterns around them and make them legal. This is huge. It's been asked for by the veterans of our state, and I think it's the least we can do to protect these heroes who are bringing our heroes home. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Moving the committee rise and report. It reports Senate Bill 131, favorable for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. This time we'll pass over Senate Bill 102 and turn our attention to Senate Bill 127. Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 127 amends the laws related to driver's licenses. It adds commercial driver's licenses to the type of licenses that can be renewed online, except for hazardous materials. It increases the age for online renewals from 50 to less than 65. It allows a person, if they choose, to receive their notice of their driver's license renewal electronically. It also states that if your driver's license are expired between March 12th and March 31st, that you have until June to renew it. The bill removed a condition of eligibility of driving privileges for a person whose driver's license expired while the license was suspended for failure to pay fines or traffic citation. The person is not, if the person has not previously received a state suspension, and it extends through June 30, 2025, the court's right to impose a reinstatement fee of $22. The bill also has some technical cleanup. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions for the senator from Sedgwick? I recognize the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm waiting on an amendment for 127 that should be here in just a bit. Can we pass over just for a bit?
We will. Are there any other questions for the senator from Sedgwick at this time? Senator Peterson? All right, we'll pass over this and wait for the amendment. If there's no objection, of course. This time we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 101. This chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you. This is Senate Bill 101, which is really a pretty straightforward bill. It's all about electric bicycles and putting our statutes in alignment with modern technology and the uniformity of other state laws. So electric bicycles look just like regular bicycles. They have pedals. They just have a little electric motor. So today in Kansas, electric bicycles are treated just like regular bicycles. There's absolutely no difference. This language was brought to us.
Excuse me. There's a lot of chatter in the chamber. Could you please?
There are 300,000 bicycles, electric bicycles sold in Kansas, sold across the United States. So this has become a pretty rapidly growing consumer product. So this bill is going to maintain the structure that electric bicycles are treated exactly the same way as regular bicycles, but it is going to define how an electric bicycle is described, how powerful the motor can be, and how its speed is governed. So this legislation does 4 things. First, it divides electric bicycles into 3 categories, and you can see that in the bill. The class system has been adopted by 28 other states and our federal regulations as well. Second, it clarifies that an electric bicycle is just that. It's a bicycle. It's not a motorcycle. It's not a scooter. It's not a moped. It's not a hoverboard. Third, it maintains our existing structure that electric bicycles are to be treated just like bicycles when we're talking about traffic laws. And fourth, it also clarifies and continues home rule on how you determine in your own cities and communities where and how these electric bicycles can be ridden on your bike trails and paths. There were proponents in our committee hearing, but there were also 2 opponents. One was the League of Municipalities, and the other was Johnson County Parks and Rec, primarily because they wanted to change the language on home rule to make sure that local control is still maintained for the hundreds of miles of bike paths that already exist in their counties and cities. So they amended the bill. They brought the language back. It was well supported, and so at this point in time, the legislation that you see before you is an agreeable bill for how we treat electric bicycles in Kansas. And for that, I'd stand for questions.
Other questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. I move that when the committee rises and reports Senate Bill 101 favorable for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 235. Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And by the way, kudos for the speed at which you are running. I expected to do this in like another half hour, 45 minutes, so this is great. So I don't think we've had a simpler bill actually come out as far as simplicity, right? It's 1 paragraph. And what this does is says after March 26th, schools shall provide an in-person option for students. And what this is really meant to do is carry the message forward that our constituents are crying out for, right? So virtual learning, there's nothing wrong with it. I've taken advantage of it. My kids have done it. But it takes, for certain kids, you have to have a motivated child and involved parents. Not every kid has that. And we've been very patient. We've waited a year. It was last March that schools got shut down. So we've waited a year. This is also very broad in how the local districts want to take care of it. And so I know we'll probably hear some pushback on local control, but this is just like saying you shall educate our children. That's a state mandate. But we leave a lot of the details up to locals. And I would contend that this has already had a positive effect in the state of Kansas just by introduction. I saw this pop up on my local news, and then within 2 weeks, I saw some of my local districts implementing more in-person learning. So what this is a parent's choice. It doesn't mandate that all schools have every kid in person 100%. That is not what this does. There shall be an option, because there are parents that need that option. And we have now come to a point in the understanding of what we're dealing with where that is feasible and functional in every district in the state. And so that is what this does. It's very simple. I would note, we did not include any repercussions in this, right? It's a message sender, and that's intentional, because I think when they get the message, we will see these in-person options. I would have liked to have seen some consequences, but that is not included, so it is that simple. It is us sending the message of our constituents that there needs to be an in-person option. And with that, Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions or comments for the senator from Butler? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to ask that we pass over this. I am waiting on an amendment.
Are there any objections to pass over? Seeing none, we will pass over Senate Bill 235. And I want to thank the senator from Butler for providing me a speed bump. I think I have a few more coming up. I'd like to go back to Senator Falsco-Deau. Has your amendment arrived yet on Senate Bill 127?
Madam Chair, I just spoke with the reviser, Adam Siebers. He said he's printing it now and running it up here to me. Thank you.
We'll come back to it. At this time, the chair recognizes Senate Bill 90. To explain the bill, recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We got here pretty quick. Okay. What Senate Bill 90 does, it's an RHID. It'll help downtowns. There's 23 of them right now that have the RHID districts. And what it'll do, the cities have to be under 60,000. The counties have to be under 80,000. It's 100% tax increment financing for real property. It's basically, we have like here in Topeka, a lot of these buildings that are 2-3 stories tall, but the downstairs they're using, the building's valued, say 100,000 or whatever, we'll just have a base value. The second and third levels are vacant. And so what this program would do, it would allow people to develop that second and third story, use the value of the increased property tax to actually pay for that development. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the senator stand for a question?
You will.
Thank you. So who pays for this program? How is this program funded?
Senator from Johnson.
It'll be funded through, like I was saying, the additional tax credit will go back to pay for the funding of the project. It's like a TIF, but we will not touch any of the existing property tax, only the additional property tax, the new property tax that will come in by remodeling that second and third story will go to pay off that.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that bonds will be used in that. Could the senator speak to this?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm going to yield to the senator from Lyon. I think he probably knows a little more about this.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. This is a tool that has been used in our community very, very successfully. The rural housing development, our first project was complete houses. This is a component that our Main Street organizations across the state are very, very interested. It is mainly second story development. As the good senator from Johnson described, it is very much like a TIF, and it takes the increment increase in property tax to pay off infrastructure and those changes that are required to do that upper story development. We have seen in Emporia that you can either, depending on the city, the governing body, can either elect to have bonds or it can be done with private financing. We've done one of each. So I speak in strong support of the bill. I yield back to the senator from Johnson.
Yeah, and I asked the agency, and they can sell bonds or they can do private financing. we've actually heard from a proponent that in Emporia that's working on or wanting to work on some of these. I think this is a way to get people back in our downtowns. A lot of our younger kids, they want to move into these places. These buildings are vacant. This is a way to improve the value, another way to keep the buildings up in better shape. So I don't know if that answers the Senator from Lynn's questions.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really. Who has the authority to approve these programs?
Senator from Johnson.
The Commerce Secretary.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, so the local governments don't have any say on whether...
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The local governments are involved and they do have say in them. There'd be local zoning for starters, but they have to approve these RHID districts, the county or the cities.
Senator from Lynn.
And the financing instrument.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It may not be a direct connect, but I just wanted to connect the dots for the body. The House Bill or Senate Bill 13 that we passed on the transparency bill, that's another reason why we need all levels of government so that the individuals would know what was going on with their property tax, where these abatements are, and true transparency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Holster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of SB 90 as pointed out by the chairperson. This expands the type of projects allowable under the Rural Housing Incentive District, and again, works for those second floor areas where many of our downtowns and our smaller areas are vacant. So this helps us prevent blight and makes our areas look better and more livable. As pointed out, many of our millennials and younger individuals are looking for more of a downtown feel. This is appealing to them, and many of them don't want to live in a big city. So this is a great program in that respect. And additionally, while this program may not necessarily benefit me and my area, I do have this feeling that anything that's good for one part of Kansas is good for all of Kansas. So I stand in strong support. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 90. We of Garden City have used this for some time, and directly this has been responsible for opening several businesses downtown because of the young people who've moved downtown, the young adults. We've had a juice bar open. We had a couple of restaurants, a sandwich place open up, and it's all dealing with second floor housing. So I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 90.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, if he would stand for it.
You will.
My question, in reading this bill, I note that it says any city or county which has established a rural housing incentive district may use these proceeds of either the bonds or the private money. So I'm interpreting that to mean that the city and county would have been aware of this project, would have established that at one of their public meetings, and therefore the taxpayers in their district would be aware and know of this program.
Senator from Johnson.
I would agree.
Thank you. I certainly want transparency, and I think that's a good first step in establishing this program. I stand in strong support.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too rise in strong support of the bill, but Madam Chair, I have an amendment forthwith coming on this, and would ask that if there's no other commentary on the bill, that we pass over until I can get my amendment here to the floor to be considered.
Is there any objection to passing over the bill? Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As this is a private enterprise, is there anything precluding the owner, the private individual or company or LLC, from proceeding with these improvements on their own?
First
I'm
off,
not
Senator
sure.
from Reno, the question was, is there any objection to passing over the bill for the amendment? Seeing none, now we'll go ahead and continue. Continue questions, and then we'll make the decision where we're at.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I want to look at this from a private enterprise situation, a level playing field situation. It doesn't seem to me that there's any impediment, bureaucratic or financial, for a person who owns one of these properties to complete this work on their own without the involvement of the government and the taxpayer, and tilting the playing field from one taxpayer to the other. Am I correct?
Senator from Johnson?
Well, anybody could do it if they want to. I mean, if they've got the money, the financing. This is just another tool that's a piece of the financing tool. You would, without this tool, first, with this tool, you would have to be in an RHID district, which would be approved either by the county or the city. I really believe what we're trying to do here is get more housing in cities that are under 60,000, counties under 80. I think, that's one of the initiatives we need to work on. This is something that will, there's places like Great Bend. We heard the story of Garden City. This is where we can put, redo that second and third floor that's vacant, been vacant for years, and get life back downtown. The younger people like to live in these apartments, and they're normally not as big as houses and et cetera, but this is a way to strengthen the restaurant or the business. Also, we have a shortage in a lot of these towns of housing, and this will benefit by building that housing. Also, the buildings. I mean, have you driven through some of these towns? I mean, if the buildings don't have something on that second, third story, they tend to get the windows broken, or, there's more problems if you've got people living in them, the second, third stories. I think they'll tend to be nicer, renovated. They'll stay standing longer. That's my opinion, personal opinion.
Senator for Douglas, do you wish to seek recognition, or are you just standing because we're waiting for the amendment? We have other senators that would like to be recognized. But...
I'd like the other senator to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Chair recognizes the senator from Barton, Senator Stroud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to the previous comment about the city of Great Bend, I live just 10 minutes from Great Bend, and I don't see my constituents clamoring to live in downtown Great Bend. We do support revitalization of our downtown areas, however, not at the expense of our taxpayers, our farm owners, that in turn have to pick up the cost that's passed on to them. So I don't see how this actually supports rural areas. And it's funny how we use the word rural to make things palatable. I really don't see the rural aspect of this, so I will not be supporting. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been in the legislature now, this is my 19th year, and of course, everything I look at comes to a Northeast prism. I'm actually fortunate, though, to represent basically my district. It's a little bit of everything. When I say a little bit of everything, obviously it isn't urban, but, with my district, Madam Chair, between portions of Douglas and Leavenworth County, I see a lot of what I would call pseudo-metro with Lawrence and suburban. But then I also have rural patches in my district, both in rural Douglas County and up in Leavenworth. I'm sure you can get places like Easton and Linwood as well. I'm a strong supporter of both the program and the bill. When I had the opportunity to run for governor back in 2010 and get my rear thrashed by Mr. Brownback, you know, I heard countless times again and again from basically, particularly Western Kansas communities about basically how, you know, it was important that we have programs like this, you know, for housing. Because when you really think the big macro picture here, Madam Chair, is unfortunately, you look at population trends, most of our state, what we would call macro sense rural, it's dying. It's losing population. And I remember not just this year, but I mean in years past, I want to see either 2019-2020 session of Commerce, we had developers, I remember specifically, I believe was a gentleman from Emporia, come up and talk about the necessity of these programs. Because let's face it, if you're trying to actually set up some housing stock for anybody, you know, particularly if you're trying to woo a company, maybe if nothing else to set up some sort of distribution center or something like that, it's imperative that people have places to live. They can't just come in a tent and be migrants. And so as far as the underlying program, this is applicable, yes, very much to our rural portions of the state. But keep in mind, these citizen migrations, they're going on within South Central and Northeast too. I'm seeing portions within my Northeast district that people would say, oh, your district's great. No, there are still depressed portions in my district that can benefit from this program. You know, we all probably have downtowns in our district where basically you see, for particularly some of my smaller towns, we're talking about maybe towns that maybe have 3,000 to 4,000 population, okay, their downtowns are slowly fading away. And you know, I know of 2 towns in particular within my district, one sitting in, a couple sitting in Leavenworth and probably one even Douglas, where it's like they could really use access to these programs. And so specifically on the bill itself, when we talk about, you know, our slowly dying main streets, the ability of this bill basically to incentivize somebody to set up some residences on top of these old fading away properties we have in Main Street, I think that's significant. Because once again, we are trying to revitalize these dying parts of our state. And, you know, make no mistake, you can make the argument we're picking winners and losers, but even in the healthy, robust parts of our state, Madam Chair, we pick winners and losers every time we have a developer come in and, you know, say they're building commercial property or whatever, they get some sort of economic incentive, or we abate, you know, the property taxes on their commercial property anyway. So, I mean, at the end of the day, let's face it, the residential homeowner, okay, that's the workhorse in this state. That's the workhorse. And so I am more than willing to say yes for these types of programs. We need them. We need them if we're going to try to pick up our state, all portions of our state. Okay? Yes, this would be less important probably to Northeast or South Central. But I do think we're talking about everybody rowing in the same direction from an economic development perspective. It's vitally important that we have programs like this, because it's not just for the developer, it's for any company that might be coming into one of these areas, and God, do we need them to come in, okay, that we can point to and say, hey, we have a plan for you to have some housing. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm still waiting on my amendment.
Did you like to comment, Senator?
Yeah, I'd like to go back a couple. Number one, this shouldn't cost the taxpayers of the county, the farmer, a penny. This second floor has very little value right now. The only property tax that's going to be tiffed or abated to service this debt is the new property tax on the value going up after they redo the second or third floor. So if you do nothing, there's no value going up. If you remodel it and you put 3 or 4 apartments in, there's going to be increased value of that property. Or if you put 6 or 7, there's going to be even an additional. That part would come back to service the bonds or the debt. The original tax value will still go to the schools, will still go to the county, will still go to the city and all the other players that it originally went to. It's just the only plus will go to service the debt. And in 25 years or sooner, you'll have a new taxpayer on the roll at a higher rate. I think that's probably going to lower taxes quicker than anything else you can do. I mean, that's what we do in this state all the time. I mean, they do it in Kansas City, Missouri. They're revitalizing it right now. They're using tax credits, all kinds of tax incentives. And they had to invest a lot of money to get that started, but it's a pretty thriving area now. Power and light. I mean, pretty much that's where a lot of the activity is in Kansas City today. So I think this is a good program. You're not going to increase taxes on any farmers, any homeowners, any businesses. You know, in the future, this has a chance to reduce taxes. So I don't know. It's up to the body. I guess we'll wait for the senators.
We have other senators that seek recognition, so
go ahead.
Recognize them. Chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the development of downtowns in all of our small communities on the second floor. Second floor is vacant in most of your commercial buildings. But I do have some questions for the senator, if he would take those.
Will.
Madam Chair, the question that I have, number one, is on the RHID program. How long are the taxes? How long can they finance this program through the taxes?
Senator Johnson.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair. 25 years is the max.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are schools included in that tax abatement?
Senator from Johnson.
We don't believe so, but I've got to check into that.
Okay, you mentioned schools a while ago, and that brought my attention to schools. But I would like that information if at all possible. So for 25 years, the city and the county that abates these taxes will not get any revenue from this new development. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson.
That's correct.
Senator from Cali.
So for 25 years, who pays for the maintenance on the streets, the sewer, and the water, and all that? If you have to put new utilities in, who pays for that?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, for starters, you're getting no revenue from these right now. This is, the local cities, the homeowners, the businesses. I don't know. Every city's got a plan how they pay for the roads, the streets, the sewers, the water. But without development, and we already have 23 of these districts in the state. A couple years ago, we heard they were building larger houses in Emporia, about 350,000 and up. Every time someone moves into that level of house, someone rotates from a different level of house, and eventually you open up starter housing for people to be able to have a new home. And if you take that same 40 acres, you're probably going to build 25, 30, 40 houses on. The property tax on that for 25 years is what? $1,200, $1,500? What do you think the property tax year 26 is when that's paid off, the 25 years? That's a lot of money. And so there's going to be a bump. It's no different than When we finance a power plant here, we give them a 10-year abatement. I bet you year 11, Burlington's seen a pretty good jump in their tax revenue when that Wolf Creek come on and started paying property taxes. That's the reason why they got the lowest property taxes in the state. We abate property in many ways, pipelines, different things. So, yeah, the local consumers have to pick up the tab, but this is a way for, in the future, to reduce the property taxes.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is, I think the cities and the counties that these RHIDs are included, are they looking 10, 12, 14 years down the future when the roads may have to be replaced? The taxes, they will not get a dime of taxes from the local people that move into these new apartments and these new housings. They won't get a dime of taxes to replace those roads, to fix the water lines for these new areas.
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, I'm going to yield to the senator from Lyon.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important that as we work through this and discuss this, that what we're dealing with is the increment in the increase in value that is going to help pay off the infrastructure. So there is no reduction in the current tax base. The current tax base stays where it is, and the only thing that is abated is the increment from the development itself. So if someone goes in and takes a commercial building in downtown XYZ community, and they have a commercial business downstairs, and the building that houses that has second story that is vacant, then the building itself and the commercial portion of the building downstairs will stay on the tax rolls, and that development that is done on the second story will be abated to help pay for, either through public bonds or private financing from the developer for infrastructure, and it's infrastructure only, such things as fire escapes or water services to go up to a second story. So I think it's important that we remember that we're not decreasing the tax base, we are only dealing with the increment.
Senator from Cali, would you like to respond?
Well, I do have a question on that. The renovation of the buildings would be included in that. So that cost would be there, but also relocation assistance could be paid for by this money. And you talk about sidewalks, water mains, extensions. These are things that the cities pay for all the time, but they use the property taxes to pay for that. What we don't want to happen is 10, 12 years after this goes down and a water main is coming in and you have to put all new water main in. You don't have the money because you're not getting the property taxes from this new development. You bond that again, and the whole city will pay for that. So that's a concern. I am all for taking these second floors. I think that's a great idea. But paying for 25 years and not giving cities and our counties and our municipalities any portion to maintenance, to provide the maintenance, is a big concern.
Senator from Johnson or Senator from Lyon, you wish to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also remind the body that these RHID agreements have to be approved by the local governing body, and they will set the terms and conditions. Yeah, it does provide for up to 25 years, but I doubt very seriously that if a developer is going to spend $20,000 renovating an upstairs second-story development, that the commission is going to allow them to spread that over 25 years. There also is the ability to prepay those and pay them off early.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize that I wasn't fully tuned into the questions the Senator from Cali was asking, but I think there was a concern about basically potentially adverse impact to the school district. Was that a possible concern? The
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, do they get the question that I asked, and I don't know that we had the answer, but are they included in this district that abates the taxes?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to respond to Senator Cali, because I was reading through the statute last night, you know, as part of the process of this, Madam Chair, basically the city or the entity who's ever putting forth this resolution, this plan, there is a public declaration of the meeting, and then basically the resolution is basically proposed, discussed in front of the public. There are specific entities that have the opportunity to actually shut this down from the get-go if for some reason they ascertain or certify that basically the proposed district, i.e. the loss of the property tax revenues, would have an adverse effect on that body. And Madam Chair, just for the good senator's knowledge, in 125246, one of them is the school district local board of education. Okay, if they believe that district has an adverse effect, okay, they can basically protest this and shut this down. There's also the governing body of any city located within 3 miles of the proposed district. They can basically shut this down, as well as the Board of County Commissioners. So, I mean, I think there's a really good mechanism in here, a very public mechanism, to not only basically do these projects, but even more importantly up front, there's a lot of transparency in this program because, as I said, they have to put forth a resolution. It needs to be publicized. Local entities get to weigh in before this ever gets signed off by the Commerce Secretary. So I do believe the safeguards are in place for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Cali, do you wish to respond?
I want to thank the good senator for that explanation. And I would assume then community colleges would also be involved with that because they are also a taxing district.
Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Senator from Johnson County. In the Star Bond type of projects, they create a district. Will this create a taxing district around the downtown building?
Senator from Johnson.
They'll take taxes from over and above the base standard?
Senator from Johnson.
No, there will be a district, but it's not a taxing district. The taxes are all going to come from the project.
Senator from Reno.
So the only taxes that will be consumed by this individual project will be the taxes from the refurbishment of the upper level of the single building. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson.
That's correct. The additional taxes over the original value. So say the building's worth $100,000, you increase the value to $150,000, the taxes off the $50,000 will be the only thing that will be used. The $100,000 will stay the same.
Senator from Reno.
Again, just to verify, the surrounding buildings won't come into play. Surrounding businesses won't come into play.
Senator from Johnson.
The only taxes that will be used will be the additional taxes on the building you're doing that were raised on the second. If it was the third floor, no. The surrounding businesses will not be increased. They will not be used, only where you're remodeling. Say you're remodeling the second floor of some building, well, you're going to increase the value. You know, you got to make plans, you go to the city, it increases value. That part of that value, that will be used to pay back. Now, that payback could be up to 25 years. Some of these projects pay back quicker than that.
Senator from Reno.
Thank you. With that being in mind and that this is a new project, we don't have any idea what to expect. Let's assume that that payoff is 25 years. You did in that example, a $50,000 refurbishment. 25 years later, as it's depreciated out, wear and tear, you really got to wonder where we're going to be at when it comes back on the tax rolls. Could be at the exact same place it left at. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
I'll go ahead and to the Senator Cluse.
Chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like this bill. You know, we've seen some economic growth projects here that we've given tax credits towards, and living both in urban and rural, and seeing the opportunity that this can bring, as our senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, had mentioned, up to 25 years. The angle I look at long-term is the revitalization, the economic growth opportunities, and what I've seen in just past in real estate, I've been in real estate 20-some years, there seems to be a younger generations that move towards these types of projects, and which brings more children, more kids, and more revitalization to downtown areas. And so I like this, and it's something I'd support. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of the discussion on this bill has been regarding the residential housing, and that is certainly a big part of the benefits. But I'm also seeing that the likely owner of the second story of a building and above would be the owner of the first floor, a person with a commercial business. So the other, I think, really important part of this bill is it allows income for that business owner beyond their business. And if we can keep those businesses on Main Street operating, that is another important tool and advantage to those communities. So I think we also should look at the support for our Main Street businesses in older buildings if we pass this bill.
Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As we debate this issue, one of the things that I look at is when you go downtown, you're either inclining or declining, and it's been doing it for years, and we've been declining for years. I have seen people in my lifetime try to work a business plan to make this investment work downtown, and it hasn't worked. So I would be one to say, as we look to the future, and we talk about broadband and people living in the country, they're going to want to go to these little towns. And I would be one to encourage people to drive these towns and say, how can we help? And so I feel like that this should be a financial tool that would fit in this financial toolbox. So I'm excited, and I'm in favor of what's going on. Thank you.
At this time, we are still waiting on amendments on this bill and other bills. So Senator from Johnson, you may make one last comment. We still will come back to this bill.
Okay.
You can hold your comment.
I'll save my comment.
Thank you. This time, the chair recognizes the majority leader. Why are we recognizing you? I'll just recognize the majority leader, Senator Solentrop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? The senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a reminder that Senate Judiciary Committee will be meeting upon recess, and we will be meeting in our usual room, 346 South, and lunch will be provided, but only for committee members. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
Vice
Hildebrand.
President. And just a reminder, on your desk, there is a notice for the Legislative Bible Study tomorrow at 7 o'clock in room 142 South. Thank you.
The senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Sorry, just a little further clarification. We will be hearing and possibly working Senate Bill 283 regarding business liability protection related to COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other announcements? Yes, Senator from Johnson, Senator Petty.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Wyandotte. When did you move?
So I wanted to bring to your attention that on your desk you have a flyer concerning the Early Learning Caucus, and you may think, oh, no, March 10th, that seems so far away, but actually, if we leave and come back, it's going to be March 10th. And so it will be at 12 noon, and it'll be a virtual presentation by a former Representative, Monica Renan, who has extensive knowledge in the area of child care funding sources. And this really will help all of us have an update on where are those funding sources, whether they were federal or state or local, how are they being used, and whether your Senate district has them available, and how you can, or what are the methods that you might want to be considering to be able to access those. So I encourage you to join us on March the 10th at noon. If you're interested, you can see you need to RSVP, and lunch will be provided.
Are there other announcements? The senator from Sedgwick, Senator Schellentrop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate colleagues, this afternoon we're going to move a couple additional bills above the line. We will be working Senate Bill 104 and Senate Bill 238. So with that, Senate Republicans, we will caucus at 1:30 in our usual caucus room on fifth floor. We will return to the floor here at 2 p.m. And I yield to the senator from Lawrence.
The senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Appreciate hearing that news, and the Senate Democrats will also then plan to caucus at 1:30 this afternoon in our regular room, 287 North, and I yield back to the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Schellentrop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate recess until 2 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carried. The Senate is recessed. The Senate will come to order. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Resolution number 1713 by Senators Sulentrop and others. A resolution supporting the future vertical lift program as part of the United States Army modernization.
The chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Sulentrop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate colleagues, today I have a resolution addressing the Bell Helicopter and Future Vertical Lift initiative that's taking place in Wichita. I'll speak to it here shortly, but at this point I ask the reader to read.
Will the reader please read?
A resolution supporting the future vertical lift program as part of the United States Army modernization. Whereas the United States of America faces a growing, multifaceted national security threat from near-peer challengers around the world, and whereas the national security of the United States requires multiple critical modernization efforts across all branches of the United States military, and whereas Kansas is home to 5 military installations, major members of the United States Defense Industrial Base, world-class academic institutions, and strategic assets essential to our national defense, and whereas our servicemen and women require vertical lift aircraft with greater reach, speed, agility, lethality, and survivability to compete in the critical anti-access, anti-denial environments around the world. And whereas the United States Army Modernization Plan involves 6 mutually supporting priorities, including future vertical lift to enable the joint force to counter evolving threats, and whereas the vertical lift program involves a next generation family of aircraft, enabling the United States Department of Defense to successfully meet these emerging and rapidly evolving threats, and whereas within the future vertical lift program, the Future Long-Range Assault Aircraft Program seeks to modernize the vertical lift fleet by delivering the most modern, versatile, and lethal weapons systems in the world in order to win on the modern battlefield. And whereas Future Long-Range Assault Aircraft will serve as the primary air assault, aerial medical evacuation, and medium utility aircraft for the United States Army. And whereas the United States Marine Corps is likewise assessing the platform for its future utility and attack requirements, and whereas future long-range assault aircraft would enhance the capability of the United States Army National Guard to execute national security missions and respond to domestic contingencies such as national disasters, as well as position the Guard as an operational strategic reserve. And whereas the future vertical lift program generally, and the future long-range assault aircraft program in particular, will help drive innovation and create research, development, and employment opportunities in the Kansas aerospace and defense ecosystem. And whereas the future long-range assault aircraft program can deliver significant economic benefits and advance Kansas's objective to grow and diversify the state's economy while supporting national security efforts, and whereas the future vertical lift and the future long-range assault aircraft programs will require full funding and support from the federal government. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the state of Kansas that the state of Kansas supports the United States Army Future Vertical Lift Program, including Future Long-Range Assault Aircraft Program as part of the United States Army Modernization Plan, and be it further resolved, the state of Kansas requests the full support of the Kansas Congressional Delegation to ensure full funding for the future vertical lift program, including the future long-range assault aircraft program, in the President's federal budget and subsequent authorization and appropriations legislation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Colleagues, if you'll find on your desk a single-page flyer that provides some additional overview of the future vertical lift. I will make some remarks in that regard. Bell Helicopter has recently started operations in the air capital of the world. They currently hired approximately 50 Kansas engineers with plans to grow the engineering center to 100 employees. These are high-paying jobs that grow our Kansas economy while also allowing more Kansans to contribute in the effort to protect the United States of America and defend democracy and American interests throughout the world. Bell is a leader in the development of future vertical lift technology to create new aircraft for the American military. Warfighters require vertical lift aircraft with greater reach, speed, agility, lethal, and survivability to compete in the anti-access, anti-denial threat environment. Vertical lift aircraft is a national imperative as a key enabler of many facets of the multi-domain operations and serves as a blueprint for Army modernization. Bell is a leader in this effort. We welcome Bell to Wichita and thank them for the jobs they brought to Kansas. It is our hope that this is just the start and that we will someday soon see Bell manufacturing vertical lift warfighters right here in Kansas. Representatives of Bell are here in the Kansas Capitol today. They have joined us in the East Gallery, and we welcome them here to the Kansas Senate. Along with some of those from Spirit Aero System as well. So welcome to Kansas, welcome to the Kansas Senate. Mr. Vice President, I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and SR 1713 be adopted by voice vote.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now return to the Committee of the Whole with Senator McGahn in the chair.
All right, so let everybody know the items of business. We are going to go back to Senate Bill 102 and go through our list. And the next bill after that will be 127, so that everybody knows the order in which we are going to proceed. So at this time, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain Senate Bill 102.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 102 comes to Senate Judiciary Committee from the Office of the Attorney General, and it is a bill concerning the Kansas Sexually Violent Predator Act. And the reason the bill comes to us is for a couple of reasons. And let me explain how it applies, if the body will bear with me for a moment. You've got a convicted offender in prison, and the Department of Corrections determines that the offender may meet the criteria of a sexually violent predator. Sexually violent predator is defined on page 1 of the bill, starting at line 10. And when the Department of Corrections makes that determination, right now they are required to give the Attorney General's office 90 days notice, 90 days prior to the release of the offender from prison, that the Department of Corrections has made that determination, if you will. The reason for the bill is it has been determined that 90 days notice for the Attorney General to begin the process of their assessment to determine whether they need to bring a civil action against the defender to determine whether the offender is a sexually violent predator or not. That 90 days before release from Department of Corrections is not long enough, because what ends up happening is the offender is released from prison and then goes and sits in the county jail while that process of assessment by the Attorney General's office occurs. And it's a civil process. It's a new civil action that is filed against the offender to determine whether they meet the definition of sexually violent predator and whether they then can be committed to long-term custody and treatment in the sexually violent predator treatment program. So what this bill does is it really, for those who are eligible and assessed to be treated in the sexual predator treatment program, it provides that kind of concurrent with them serving their prison sentence, they are being assessed by the Attorney General's office whether they're eligible for the sexual predator treatment program. One could be deemed a sexually violent predator if they have, in the bill it talks about a mental abnormality, and that means that it's a congenital or acquired condition affecting the emotional or volitional capacity, which predisposes the person to commit sexually violent offenses. So it keeps those types of persons in the prison during their term of serving their sentence and not in the county jails. It does provide some savings to our county jails, anywhere from $900,000 to about $683,000 in a fiscal year. You will note that there is a fiscal note attached and provided to the bill, and the reason for the fiscal note is some clinical services report writers, an administrative full-time employee, and and 8 program treatment providers. So again, to help those who are deemed to be eligible for treatment in the sexual predator treatment program. If they are so deemed eligible and they are determined to be a sexually violent predator, they can be committed to the hospital at Larned for treatment rather than, and it gets them out of the county jail sooner and into the treatment that's been deemed necessary through the civil procedure, the civil proceeding. With that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill that comes to us from the Office of Attorney General is supported also by the Sheriff's Association, and it's a much-needed change in procedure. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 102 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now return our attention to Senate Bill 127. The explainer of the bill is from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, but we will go to the amendment where we left off. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I rise in support of Senate Bill 127. I think a lot of us have heard over the news in the past couple of years those affected by with a suspended driver's license. So I think this bill does a lot to help those Kansans and makes it a little, the eligibility requirements better, and it helps those individuals that we want to go to work and be self-independent and to be able to provide for their families. And so also, Madam Chair, my amendment that I will just have read actually will is part of what this body last session prior to COVID-19 passed out of this committee on a vote of 39-1. That was in Senate Bill 275 of session 2020 went over to the House and got stalled, as many of our other pieces of legislation did. So I rise in strong support of the base bill, and I want to add an amendment that has been turned in and signed to make the bill better, to help those Kansans who are affected by this issue. And with
Senator,
that, I'll stand for questions.
Senator, let's get it distributed. And
I did.
Oh, everybody has it?
Well, Madam Chair, it's been turned in. I don't know if our
I wanna
Secretary
make
of the
sure- can we
Senate has
distribute
distributed it yet. Thank you.
Thank you. She needs to give the number. Can you please read the number?
Absolutely. So it is 1560.
Thank you. All right, it looks like it's been distributed. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, you'll see it doesn't, strike some language that was omitted from the legislation that passed out that we already agreed upon last session, and just want to stay consistent to the legislation we've already addressed here. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this is a good amendment. This bill has a portion of 275 from last year was stayed that passed out of here with 39 votes. Our bill currently removes the condition of eligibility for restricted driving privileges for a person whose driver's license had expired and only because they couldn't pay. We'd heard testimony that there was people that were driving their kids to the hospital and they got in trouble because they couldn't get it restricted. This is working to cure that. I believe this $25 was in 275. I would consider this a friendly amendment in that spirit.
Other questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may make it close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to say thank you to the Senator, the Chairman, Senator Mike Peterson from Sedgwick County, for his willingness to work with us on this legislation. And with that, Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any other amendments or comments? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move when the committee rise and report it. Report Senate Bill 127 favorable for passage as amended.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those no. Motion carries. We'll now return our attention back to Senate Bill 235. And I believe we had an amendment. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill paints an unfair picture of what's actually happening in Kansas schools. According to the State Board of Education, in October, over 80% of the K-12 schools were in person. Sorry, coming back from lunch. Actually, there's only 5 school districts currently that are not in session or plan to be in session prior to March 26th. And I think all except for 2 have other dates. I think this legislation ignores the problems that led schools to choose to go remote or hybrid in the first place to protect teachers and their families from the spread of the virus. Last month, our governor announced her back-to-school plan, which involved not only a strategy to protect Kansas teachers with access to COVID-19 vaccine, but also to provide resources for a robust testing strategy to isolate the incidences. I have a big mess. I have a letter from our Attorney General dated August 11th. He talks about the authority of local school boards. Local school boards are granted authority under the Constitution of the state of Kansas to manage their own affairs. Local public schools, under the general supervision of the State Board of Education, shall be maintained, developed, and operated by local boards. When authorized by law, such boards may make and carry out agreements for cooperative operation and administration of educational programs under the general supervision of the State Board of Education. But such agreements shall be subject to limitation, change, or termination by the legislature. While the Kansas Supreme Court has ruled that constitutional authority is not self-executing, the legislature has granted local school district limited statutory authority to execute that constitutional authority through KSA 2019, supplement to 721138, which is often referred to as the School District Home Rule Statute. It states in pertinent part, the board may transact all school districts' business and adopt policies that the board deems appropriate to perform its constitutional duty to maintain, develop, and operate local public schools. The power granted by the subsection shall be construed to relieve a board from compliance with state law. I don't think any of us would disagree that we want what is best for our children. I have 2 high school boys. One, this is his senior year, and I will tell you this is not what we were expecting for his senior year. Homecoming wasn't the same, prom. We don't even know what graduation will look like at this point. But I know our school boards are doing the best that they can with the data that they have in trying to make sure their kids are safe, but also that the teachers are safe. And today, the New York Times, on the front page, it says, President Biden's administration has made reopening schools a centerpiece of its coronavirus strategy. At the CD's recommendation calls for every elementary to open in some fashion. But even after drastic drops in the number of new coronavirus cases, few counties in the United States meet the CDC's thresholds to avoid major restrictions, which are based both on number of cases and test positivity rates. As of last Thursday, these thresholds put most counties in categories where the agency recommended that elementary schools reduce the number of students in classrooms with a mix of in-person and at-home learning. For middle and high schools, the thresholds and data suggest fully remote learning in large portions of the country. Only 4% of the nation's school children live in counties where the coronavirus transmission is low enough for full-time in-person learning. I looked at Kansas specifically. Only 39 of our counties think that middle school and high school are safe to be full-time in person. So while I agree we want what's best for our children, we do know that in person is the best, but I also know there are kids that are thriving through these other avenues. And we are learning resiliency and how to adapt in the middle of a pandemic. Sorry. So I guess my concern with this, we're just saying we want our kids in school full-time, and we're taking away that local control, but we're not really talking about how do we make this safe for our kids or our teachers. And I look at businesses that have adapted. My husband has been working from home since last March. At the earliest that they will go back into the office is probably in July. And their business is doing really well. Works for an advertising agency, and they're beating record after record. But they have adapted, and they've allowed their employees to do their job in a safe environment. So my concern with this bill is that we're not giving any accommodations for those who are putting their lives in danger to protect our teachers. So with that, I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have. It's 1566.
All right, let's take a minute to get it distributed. It seems to be fairly lengthy. Would you like to have it read, or would you like to explain it?
I will be happy to explain it.
You may proceed.
So this bill is allowing our Department of Education to use COVID relief funds and through the budget director to use this for hazard pay for our teachers for being back in person. With that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the carrier of the amendment.
Please proceed.
You mentioned in your remarks local control. So is this amendment supporting the concept of local control or of a state government?
Senator from Johnson.
This is just addressing the fact that if we as a state are taking away local control, we as a state should allow the availability for funds to be used to pay our teachers.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anything that prohibits a school district from paying their teachers hazard pay or any amount of money that the district so chooses?
Senator from Johnson.
I believe that this bill, the underlying bill is taking away local control. So I am just adding in a provision to add some support for our teachers when we are taking away local control from those local boards.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's be clear. Local control gives the districts full control over how much they pay their teachers every year. They're getting $500 to $600 million in coronavirus relief funds that they can use in a lot of different ways. Also, SB 235 does not take away local control. It is optional, and there is no consequence if districts choose at the local level not to provide in-person learning. But the bottom line is 235 is good for students, and that's who we should be focusing on. And this amendment does not provide local control. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond, or would you entertain some other questions?
Actually, as I'm looking at the amendment, it doesn't really specify. So the Department of Education just provides this, so it actually still has the authority of local control.
Chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman. Just a couple of thoughts. I think that it's noble that we're offering an ability to offer hazard pay for teachers, especially using the coronavirus funding. I was just curious, since March 12th of last year, we've been under this emergency declaration, and I know several people personally and throughout the state have worked every day since that. You have people filling grocery store shelves, checking you out, making sure you have the commodities that you need. You have first responders that are doing what they have to do. and we could go on and on. I was just curious how much of the coronavirus relief fund went to hazard pay for those individuals that have been working since March 12th of last year.
I actually have a bill.
Excuse me, Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, sorry, Madam Chair. Actually, I have a bill for that as well, and it's there's been a lot of activity trying to get things through turnaround, and it's going to be read in, I think, today. So I would be happy to share a copy of that bill with you afterwards. But this one is dealing with $5 million specifically for hazard pay for teachers.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've had individuals working since March 12th that have not received, I just want to clarify that they've not received any coronavirus relief funding for that hazard pay.
Senator from Johnson.
I don't know that I'm qualified to answer that. I don't know how. I believe there has been coronavirus money that has been used for hazard pay. I would say specifically, I have a bill that I requested at the beginning of session to address this for other workers as well. But I know there are things where we've had PPP payments made, and I think all of those can be used for money for COVID-19.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's a huge distinction between could be used or should be used or shall be used. A lot of that coronavirus money went through various areas. How much of the coronavirus funding is left?
Senator from Johnson.
You would need to, well, I don't even think we've received all of our coronavirus, so I'm not able to answer that funding at this time. We're still waiting on some of those distributions.
Senator from Cherokee.
Would this, your amendment, use current coronavirus funding or funding yet to be received?
Senator from Johnson.
This is through ESSER funding.
Senator from Cherokee.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I didn't understand that.
Senator from Johnson.
This is through ESSER funding.
Senator from Cherokee.
I really apologize, Madam Chair, but my hearing is going bad. Did she say SR funding?
ESSER, Education Secondary School Relief.
Senator from Cherokee, the senator from Miami, who's the chair of education, is standing. Would it be okay if we recognized her?
Yes.
Thank you. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will share a little bit about funding that went directly to our school districts, so that would be K through 12 or pre-K through 12. So we have 76 million, 76,000, so 76 million and 76,000 went from the Kansas Department of Education, went directly to school districts. And we also had $69.4 million that went to school districts from counties. So that was money, CARES relief money that went to counties and then was redistributed to school districts. There was also an additional $8 million that went to school districts, and that was for special education specifically. So just since last March to where we are right now, over $153,454,000 has gone to our school districts just from the federal government to address the issues of COVID. We also know that Congress passed a bill, and we know that more than $300 million in addition will be coming for our schools in the state of Kansas. Now, what's significant and why we did have the hearing on the underlying bill is because of that $153 million that has gone to school districts, they have only drawn down $41 million of that. That's of the start of last week. This came from our revisers and our legislative research. So right now, school districts have $112 million of CARES money that they have not expended. At any point in time, school districts could have used that CARES money to provide funds for not only teachers, but you think of all of the folks that work in school districts that if the district was actually open, would have direct contact with other adults and with children. And so when we talk about hazard pay, I think we need to remember that we have the lunch ladies and we have the counselors and we have all kinds of folks that work in our school district. And we have $112 million there that could be expended and another $300+ million that's coming in. So I don't see a need for this amendment because school districts have had those funds and they could have paid it out in stipends. They could have paid it out in any way in which they chose. Likewise, for those school districts that still haven't opened up face-to-face, they've had more than 1 year's time to figure out how to make it work safely and appropriately for their kids, for the teachers, for the employees of the school district, and importantly, for the parents. So while I support the underlying bill, I cannot support this amendment because the funds are already there. We don't need to assign $5 million. They've got $112 million to choose from. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Cherokee, did you have another question or like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have another question, just a comment that, I think everybody here in this chamber supports our teachers. But I also think every employee that worked nonstop, some of them worked many hours a day without days off, waiting over a year to say that, well, now we're going to bring something with the session almost to a close to address that as well. I think there was ample opportunity when the CARES money first came through that it could have been appropriated a lot differently than what it was, not just on this amount, but there are other areas that should have been addressed a lot more appropriately. And one thing that comes to my mind right off the bat is the plethora of emails I've received from KDOL and the situations that they're facing. We should have used some of that money up front there, but we didn't. With that, Madam Chair, I will sit.
Senator from Johnson, would you like to respond to the Senator from Cherokee's comments?
I will just respond to comments in general. When the good senator from Miami was talking about that money that hasn't been drawn down, I hope she's not asking for our schools not to be fiscally responsible. They are looking at these and how do we spend these dollars wisely. Part of the problem is the requirements for kids from the CDC is that they're 6 feet apart. I don't think we can draw down that money and build classrooms to get our kids back in school. Space is a big issue for at least my school districts. And I know my kids went back to school full-time yesterday, and they have 30+ children in those classrooms. They're not able to safely socially distance. So, I think granted, you all say this doesn't have teeth. Why wasn't it a resolution? That has the same power as what you're saying. So I'm not sure why we are even discussing this, but trying to make something a little more palatable when we are taking away local control from those who are duly elected to represent their districts. I think it's time to show up for our teachers and our children and say that we appreciate them and we know that they're putting themselves in harm's way in a lot of situations. I will go back to, according to the CDC, only 4% of the nation's school children live in counties where it is low enough for full-time in-person learning. Yes, I want things to go back to normal. But the reality is we are in a pandemic and we have to look at safety for our children, safety for our teachers, and we have to appreciate local control. If the federal government was telling us exactly what to do, we would be revolting. But Topeka is telling our local school districts how to run their schools. The opinion of our Attorney General right here. Under the Constitution, the school districts have home rule. So with that, I would move my amendment, and I would ask for a roll call vote.
We have other people seeking to be recognized. So before I recognize the next two, I just wanted to ask the senator from Butler. Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll recognize the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think that anyone in this body has ever heard me say, spend money recklessly. Never heard me say that on the floor or in Senate Education Committee or any other committee from that standpoint. The point I was making is, though we are 8 months into the school fiscal year, we are 8 months into the school fiscal year, and our school districts have spent down less than 30% of the care money that they have received. The money is there for them to find solutions to safely educate our kids. The money is also there and available for school districts, particularly school boards, to provide stipends for all of their employees if they so choose. I do not know of a school district that has done that. My concern is we have more than $112 million of CARES money, with another 300 plus coming this way, this month or next month, from the federal government and our school districts for this fiscal year. This is money to be spent for this fiscal year, has not been spent down. So I'm not asking school districts to go out on a spending spree, but what the senator from Johnson is suggesting is that we need to set aside $5 million when they already have $112 million to draw from. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, the carrier of the amendment made a comment that it's time that we take care of our teachers and our students. I take offense to that comment. I know that this body has looked at legislation several times to force a percentage of the money to go to the classroom. Every time we try that legislation, it fails. We put in over $1 billion in 2-year span. Did that money get to the classroom and the teachers? Not a majority of it, no. So we have been trying and demanding that we take care of our classroom and teachers. I went to a family wedding a few years ago, over 400 people there. Most of the crowd were people that worked for or had something to do with the school districts. I'm going to a wedding in a couple of weeks. A majority of those people, even the bridegroom, a teacher. We love our teachers and our students. They are critical to the state of Kansas. The money isn't getting where it needs to, and I demand that she understand when she makes a statement like that, that it impacts us and it is not accurate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
I think I am making sure that this money gets to our teachers by requiring it goes to hazard pay for teachers, but thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I know I'm going to be a broken record and you guys are going to understand where I'm coming from. Once again, in this discussion, we lose sight of what the purpose of this is. No one is arguing that we need to get kids back in school face-to-face, that what is happening with students at home is harmful for them socially, emotionally, academically, and that is what we need to do. Back to this amendment, though, Madam Chair, I would like to ask the carrier if, for the argument of local control, did she support the governor who last March statewide shut down every school in the state and was the first state to do so? Was that an assault on local control?
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to answer that question? Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Senator, you may make your close. You may make your close.
I would say I did support local control when we came back for a special session. We wanted to be nimble so that each district in each county could address what was best for our local areas. I will say I worked with my local businesses in my downtown area and set up times with the Department of Commerce as we've looked. I think we've learned a lot since what originally happened last March. This is just saying we know things are hard. We're putting people in harm's way. We do not always have the ability to socially distance. And so this is just telling our teachers that we see you. And I will say the House has actually included this in some of their bills coming out of committee. So I will move my amendment and I ask for a roll call vote.
Not seeing 5 hands. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had a chance to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. $11 voting in favor of the amendment and 25 against. The motion fails. We're back on the bill. Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a couple of things, and one is that, hey, I don't think there's anybody in here, I've heard other people make this comment, that doesn't want, our children to all be getting the best education they can. And I taught for 36 years, face-to-face. I would like for every child to have that. As we know, we did not make that decision. A pandemic did. It's real. It happened. Almost 5,000 people, Kansans, have died this year. Anybody who denies that, I'm sorry. I find that hard to understand. So 5,000 Kansans died. The governor made a decision in March for our schools to shut down, to not have in person. We went home. We came back for a special session, and we made a decision that the best place for that decision to be made was by local school boards, by local communities. And as you and I all know, I think 90 of our communities at that time did make the decision that they wanted to put in place their own guidelines. And they did. And a lot of our schools did go back to in person. None of mine went back full-time in person at the beginning of the school year because I live in the county that at that time had the highest percentage of COVID breakout in the state. But that changed. It didn't stay that way. Wyandotte County didn't stay at the top. Interestingly, in education committee, we heard from Garden City. Garden City started back in school full in person, all students at the very beginning. But because of the coronavirus, they had to make decisions as the school year went on to be in person, some in person, back in person. Then they had the highest outbreak in November. And they had to close down their schools for in-person meeting. They were meeting virtually. If nothing else, this has provided all of our educational systems to adjust to that, to put into place those abilities now to provide online learning. I hope that we as a body don't want to show to the state of Kansas that we're wishy-washy, that at one time we support what constitutionally is in place, and we support local control, and we support not one size fits all, and then suddenly, because it sounds good and it looks great, and there's a lot of armchair quarterbacks now who know what should have happened, we want to be one of them. You know, if this bill only said all of our students had to be back in place by March 26th, that'd be one thing this year. But it doesn't. It speaks to next year and the year after that. And having in-person option available is one thing, but demanding, as it does in this legislation, that it be available to every student in every grade level is problematic. So I hope, I'm not going to change anybody's vote here, but I hope that you think about it as you talk to your school board members. And remember, they are elected by the same people that elected you. But they're not getting that daily stipend. They've had to live with these decisions all year long. Some of them have had their lives threatened. Some of them have had to have their local law enforcement patrol their streets every night because of threats. But we say this is, this is what it should be. This is how we should behave. I don't believe that's how we should behave. They are only making those decisions that they saw were necessary because of the circumstances in their school districts. Not because they didn't want children to be in person, but because they were looking at the safety of those children and the adults that provide either in-person classroom education, virtual education, or all the other adults that work in the building, because we can't have education going on if we don't have a strong support staff. So I think we need to keep all those people in mind and think about that, yes, we have been valuing them all year long. We have been valuing them. Their school boards have been valuing them and been making the decisions that are best for their community.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we started this year, my son was doing virtual. Last year they did, they were doing some part-time, went to full-time, and then all of a sudden they shut back down and went to virtual about 2 weeks before Christmas. I've tried to support the school system, but once we got back up here this year, I went down to one of my school board meetings, and I was asked by my constituents, me and the representative that represent them, that was a different school district than my son's in Spring Hill. They were part-time, and I listened to hundreds of people, hundreds of students mainly. I mean, and think about this, our students wanted to go back full-time. They were begging to go back full-time. But the story that I kept hearing repeatedly was what this was doing to their mental health. These kids are being broke down by not being in that setting of school, learning together, feeding off each other. Spring Hill that night, I spoke and the representative did too. Later we found out they decided to go back full time. It was a week or so later, I've been talking with the Olathe school board, and they decided to go back full time too. They just started the first of the month. I can tell the difference in my son, how happy he is. I also know he struggled learning online. I know other kids in the neighborhood did too. They spent more time up to school when they weren't in school on the football field and doing other things up there. I think these kids need school. They need a normal. I think, we've already done the virtual. I think things are winding down with COVID. We've went part-time. The next step is to take a chance and go back full-time. I applaud, this bill. I think we've got to start taking steps to get back to normal. I support our teachers. I've tried to always support them. I don't want anything to happen to one teacher. If someone's got an illness, I think we need to figure out a way to, if they want to teach the virtual or a way, we should cater to that. But also, I think we need to think about these students in a whole nother way. Their mental health has been beat up for the last year. Their learning curve, they're behind. They're struggling. They enjoyed the extra time off, trust me. But they like normal too, and they're not learning, and they realize it. And so I think this bill has said it's time to get back to normal. And so I really do applaud it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we have school issues and bills that have a great impact on our educational system, like all of us here, education is extremely important. That's why I've spent most of my adult life in the education system, trying to graduate from high school. No, whatever. But when we have a school, I have on a group text with all my superintendents. So when this debate started, I sent a text out to all my school superintendents, experts, people who just love their students, love their profession, love their school. Education means everything in the world to them. I got 14 schools. Out of this, I have 10 have responded so far. Some of them I can't say publicly because of how emphatically they believe that this is a bad bill, that they feel like they're being stomped on, pushed on, in a time when I think schools are very vulnerable. People, the kids, everything is. You read that hopefully we're on the bottom side of this whole pandemic. Hopefully it's going to be just a thing in the past real soon, certainly by next school year. And I would hate to think that the impression, when we're almost done here, that we leave on our school is that the legislature stepped on top of the State Board of Education, on local boards of education, on superintendents, and just big boyed them. So I won't be supporting this. I think it's the reasoning behind the bill is very good. Maybe a year ago this would have been a great bill, but I don't think at this time I think it's just real poor timing, and I think we need to show support as much as we can to our school administrators, to our school board. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that everybody in this room believes in local control. I certainly do, especially as a former teacher. But in talking to school board members, some of them have said, I wish you guys in Topeka would say something, because we feel like that we would have the liability. We don't want to take responsibility saying we're letting kids back in school. We haven't heard from the Department of Health that that's a good idea. But we want to do what's right. We have parents calling up here all the time. I would refer back to an article in the Kansas City Star, and this was from July of last summer. And I quote, Monday, doctors with Children's Mercy and KU Health Center systems said, get the PPE and screening in place and get the children back in school. Quote, we know kids need social and emotional support. Being in school is vital for their academic development, for the emotional development, and the things we can't reciprocate at home. KU Health System pediatric psychologist Dr. Danielle Johnson said. That includes services schools provide. Schools are also mandatory reporters for child abuse and neglect. We need them there. And finally, she notes studies showing kids under 10 are far less likely to transmit the virus, and local data she's collected back. For example, they tested over 7,300 children and remind you, this is last summer, only had 188 positives thus far, with currently only 2 inpatient. Yet Monday, the Kansas City school system, Kansas Public Schools superintendent sent an email to the parents saying that they would not be holding in school. I bring this up because of a young woman named Melinda in the Kansas City, Kansas School District, District 500, who had been traveling back and forth on foot, walking in very cold weather to McDonald's so that she can have good enough internet, broadband, to be able to be virtual. Even then we're having issues. So at least the school board decided that they would bus students like Melinda over to the school where she'd have better broadband, not that there would be a teacher there. And they are considering that in person, in school. That's why we have to be careful about what are we saying is in person. So I rise in support of this bill because we at least want to give the schools the opportunity to have an option of in person. Basically, we're giving them permission to have an option in person because there's no teeth in this bill. We want them to know that your legislature, your senators would like to see kids back in school, at least give parents that option, especially since we've seen so many emotional issues. And again, I would be happy to send to anyone this article from the Kansas City Star, and I'll stand for questions if so.
I don't see any questions right now.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You bet. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've talked a lot about Senate Bill 235 today, and I rise in support, and here's why. We've talked about the reality of what's been going on for our families and our school kids while we've lived through this pandemic. The reality is, in my school district, parents were asked, parents like me, I have 3 kids in public schools right now. One is a freshman in high school, one's a sophomore in high school, and I have a 6th grader also. So we were asked as parents, this was August 5th of 2020. It was about 5 months into the pandemic, and parents were asked, what option do you choose for your kids starting this next school year, this August 2020? So August 5th, we voted online as parents. And I will tell you, in the school district where my kids attend, 73% 73% of parents voted for in-person. In the other school district, in my Senate district, which I represent, they voted 75% for an in-person option. And I think it was about 2 days later, parents like me and others in my school district were told there is no in-person option. After we were given the opportunity to vote yes, we wanted in-person school. So parents reached out to me in numbers I haven't heard from before, and they said, how do we get our schools open? We know the risks involved for our kids, we know the risks involved for our teachers, and we vote yes, we vote in person. We want our kids in person. We've already been through when schools were closed for in-person learning in March. We as parents had lived through the virtual the virtual at-home learning, and we were seeing already what it was doing to our school kids. My 6th grader, if he were a 5th grader, he would have been in person every day in the elementary school. And kudos to the elementary schools for being open in person for the K through 5 children. And had he been 1 year younger, he would have been in person in the classroom. So how do I explain to my 6th grader that you're not in person in the classroom? And we've heard a lot about the mental health challenges and the difficulties of the kids not being with friends and the difficulties learning online. My high school students, they're straight A students, and I can tell you the first day or two of the all virtual online learning, they're like, Mom, this is exhausting. And yet they persevere and they've learned how, but it's not ideal. And we don't know the harm, the long-term consequences of not being in person for the children, what that will cause them. So I would say when we listen to those who live in our district, who are living through this pandemic, and we talked a lot yesterday about how to manage an emergency, and yes, it's been unprecedented, and it's gone how it has. We need to think about the kids who are bearing the brunt of how we're dealing with the pandemic. And I'm thankful for Senate Bill 235. It provides an option. It doesn't require any child to have their parent choose in person, but it gives them the option. Some parents prefer the virtual at home, and that's fine. Like I said, the vote in August in 2020 was 73 and 75% for in-person. So when I also hear at the local school board meetings, parents and the kids are coming and presenting their story. And when you've got kids begging to be in school, that's a message. That's something important that we ought to be listening to. And I think it's imperative that we listen to parents, because after all, the schools are there for parents and for the children. Yes, we need to keep our teachers, our staff, our administrators safe as well, and there is a way to do that. Our other businesses are doing that. The medical professionals are doing that. We can do this, and our children so desperately need it. So I am glad and honored to support Senate Bill 235 for our children, who the reality is they are suffering mightily and greatly by not being in school and having a lot of their childhood taken away from them that they'll never be able to get back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, one thing just went through my mind. You know what, my kids, when we go to an amusement park, they want to eat ice cream and cotton candy and all kinds of carnival type food that's available, and then go ride roller coasters. I don't necessarily let them do that because that may not be a good idea. So sometimes we work to address situations. You know, we're living in a pandemic. It's hard, it's difficult, it stinks. So we've had to make choices along the way to protect our people, kids, adults, teachers along the way. And that's, you know, that's the mode that we're operating with. In regard to this particular bill, though, it has the feeling to me of a one-size-fits-all designation, which may lack practicality in this situation or future disasters. Numerous opponents provided testimony asking that we respect local control. Additionally, there's some other concerns. There's no sunset provision, and the bill makes no exceptions for future pandemics or disasters. Essentially, I fear this sets us up for litigation. The other thing that goes through my mind is just a few months ago, this legislative body argued vehemently for local control. Now today we're being asked to potentially reverse that. Parents have been emailing me asking that we let the local school boards retain control as they are closest to the situation. Students have emailed me asking that we do the same because, frankly, they're afraid the legislature is now going to, quote, mix things up on them after they have found some consistency. And we should be focusing on our children. My 15-year-old daughter testified last week regarding this bill. She and her siblings have had an option to go in person and chose to stay remote. Some people are thriving on it. Some people do better in person. There are different modes out there. Something else to think about. At the beginning of this pandemic, when everyone was transitioning to remote learning, parents and the population in general were praising our teachers for just the efforts they've been making, heroic efforts they do on a daily basis. Our eyes were open to the work carried out to educate our children. As time has passed, we've all fatigued of this pandemic, and many of those cheers have turned to bitterness. I've heard from hundreds of teachers indicating they are working longer hours in a situation far more stressful than ever before. And sadly, a number of them have indicated they're not going to stick with this after this year because they're burnt out. That brings me to the point that we should be having discussions on how we're going to attract and retain great teachers. I know we've heard about mental health issues, and of course, it's a huge concern for adults and children. This pandemic brought it to the forefront. We have to stop pretending that we had some type of mental health utopia prior to this pandemic. Those issues have been there, and it is time we address them. I ask that this body keep in mind that this is not a lost year, some have described it. Our students are growing, learning, and ultimately surviving a pandemic. The discussions that would likely be more important for the future of our children include ensuring that no matter the format of learning, that our state fully funds our public schools, that affordable childcare be accessible to families, that we address mental health issues, and that we work to retain and attract quality teachers after what has been an extremely challenging year.
Are there any other questions or comments? Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, very much. I'd just like to take an opportunity to congratulate and thank my schools in the district that I live in. And I have over 7 districts. One includes parts of Wichita. And from the very beginning, the majority of those all went with in-person learning, every single one of them. And the school boards backed it, and they were fortunate, and they made it work, and everything worked out. Not perfectly, but they got by with what they had with asking them what to do. So I want to thank them publicly for doing that. There's a lot of good folks out there and a lot of good students. I think what people are kind of nervous about is when we use the word require or mandate. I try to think of a hypothetical situation such as, imagine that if the executive portion of our government and this legislature went to a school district and says, we're going to mandate that you all go virtual because we could save money doing it. I think there'd be a lot of us out there in the street saying, hold on, we don't want to do that. I know that's an extreme example, but I think we need to use the words mandate and carefully and required. I'm glad in this particular bill that it does offer that window that the school boards do not have to respond to it, and there's no penalty. So I think that gives them a little bit of a local option. I appreciate that, and that's why I support this vote. Thank you.
I recognize Senator from Shawnee, Senator Close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do serve on the Education Committee, and I am the minority on that committee because I am the only male. But I would like to just mention a couple of things. While I agree that the majority of the school districts have, and especially since this all came up, began to have in-school learning. One of the districts in my district, and I've been bombarded with emails, phone calls, and even people coming during this pandemic up to try to see me to visit concerning this. One of the schools and the board met on the 15th of February, and I just received this information, and they're set for the 7th to 12th graders on March 29th. So to those parents involved, and since they're in my district, I support this bill,
And again, as the previous senator spoke, I too like to keep home rule in perspective and local authorities and powers, but this is not a mandate. This is just a strong recommendation. It's a nudge, and maybe to most, they're not affected because most schools are back to in-school learning. But to this particular school district in my 19th district, they are not, and they're about 4 weeks out. Thank you.
Anyone else like to comment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard a couple of comments that there aren't any teeth. This isn't a mandate. I had assumed when we say shall, the legislature means shall. So if we want this to be an option, let's have an amendment brought that changes that to may. Thank you.
Anyone else? Senator from Butler, Senator Fagan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just had a couple points I want to put on this. First of all, I'd call this the parent bill. Somebody had made this comment, and that's really stuck in my mind. And, you know, if we really look around today at single parents and how challenging it is to keep that family together, for the lady or the man to work all day, to come home and do the homework, I don't know how they've done it in the last year. I mean, you talk about a challenge. The challenge has been at the family level. Working parents, same kind of thing. So to me, this is a parent bill, and when it says person attendance option, we need those options. There's people that need our help out there with these kind of people. To give you a little background for me, the second thing I wanted to say was that my wife is a first grade teacher. I know what time she goes to work in the morning. I know what time she gets home at night. I know she's grading papers till late in the night. Before I come to the Senate, I had a little time to watch her interact with these kids on remote. I've been in her classroom. We need to have these kids in the classroom. And as far as hazard pay, that's the last thing that would be on her mind. Thank you.
Seeing no one else wishing to be recognized, Senator from Butler, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I actually didn't anticipate the link that we had, but I actually appreciated it and all the contributions from my colleagues. But I'll trim down my close a little bit, make a couple points, maybe ask a rhetorical question and move it. But I mean, I really need to push back first on the false narrative that this little bill is some type of an assault on local control, number one. But even if, let's trip down that path for a second. Given the unanswered question from Senator Erickson about the shutdown, clearly that was an all-out assault on local control. It was a complete shutdown. Yet because of the threat, it was acceptable at some level as you determine what that threat is. So I would contend, even if we trip down that logic path, we are looking at a threat of a different kind, and it's on our children that we need to prepare for. So number one, here's the rhetorical question I have. How many of our children that do not do well with distant learning, is it acceptable to leave in the wind? How many? One? I'd contend that is rhetorical in a sense because we shouldn't leave any of them out. Now, I found myself even impressed with Senator Holster's daughter who gave testimony. She did great. She clearly thrives under that model of learning. That is actually the exception, not the rule. Poised enough to stand in front of a Senate committee, give neutral testimony. The distance learning works for her. And that's great. I read an email from a kid, I think his name was Ian, crying out for, I need help. I'm worried about my 11-year-old brother. I do not do well in this environment. Please help me. Right? It's basically the content of that email. And I heard us say earlier, we need to tell our teachers, we see you. We need to tell Ian, we see him. Ian is suffering. And Ian's not alone. This is an option a year after. This is not onerous. This is not an assault on local control. It says, you shall provide an option for those kids that need it. Also, everybody's doing it. Well, great. We need to make sure those last few do, because it's not about the broad swath. It's about Ian and those like him, that there shall be an option provided. So with that, Madam Chair, well, you know what, one more thing. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the inequity that we are providing, right? We talk a lot about adequacy and equity. Look at the inequity. Educationally, I haven't heard anything about nutrition. Before this, we had to get kids in school to feed them. We don't care about that now. So we got a big equity problem too brewing. So with that, Madam Chair, when the committee rise and report, I move the committee report Senate Bill 235 favorable for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Having 8 bills left, but who's counting, we'll return our attention back to Senate Bill 90. And I believe we had an amendment, and that amendment was with Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will make this extremely brief. The amendment is amendment number 1562.
Okay, let's just pause till we can get it handed out. Seems to be fairly long. Would you like to explain it or have it read?
No, I can explain it rather quickly, Madam Chair. Basically, even though the amendment language appears to be long, basically it's just one of a number of statutes that describe the Rural Housing Incentive District Act. And what I have done in basically one of the statutes, Madam Chair, is there's a phrase that basically identifies those cities that are able to qualify for the RHID. And what I have done in that, Madam Chair, is that was, I believe, referred to earlier today. The current language basically say any city that would care to qualify or to utilize this, it means any city incorporated in accordance with Kansas law with a population of less than 60,000 in a county with a population of less than 80,000. So be fully clear for the body, I am striking, Madam Chair, that phrase, in a county with a population of less than 80,000. As I has been looking at this legislation and learned about it this year in committee, and think about those very small towns in my district, obviously Douglas County is coming up on nearly 130,000, I believe the population in their county. Our county there, we do though have some small rural towns that would benefit. I also represent, Madam Chair, Leavenworth County, and with that definition I just read, the 2019 census, I believe, for the county of Leavenworth actually is just over 80,000, and those, I do have some rural towns in my district that could be benefited, Madam Chair, by this program. Obviously, it's up to those cities to figure out if they want to participate. But my feeling is I think we need to make these EcoDevo programs available for all communities should they care to use them. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Senator from Johnson, did you wish to comment, or you want to allow others to ask questions?
I'll go ahead and just make a statement. I knew this amendment was coming. I considered it a friendly amendment. So with that, we need to leave the 60,000 in to have the RHID districts, but I'm all right with taking the 80,000 out. So that's my comment.
I recognize the Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just want to mention, thank the maker of this amendment for making this. Leavenworth is, it's the first city of Kansas in terms of the history there. We have buildings dating, I live in a house that's from 1870s. And there's a lot of buildings downtown with historic interest that people are interested in buying, renovating, and reinvigorating that downtown area. And that town would fit inside of this except for that county definition there. We are just over the line. I don't know what the new census is going to put us at. So this is very helpful for our district, which is often qualified as rural, but it's just at that cusp. And so I appreciate the body considering this, moving this amendment forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may make your close.
I move my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, are there any more questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may make your close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've debated this bill pretty extensively. I just believe this is going to create some rural revitalization downtown in some of these small towns. I think it's going to create opportunities for housing, and it creates a tool, financial mechanism to do it. I'm proud of the committee's work of kicking this out. I think this is one new tool in the toolbox to create the housing that we need in this state. Hopefully it's used and widely, and we can expand upon it in other ways. Several states around the country are using this. So with that, Madam Chair, I move when the Senate rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 90 favorable for passage as amended.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 91. For the purposes of explaining the bill, Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to, I put something on everybody's desk, the HPIP tax credits, just trying to give you a little background. And it looks like half the counties across the state have used them, or considerable amount of counties, we'll say. Total capital investment, $24 billion, 336 companies, created 24,000 jobs, 1.4 billion new payroll, $58,462 average salary. I think that's some pretty interesting statistics, and I just wanted to make sure we had some background for everybody on what it does and some of the companies that get it. It's a tax credit that when they invest, $1 million, they'll receive a 10% tax credit. This tax credit they can use on their taxable income. This tax credit's also 50% of it is transferable in one calendar year. Let me see. Also, for every dollar investment, the state, and this comes from Legislative Post Audit, it brought $56.20 investment back. Sorry, this is a program that Florida, Arkansas, Missouri, New Mexico, New Jersey, many other states have that we're competing with. The transferable credits will only pertain to businesses that qualify after January 1st, 2021. And I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Will the carrier of the bill stand for a question?
He will.
Thank you. One of the changes in this bill, well, currently, can they carry forward these tax credits?
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, the tax credits carry forward for up to 16 years, but dating from January 1st, 2021, that when it starts, anybody that gets the tax credit moving forward, they, in one calendar year, up to 50% is max that they can transfer.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct. They can transfer. I just want the body to know what they're voting on. I'm not saying yay or nay. I just want them to know that there are transferable credits. These credits can be sold on a website and auctioned off. And, you know, he's right. There are some good things with the program, but I just want people to be aware of what they're voting on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for the senator from Johnson? Yes. Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, and I do appreciate Senator from Lynn's comments on this. Once again, your Department of Commerce, when they brought forward these recommendations on how to enhance these various tools, obviously they're working with other eco-diva groups around the country. They're talking to basically businesses all the time. First of all, make no mistake, as Chairman from Johnson discussed earlier, HPIP is the workhorse of that toolbox we have called economic development. This has been a great tool for lots of businesses, big and small. But one of the things they identified as far as basically how to improve obviously the credits is basically the transferability. And that's where the additional fiscal note considerations come in. Obviously, if you're getting a tax credit, okay, you'd like to be able to use that at some point. And if you can't, by the ability to transfer, at least you can monetize that credit to extent where you, as far as actually generating, income you can offset with the credit, you may not be able to do that. So to me, on a number of cases, or levels, this is exactly why we need the transferability, because quite honestly, it helps you avoid some other situations we've gotten historically with other programs. I think we all kind of know maybe some big companies in the past that have had these types of credits and they're stuck with them, and they keep coming back and lobbying us to either extend the period or something like that. The thing I like about this is that the rules are known up front. The company making the investments, the capital investments, they're going to know what's up front for this, and so these will be used. I will just leave this thing. I think this is a great program for commerce in the state. My only, I guess, concern with this, and I would actually like to work with the body and get the body's opinion on this, is that if you look at basically the HPIP rules, you're basically talking, maybe it's like 4 or 5 counties where to get in the HPIP, you have to basically be making, I believe it's $1 million capital investment threshold to use these tools, and every other county is basically 50,000. In my county, Douglas specifically, I totally understand when you have basically an economic powerhouse like the city of Lawrence, where you've got KU and you've got the Business Development Center and those types of eco-diva complexes, how you don't want Lawrence to be able to have tax credits there at the 50,000 level. However, I will also say that in the rural parts, once again, of my district in Douglas, okay, you're talking places like Baldwin, you're talking places like Eudora, places like Compton. That isn't in my district. That's much more represented ably by the Senator from Douglas, Francisco. But having said that, the point is that if we actually had the ability for those rural areas within these metropolitan counties, they could have that lower threshold. Once again, this is a heck of a tool. I'm glad for the chairman bringing this forward. I'm glad we're getting this revised. I would just ask the body for their support on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for the senator from Johnson? I don't see any. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to follow that, you don't get to use this tax liability unless you actually owe taxes to the state. It's investments that you made in the state. 10% investment's pretty minor. To be able to transfer 5% of that, that's even not a large amount. Madam Chair, when the committee rises and report, I'm sorry. When the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 91 favorable for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. For the purposes of explaining Senate Bill 124, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, to explain the bill.
We had some confusion. So, some of them thought that the last bill was amended. It wasn't. Okay, star bonds. I put out a brochure of all the star bond projects we've had across the state. Some pretty nice ones, actually. Star bonds total 4.3 billion. 9,217 construction jobs. I mean, you know, total payroll 64 million, 13 million visitors. You know, I was thinking back about this bill on the drive-in this morning. You know, in the 90s, what was the #1 destination in Kansas? Early 90s, it was the Woodlands. The Woodlands, it's been gone since really probably 99, but prior to that, when the casinos opened, the Woodlands, it died. I mean, the revenue just declined. You know, some people here don't believe in star bonds or the investments, but I think when you look at Sporting Kansas City, the racetrack, Village West, it's one of the most successful areas. And when you look at the housing that's being built out there, why do you think that is? Cerner put 2 large complexes right there. If they wouldn't have built Sporting Kansas City there, they were going to build it over by where the old Bannister Mall was. Cerner built a large complex over there. This is a tool that I think's worked greatly for this state. Has there been problems? Yes. When we did Heartland Park, I was in the body across the hall, and we all said when we did Heartland Park, if we didn't save the second drag race, it probably wasn't going to succeed, and the city would have to take it over. We knew that when we passed it in this body. You know, I've been here that long, but I do remember that. I remember having a conversation with a former Representative Anthony Brown of Eudora, and we both agreed we had to do it. We had to try to save that event. You know, when you look at all the projects in Wichita, Kansas City, and what it's done, let me get to my notes now if I can find them. What we've done to star bonds. 19 projects since 1999. You know, over the last 20 years, just think of all the jobs and the revenue that have been created from it. Cliff Illing said Sporting Kansas City wouldn't have come to Kansas without star bonds. Without star bonds, NASCAR wouldn't have come to Kansas City. We made some changes. We've taken the capital investment from $50 million to $75 million. You know, one of the components we put in there was a component for the rural investment, capital investment with a floor of $3 million and a ceiling of $10 million. This should help the rural areas create rural development. Think about it. If we don't have tools in our toolbox to offer people to invest in this state. I mean, where would this investment happen? Who would have financed it? Tax increment financing or investment like star bonds? It's happening all across the country. Do you think they don't do it in Florida? You know, our former president, he built Trump Towers on 40-year tax abatements. I bet you it's paying some taxes now. So I'll stand for questions. I'm not sure about that one.
Questions?
I'll stand for questions, Madam Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we debated this. I would say I didn't necessarily debated it, but we had this bill basically come through Commerce Committee, and somebody asked me, because I made the statement in the group, I said I would be offering an amendment on the floor, and they asked us, well, why aren't you doing it in committee? And I said, because really I wanted to get the entire Senate's opinions and thoughts and weigh in on this, because I think it's very important. Make no mistake, you know, Lieutenant Governor Tolan, who is also our Secretary of Commerce, okay, they have brought forward this bill. They wanted it, okay? I mean, and make no mistake, Lieutenant Governor Tolan, as our Secretary of Commerce, he is the best person, I believe, right now to understand the best way these tools to be basically utilized and prescribed, you know, as his team goes forward trying to, you know, basically build, you know, economic development opportunities here in the state of Kansas. I have been here, once again, for better or worse, since really 2003. I remember, you know, I was here for better or for worse when the whole star bonds thing started kicking into gear. In my recollection, and I think I'm probably wrong on this, but when I first think of star bonds, I was thinking about the old Heartland Park track. And as an aside, I actually used to race SCCA cars, and later I had a sports bike that I ran out there, so I love Heartland Park. But anyway, the point being is that Heartland Park itself has had its ups and downs in basically trying to stay open, and it's been a bit of a struggle for them. And I will say this is my really perception when Star Bonds took off is when the Village West development came into being. And make no mistake, I do not live in Wyandotte County. And I'm sure that project has not only its proponents, but its detractors. But from what I could see, basically, is that did take an area, and rightly or wrongly, my perception is that when you look at basically the wealth that brought into the area, that was a significant increase to Northeast Kansas. And I do some of my shopping up there, and I go to the restaurants and stuff. Been to the track maybe a couple times. All good things. I will also tell you, though, I do have concerns about this program. And I don't have concerns as far as how our current secretary would utilize this program. But Madam Chair, I've had historical concerns about the way, in my mind, this tool has been, I would say, probably purposely abused in the past. And make no mistake, this is a technical program. There's a whole heck of a lot of money involved. Make no mistake, developers and cities are working together on this to basically to maximize the power, the impact of the attractions. For example, one of the things that I became disillusioned with is, I think initially, and once again, I'm not trying to speak out of turn here, so if somebody else can correct me, I'm all ears. But I do believe one time, Madam Chair, I think as when the initial Village West development went in, I believe there were like some novelty restaurants and things like that that had like antique cars and stuff as part of the deal. And my understanding is they use the Star Bond funds to pay for some of those exhibits within the thing. That to me appeared to be an abuse of the program. Continuing on with the development of Village West, and once again we talk about the KC sporting team. And I'm not quite sure, once again, I don't have the chronology all down like I'm sure the Senator from Johnson does. But, you know, as part of that Village West expansion, we all recall, I believe there was this huge auto plaza that was basically appended onto that deal, where basically you had a number of auto dealers, you know, selling cars, and those sales tax dollars going to pay off the Star Bonds. Okay, not quite sure I saw that coming. And then as part of the deal, and I'm not think this was technically part of Village West, but then we had the whole Sporting KC thing come in, which is fine and exciting, but another concern that I had is when I found out, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, Body, but we basically had, I believe it was Mr. Illig, who basically owns that soccer team. Now we're putting up basically a soccer training facility using Star Bonds. Once again, under the guise of this is a sporting facility and attraction. And that was sold with the fact that, oh, we're going to have soccer coaches come in from all over the country, and they're going to be basically spending lodging dollars, you know, in the area and eating at restaurants and whatever. And then the most recent foray we had into this is that, and once again, I apologize to my brother and sister senators from Johnson County if I offend anybody here, as I surely don't mean to. But once again, I became disillusioned when I heard basically Star Bonds was being used by certain billionaires to possibly bring in a minor league hockey team. I'm not interested, Madam Chair, in economic development tools that are basically greasing things for billionaires. Okay? I do believe that these past things that I speak of where I had concerns, I do believe they were eventually corrected and addressed in the Star Bonds language. I do know, I believe in if it is not part of this, I guess it is part of this. I do know that the current Commerce Secretary has been extremely sensitive about maybe some of the games that developers or maybe the people who are selling land that maybe in past transactions they've made a whole boatload of money, and that there have been some controls put in to control that. I like the fact that in this underlying bill that we're not the proceeds of the sales tax receipts, those are no longer 100% dedicated to pay off the bonds. It's 90% to the bonds, and then basically you've the payoff, and they basically got 10% of that now going directly to the state from the get-go. So I like that about this bill. I like the fact about this bill, as the chairman from Johnson alluded to, is basically we have actually lowered some thresholds. And once again, as I get on my high horse about how, you know, we have some regions in this state that really, really need some economic development help. And I think from the perspective that those things in this bill lower that bar for our poor regions of the state, I think that's incredibly helpful. But I do want to send a shot across the bow of developers going forward in the future, particularly the wealthy. Once again, I will rant and rave about how, you know, as taxpayers, the sales tax is a very regressive tax. And we need to be very mindful that, you know, we have one of the highest sales tax rates in the nation. We figure about basically sales tax on food. Particularly, you know, we think about, once again, I'll go back to, I'm sorry to beat this like a horse, but I go back to particularly when you look at the tax burden pressures Kansans have between property taxes on a residential home, you've got obviously income tax, you've got sales tax, and particularly if you have children, then you got sales tax on food, okay? And make no mistake, particularly in Northeast and South Central, residential property taxes, okay, that is by far the bulk of the property tax base, okay, in this state. And that drives local government. And we have to be very cognizant about reinforcing that yoke of taxation, particularly on homeowners with kids, particularly in Northeast and South Central Kansas. So having said all that, I like the Star Bonds program. I think we need to carry this forward. I am appreciative that the current secretary has put in some additional things to control and manage this. And with that, Madam Chair, I have an amendment. It's number 1571.
All right, give us a moment to get it distributed. Appears to be fairly short. Would you just like to explain it?
Yes, Madam Chair. So basically, with the Star Bonds basically act, typically your Star Bonds project, you're basically allowed to contribute up to 50% of the total project costs using the Star Bonds themselves. And what this does, it basically says that if going forward into the future, once again, not screwing up anything in the past or we may be currently doing an evaluation on, but basically for any city proposing to finance a major multi-sport athletic complex, okay, they can do Star Bond financing not to exceed 35% of the total project costs versus the current 50%. Once again, we're talking about those multi-sport complexes. This would be the soccer training facility. This would be the, hockey rink. We're going to bring in the minor league team. It's that type of thing we're talking about. This would be the American Royal. Okay? I truly believe this in no way would hurt any project in rural Kansas. And so if I'm wrong with that, I stand corrected. Once again, I am introducing this bill to basically demonstrate my support for the concept, but with the realization that we got to be sure that the development we're doing is not just for the ultra wealthy. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions and solicit feedback on their thoughts on the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? I believe the senator from Miami was standing first. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, and I believe the questions are for the carrier of the amendment. Is that correct?
It is.
Thank you. So you indicate in your amendment for a city proposing to finance, is the only item for the Star Bonds the multi-sport athletic complex?
Senator from Douglas.
That is my intention of the amendment, yes.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you look at existing Star Bond projects, would any of these have fit into this criteria?
Senator from Douglas.
Yes, Madam Chair. It is my understanding that existing projects would have. Once again, I would go back to as Exhibit A, it would be the Sporting KC soccer training facility. I don't know enough about what has been done with regards to if there's been any actual hockey complex development for a minor league hockey team. We need to read the definition as I interpret it, for multi-sport athletic complex, if we do have some minor league hockey team comes in and we're building facilities for them, yes, that would also, I believe, be applicable to what the amendment is trying to address.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would you consider Blue Hawk to have fit into this criteria?
Senator from Douglas.
And Madam Chair, I'm not familiar with Blue Hawk, so I'm not familiar with that.
Senator from Miami, would you like to explain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Blue Hawk started out as it was going to have an ice rink, and what community members that lived in the surrounding area were told, so homeowners, families, school, because there's a high school that's adjacent, were told that it would be for competitive youth hockey. But then when the neighbors just didn't feel what they were being told seemed consistent from meeting to meeting, they went and they double-checked what had been submitted to the Secretary of Commerce. And in that document, it said that it would be a major or minor league hockey team that would be housed there. So what I'm trying to figure out is what it ended up being, because I think it's important for the body to know that when a city starts that process for a STAR bond, they say it's going to be a STAR bond project. And once they start that process, along the way, it can continue to morph into something different and different and different and different. If they hit a little speed bump or roadblock along the way with the Commerce Department, then they just continue to change it. And so now what we have for Blue Hawk is what I refer to as a cafegematorium of an athletic complex. So it's not for youth hockey only, it's not for semi-pro or pro hockey, but it is literally just a multi-use cafegematorium for sports. Now, we have restaurants that are identical to restaurants just a mile and a half down the road, and even though it's not a part of the complex, there is a hospital there, but that's a private hospital, and they've built that on their own. But eventually they say there may be some apartments and some building complexes. So I'm just trying to figure out, is this just if it's one sporting event or sporting facility, or if it's a project that might morph into what we have at Blue Hawk?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the Senator from Miami's clarification. I had another fellow senator basically hand me a description, City of Overland Park, Blue Hawk. It says the Blue Hawk amended project plan was approved on October 18th, 2019. The project will include a multi-sport arena, so yes, in my definition as I have described this amendment, if this is not already a signed, sealed, and delivered project, this project to me would be impacted potentially by the amendment.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that clarity. And I just want the folks, as we talk about STAR bonds, I hope that they will pay attention to how this process, it seems like it's clear cut, but as it evolves, before, during, and after it's been approved, it will continue to change and morph. And so I appreciate that clarification. And for that alone, I will be supporting this amendment because I know all of my constituents that live around Blue Hawk will feel better about this because they know how unsuccessful the retail has been so far around there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Finney, before I recognized you, I think the carrier of the bill wanted to be recognized. Senator from Johnson, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. If this amendment goes on, it would have, the NASCAR track wouldn't have been built here. Definitely Sporting Kansas City. There's several of these projects, the baseball arena in Wichita, and several of them wouldn't have been built. and will not be built. Also, the carrier of the amendment talked about the auto dealerships. That stuff's been corrected and will not happen in the future. We've been working to put some safeguards in place. This bill has that. So, but I'm not going to support this amendment, and this really kills star bonds in Kansas. If we put this amendment on, you're not going to be able to build the major facilities that you need. I've said in this body, when Sporting Kansas City brought their trophy here, and we acknowledged them national championship early on, right after they built the facility. I've been there with colleagues many times, state-of-the-art facility. I've never been to a game, too cheap to buy a ticket, I guess. But I've watched it on TV. You see 20,000 fans there. I think it's a success. I think that whole area is a success. It's bringing $40 million revenue to the locals and the state. I think we're early on in a lot of these projects. It takes about 20, 25 years to see how they're going to really play out, how much revenue they're going to bring to the state. A lot of these projects are early on. But when they, we were lucky because of the Village West, Sporting Kansas City, NASCAR track, had so many people come there because of the different attractions that it paid off early. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It's bringing the revenue. Trust me, Missouri, they hate all the business that's coming to Kansas to that area. They're trying to get it back. And, what do? We're going to put an amendment on this bill that basically guts one of our best tools. And, I haven't been to Wichita, to some of the places down there, but it looks like they're in the earlier stages, but they probably will be just as successful and across this state, from Dodge City to Garden City to, I think one of the most fitting places is Atchison, the Amelia Earhart Museum. One of our most famous Kansan. And, all these things take time. You don't have a return on investment until you get your debt paid off. And we need to first allow some of them to mature and get paid off. I bet you the majority of these star bond projects are going to be real successful.
All right, I just want to remind everybody, let's stay focused on the amendment. Senator from Finney is next.
Can I respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You can, but Senator from Finney's been waiting. Senator Dahl.
This amendment would absolutely train wreck the star bond that we have in Finney County. We have in Western Kansas. It's a whole new unique way of life. Some of us enjoy it, but to try to keep people to go to rural Kansas, to Western Kansas, we need every tool in the toolbox that we can possibly get. If you look at the one in Garden City, it's the Sports of the World complex in Garden City. It's a private-public partnership. It means the world to Western Kansas. We're an hour away from Colorado. We're an hour away from Oklahoma. We have people coming from these places all the time because we have Menards and things like this. This amendment will absolutely devastate areas that we are fortunate enough that we're able to bring a star bond to Garden City. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to respond to both the recent set of comments. First of all, to the Senator from Johnson's statements, look at all the star bonds projects we have. Okay, they're not all, I quote, major multi-sport athletic complexes. Very few of them are. Okay, Amelia Earhart up in Atchison has nothing to do with a multi-sport complex. It's basically a museum. Okay, I am totally fine with our Star Bond projects that are outside the scope of the multi-sport athletic complex. And once again, when I made the reference about the Autoplex, my point in bringing that up was the fact that while I saw that initially as a problem, that the Department of Commerce did correct that to make that known that wasn't going to happen again. And so once again, they have corrected a deficiency I had a concern with, Madam Chair. So my point again to the body is I think the Star Bonds program is sound. Once again, my amendment is not removing any financing of multi-sport athletic complexes. It's just reducing the Star Bond funding for those types of projects from 50 to 35%. And I do know we have other Western Kansas projects. Remember, I think the whole Dodge City Boot Hill deal, I think that was a Star Bonds project. And so once again, we have successful Star Bonds projects across the state. And keep in mind, once again, and maybe my thinking is outmoded on this, Madam Chair, but when we talked about Star Bonds, the whole idea is that you would have a regional attraction, something regional. Not where you're trying to drag in your neighbors from down the street, but something regional. I mean, truly, within 200-300 areas, people coming in from out of state. Okay, and it is certainly not my intention to screw up anything Garden City. Okay, and that is not my intent at all, because believe me, one of the reasons I support Star Bonds is because I want the places like Atchison, like Garden City, like down in Southeast, okay, Pittsburgh, wherever, okay, because they sit close to those state lines and they can bring in attractions. But I go back to my original concern with this bill is that when we're trying to do true regional economic development, I want it to be sure that those generated dollars stick there. They stay there. They provide good jobs there. I really don't care about building a stadium for some billionaire to bring in a pro team and call that economic development, because in those particular cases, when you already have economic opportunities in the area, it's really more, in my mind, a cannibalizing effect. So I am more than willing to work with anybody to tweak this amendment language. If it is inappropriate, then please vote it down. But once again, Madam Chair, I wanted to bring this to the floor because, and I love the Senator from Brown's comments, to me, the committee of the whole of where the debate really happens. And that's why I brought it out here. And so if we collectively think it's bad, let's vote it down. If you like it, you want to tweak it, let's tweak it, whatever we want to do. But I am not in any way trying to hurt or harm any region of this state. I just want to basically make the tool in our toolbox the best it can be.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As to the amendment, this is a really good opportunity to kind of drive a point home and make sure everybody understands this from a business standpoint. In the third line, it talks about financing. Well, 35%, this is way more than financing. And my question would be, am I wrong? They're going to give 35% of the money to fund the project and never get it back. It's an absolute giveaway to wealthy people. We're hearing tons of forward-looking projections that are purely opinion-based, and I like to guess too, But the bottom line is, from a business standpoint, this isn't just financing 35%, over a third. It's giving away that much. You are subsidizing. You're like selling a $300,000 house to somebody for less than $200,000. So let's not get confused as to what financing means and what just giving away a whole bunch of money and not taking any ownership. In my private business life, I'd sooner die than do this. This would be selling myself and my kids' future away to give away this kind of money. So don't be confused that this is financing. This is a giveaway of 35%. Am I right or wrong? Thank you.
All right. We're on the amendment, which is discussing going from 50% to 35%. Senator from Miami, you have been standing for a while, and I didn't know if I had cut you off previously, if you were continuing, or if you wanted to stand again for another comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will continue.
Go ahead.
I know that there is concern that's been expressed with regard to the 35%. And so I'm going to give you an example of 2-star bond projects. One of them is going to be one that was very successful. In fact, it's been addressed, and that was the Kansas Speedway. I believe it was our first star bond project. The amount, the percent of financing for the Kansas Speedway, hold for it, 27%. 27%. So that was successful. It had a successful business model, and guess what? They stayed focused on what it was that they intended. It was a racetrack. And then they found the way to be successful. So the cost and the burden, if you will, to the state was that 27%. But what they spent once it was established as a speedway is they focused on how to make sure that that facility was being used almost every single day. And that is true even today, that they work to make sure that that facility is being used ongoing, 7 days a week, oftentimes multiple events there. Now I'm going to talk about a project that wasn't so successful, and I'm pretty certain it was Village West, and it's where the baseball stadium for the T-Bones is. Great stadium, pretty awesome, but the residents went bankrupt. They couldn't even pay their bill to continue to use the stadium. And that's because that wasn't the original focus or foci for that project, but they just needed to get something athletic there. It was unsuccessful. Still looking for a long-term tenant that can pay the bill. So I know there's a concern, it's already been expressed, that if we ratchet this down to 35%, that will get everything. But all we have to do is look at history. If it's the right business model, if it's a very focused business model and it's not trying to be everything to everyone, it will be successful, and it doesn't even have to be 35%. We could move it down to 27%, but the good senator has decided to set it at 35%. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question for the senator from Douglas. Or
May proceed.
Yes, thank you. So you mentioned the baseball diamond, perhaps in Wichita. I supported that, serving on the Commerce Committee some time ago. So if you could, for those listening in, just restate your reason for this amendment and the major differences, the major qualifications to apply for a star bond project, and what you think a legitimate project would be, just for clarification to help me in voting on your amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas.
Okay. I appreciate the question, Madam Chair. First of all, in my reference to, I believe is it called Metropolitan Stadium, Wichita? I'm not sure. Is that the ball stadium that was renovated?
Metropolitan.
Madam Chair.
River.
Okay.
It's got a new name now.
So my point in bringing this up, and once again, is please, I'm casting no aspersion on whether the current financing level that was used for that ball stadium was appropriate or not. I mean, my personal opinion, I think quite honestly, I think the Star Bonds tool as used for the baseball stadium renovation was actually more appropriate. Okay, because we're actually talking about renovating and bringing back up to standards and desirability an existing structure. And so I want the gentlelady from Sedgwick to understand that my comment about that in no way is impugning the use of Star Bonds for that. In fact, I would just, from what I know the project, I supported that. I knew that was out there a 3 years ago when we were looking at the whole Star Bonds program, and that was one of the things that Wichita was considering using, and that to me at the time seemed appropriate. No, I guess what I'm talking about is more the thing, once again, the Senator Miami is alluding to, is that basically you have new development of these basically new facilities. Once again, my concern is that you have something new being stood up, and once again, it is for big buck sports, okay? And that to me is not, my own point is that to me that is not truly in the spirit of what was my understanding of Star Bonds. Is fact, the whole Star Bonds was supposed to be a regional attraction, okay, something Kansan, where people from around the area, once again, not just down the street, not just in the next town, but basically we would have, thousands, if not tens of thousands, of whatever that venue was doing coming because it was a unique experience. And so once again, when you talk about things like the Amelia Earhart Museum, things about Boot Hill out in Dodge City, even the Heartland Racetrack, that hasn't been successful. I mean, those are things in my mind that are much more uniquely Kansan versus a generic, just basically a facility they're going to bring in a sports team. And I've already talked about my concerns with that as far as the potential cannibalization of other activities and things in the area. I hope that answered the gentlewoman's from Sedgwick's question. I apologize if it does not.
Are there any other questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to state, currently it's up to 50%, so they don't have to use 50%. It's whatever's necessary up to that amount. And we've heard from current people that spoke, you don't build the Sporting Kansas City, you get zero revenue. That's how much you get. I mean, I don't know how much someone has. I mean, some people say they got millions and they have billions, and some people say they got billions and they have millions. But I don't judge people for what they have or don't have. I'm just glad they invest some of it into Kansas. If that arena costs $200 million and we're paying 50% of it through the sales tax, and someone's investing $100 million, you're creating jobs building it, you're creating future revenue, because once that runs off, the Star Bonds runs off and it's paid for, that's a cash cow. And you figured out how to pay for it. The Speedway, that whole area up there, it's pumping out a lot of money for the state, and it's going to be more and more every year. Cerner built 2 very large complexes. I want to tell you, if you look at the housing that's been built in Kansas City, there's more housing been built around the Speedway and Tonganoxie and Baser and Southern Leavenworth and Western Wyandotte County than anywhere in the metro. It's a desirable place to live. It has all the modern amenities. place to work. I just think, I mean, we've got something that's working. It's a tool. You know what? You don't want to do this? You don't want to do it in Dodge City? There'd be no revenue. You build an arena up to 50%. You build the facilities around it, and guess what? You don't do that, you get no revenue. In 20 years, when the bonds run out, you get a lot of tax revenue. I like tax revenue. We've got to grow tax revenue. This state's financially needs it. We're falling behind. We're going to have, probably in the next 10 years, we'll be down to 3 U.S. congressmen. Kansas City, Missouri is beating us in every direction. They built arena, they got power and light, they've got tons of tax credit projects going on downtown. They're building on the inner city in ways that you've never seen. And we're sitting still and fighting over tax credit or star bonds and worried about someone might make a couple bucks. Well, you know what? They're not going to invest any money if they can't make money. I don't know any businessman that can't make money at the end of the day that's going to invest.
Senator, okay, I want to stay focused on the amendment.
I'm sorry, I'm getting wound up.
Okay, yeah, you can use that for your close, but we're on the amendment. All right, seeing no one else that wants to be recognized, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the body's patience with me. I wanted to bring this amendment, to the floor. I have no idea if other amendments are going to come, but I did want to get this out on the floor because I want the body to understand. We all have strong opinions about this program. I think it's a good program. I think there have been weaknesses identified, but however they got corrected, I think they have been corrected for the most part. I think it's important to recognize, though, that sometimes we get caught up in this game of, we think about investments. And I'm a small business person, and when I invest maybe $50,000 in a project, that, first of all, it's coming out of my pocket. And the second thing is that, when I make that investment in my startup business, I'm doing it to make a profit. I'm doing it to start a business, to create jobs. I'm doing it because I believe I'm delivering a good or a service that other Kansans can truly use. One of my concerns, and just as I've been, in the legislature and learning more about, tax code provisions and stuff like this, when you're talking ultra wealthy people, what to us minions may look like an investment. Some people have so much money, it may be nothing more than a tax avoidance scheme. It may be nothing more than wealth management. It may be nothing more than estate planning. My point in bringing this amendment is that this in no way harms star bonds. It sends a message that we're focusing truly on those unique Kansan opportunities that we believe in the end will create good paying jobs, that it will also bring in people from out of area to our state of Kansas. At the end of the day, whether or not we have sporting KC Stadium, make no mistake, Kansans are voting with their feet to come to Northeast Kansas, whether visiting it or to live. Well, we want to be sure when we make these investments, because once again, when we make these investments, somebody else is subsidizing it. We want to be sure it's optimal. And in my mind, Madam Chair, this is how we optimize the Star Bonds program. With that, I move my amendment. And I thank you.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No. Chair's in doubt. Division All those in favor, please stand. Sorry. Forgot? Okay, thank you, we got it. All those opposed? Well, you just about had it, but 5 hands is in order. Roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Begg.
No.
Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbein. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Would any senator like to change his or her vote? Anybody like to explain their vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Senator from Sedgwick? Any other changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 16 senators voting in favor, 22 no, and 3 passing. The motion fails. We're back on the bill. Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
Yes.
What is the number, please?
1569.
Wait just a minute to have it dispersed. Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll explain it, Madam Chair. I'd first like to start out with thanking the chairman of the Commerce Committee. He has worked on many, many bills, and this is just one of them. These are not easy bills to carry. They are controversial, but I do appreciate his work. What this amendment would do, it wouldn't kill the bill. It would just put a second set of eyes on any STAR bond projects. Right now, we have one person in the state that signs off on it, and that is the Secretary of Commerce. I don't care who's in this position. I've ran other amendments like this before in the past. They have gone on in the Senate chamber. Disappointingly, they got pulled off in conference committee. But what this is not just the Secretary of Commerce, but the Secretary of Revenue and the Finance Council. 2/3 majority of the Finance Council would sign off on these projects. That way we'd get more than one set of eyes looking at them. If they're good for the state, they'll easily pass this litmus test. With that, I'd stand for question.
Questions for the senator from Lynn? Senator from Johnson, would you like, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The gentlelady from Lynn. So the other entity signing off, who would that be? How many would it be? And when would they sign off?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you. Before a project would be approved, it would be the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Revenue, because they would understand the dynamics of the impact of the state on revenues, and then the Finance Council. There's 9 members to the Finance Council. It would include the majority party and the minority party, and it would be leadership from those parties and also the chair of Appropriations and the chair of Ways and Means.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Madam Chair, thank you. So, as I said a few years ago, serving on the Commerce Committee and the Secretary of Commerce, Suave, I liked his name, but there were some things he did that I didn't like. So would that be part of the gentlelady's from Lynn's reasoning for her amendment?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I had brought these types of amendments before that situation, but I appreciate the example because it is a prime example. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, I just wanted the body to kind of know of some of the things that have gone on from certain departments, and I'm still waiting for more debate. Hopefully it will help my decision on the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize, I'm still halfway kind of reading, but I just wonder for the carrier of the amendment, it states in subsection B, it calls out the name of the Secretary of Revenue and just says Secretary everywhere else. I was just wondering, I don't see a definition for secretary meaning anything, and then later in the KSA 12-17-164, it just says secretary. I was just wondering if maybe this needed to be cleaned up just a little bit.
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes,
the
please.
language he's referring to is actually in the bill. The changes that I'm making are underlined, and it does have Secretary of Revenue everywhere that I've made my changes.
Senator from Cherokee.
Madam Chair, thank you. I know that there is the Secretary of Revenue added. It's not originally in the original statute, but everywhere else it just says Secretary in the original statute. That's why I just want to see if maybe that needed to be clarified somewhere.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the end of session, we usually pass a bill that allows the revisers leeway in order to address items like that. Again, it is the original bill that does not spell out Secretary of Commerce. It just refers to Secretary, so that would be the implication there. I am adding Secretary of Revenue in addition to the Secretary of Commerce and the Finance Council. So it would have a few set of eyes, not just one set of eyes on these projects.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't questioning anything about the amendment. I was just, other than technical, I just want to make sure that was clarified. Thank you.
I recognize the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate this amendment for several reasons. Most importantly, I did speak earlier about Blue Hawk, and I want the body to know that at the time that Blue Hawk was being considered by the Department of Commerce, 2 different secretaries and 1 acting secretary worked on that proposal. And so I know that the constituents that live and were most impacted by that project would have loved to have had some extra eyes looking at it and addressing their concerns. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the oversight, and it might not be a bad idea. I'm a little confused, though. If I may ask the carrier of the amendment one question.
May.
It says State Finance Council by a 2/3 majority vote. I suppose you're saying that, am I correct in assuming that you're saying each one has to approve it? It has to be the State Finance Council by a 2/3 majority. The Secretary of Revenue also has to say yay or aye, and then the Secretary of Commerce also has to say aye on this project going forward?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct.
Senator from Leavenworth.
I guess one more question. And was this brought to the committees to review? I don't like that argument, but I'm just wondering if this has had any other kind of, anybody else discussing it besides, is this the first time this has been discussed on this bill?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is. As I said, I've brought this on other bills in prior years, but I did not realize we were going to be working the bill the day we did in committee. Otherwise, I would have been glad to bring this to committee. Nothing against the chairman. That's just the way things happen. It's a busy schedule, the way things are going. And so I am very candid on this. The vote was 4-4 to pass this out of committee, and I was a no vote. I do not know where I will be on the bill. Right now, I'm a no vote on the bill. But I'm just trying to make this the best possible program if it continues in the state of Kansas. I don't think there's any problem with a second set of eyes. And it doesn't say no by any means. It just says the Department of Revenue has a different perspective than the Secretary of Commerce. They both work for the same governor. So the odds are that check and balance, not an issue. But they do bring to the project a fiscal awareness that I think needs to be made apparent before we move on these projects. As far as the Finance Council, it brings a legislative perspective to each project. I don't think that's a problem. I think we take a look at these on a project-by-project basis, and again, it's just a second set of eyes. It won't stop the projects. That's not the intent. It will just make sure that we're putting good projects forward and the program isn't being abused.
Senator from Leavenworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may be a good amendment. I'm not going to support it. And I'll tell you why. I think the Secretary of Revenue has different interest, and we'll have, hopefully the Secretary of Commerce will have understood the financial impacts to the state from a tax revenue perspective and wouldn't need necessarily a determinant or an opinion beyond his own, or her own. The Secretary of Revenue seems a little redundant in that sense. And personally, I'm a little bit tired of the State Finance Council being given extra powers over and above what it was originally intended to. I don't think the makeup has been thought through from a legislative point of view when we look at it as enacting more than just what it was originally intended to. So I don't really approve, without further kind of study, the State Finance Council actually taking on more of a role. I feel it takes away some of our representation here as the common senators as we are. So I'll be voting no on this.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
I do.
You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Definitely, first thing I want to, it's the second time I've heard this over the last couple days. Bills coming out of my committee don't pass out 4-4. They pass out with a majority of the vote. That was a 5-4 vote. I voted, as I did on 66. I voted for that. It was a 5-4-2. I think this is a great product, the Star Bonds bill of bipartisanship. This amendment, I think, to me, I can't support it, number one. Puts a 2/3 majority. You're going to put this into a political process. You know, we've got a Democrat Commerce Secretary. I'm all right with that. We're going to have a Republican again someday, I hope. And I hope my party to the right of me is all right with that too. I struggle with this. I mean, you know, all we're doing is trying to put boundaries around of not issuing the next Star Bonds project. You know, I come from banking, and I'll tell you, I learned under a great banker, and he told me, he goes, you want to give multiple people the responsibility, and they'll blame each other. You give one person the responsibility, and there's nobody to blame. And I think if you've been in banking, I know there's a couple have around here, he'd agree to it. I want to tell you, the Secretary Tolan is responsible for that agency, and I think he will act responsible. I have 100% faith in him. I think it's time to vote this amendment down. Let's get this bill on to the House. Let's add this back to the tools because it's going to expire the 21st of June if we don't. And I guarantee you Missouri would love for this tool to expire. You do this at a roadblock. Say you're going to invest $20 million into this state. If you're Bell Helicopter thinking about moving here, going to get one of the programs, but now you got to go to the State Finance Council, or if you go to the next state and you got one person that you got to go talk to. I mean, what do you think you're going to do? They're going to look for certainty. And we need to show that we're behind this secretary. The secretary's done nothing wrong. Someone points out something he's done wrong, I'll be the first to criticize him if he's done it wrong. He's done a great job. And furthermore, I don't want to give my authority to the State Finance Council. I want to be able to hold this secretary accountable if he does something wrong. And the next one, and I wasn't so high on Suave. A lot of my colleagues, when they were here, were. But I repeatedly said I was not high on him. I didn't think he was a good secretary. I think he was the worst secretary in commerce history. Probably one of the laziest ones. Half the reason it spent so much time getting them documents so I could pass out is because Huawei didn't like to keep good records.
Senator from Lynn, would you like to respond? We have other senators wishing to be recognized.
I'll respond in my closing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hate to keep going to Blue Hawk, but it's there. And I want the body to understand what that process was. So during the two different secretaries, as well as the interim secretary, constituents that lived all around where the proposed development was going to be, they wrote, they called, they had forums, they went to county commission meetings, they spoke out. In fact, the attorney for the Department of Commerce said there had been no other star bond that he ever knew of that had received so much communication in opposition. And I can tell you that my constituents would have loved to have had the opportunity to have more than one person make a decision, and in their opinion, it was a bad decision. So it didn't matter all of their efforts, they went and they fell on deaf ears. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, there were a lot of comments, but I think the comments actually strengthen the argument for this amendment. We did have a Secretary of Commerce that was an issue, and it was not this secretary. It was a previous one under a previous administration. So it doesn't matter who's in the office. Doesn't matter if it's Republican, Democrat. This has absolutely nothing to do with that. What this does is look at the program going forward and the possibility of new people in that position. It's a matter of having a second set of eyes on any project. These are millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, that are being put up in these projects. Why wouldn't we want the Secretary of Revenue and a few legislators? I would welcome the amendment that had this body vote on it, not just the Finance Council. But I felt like in order to help expedite processes, it made sense to have it be the Finance Council at this point. You know, a good senator to the left of me said, we've got many tools in the toolbox. In fact, I would say, as a senator in front of me, so many tools in the toolbox that the toolbox is getting heavy. So we need to make sure that we are putting the right tools forward and the right programs for the state of Kansas. With that, Madam Chair, I'd move my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Division has been requested. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. $12 voting in favor and 19 against. The motion fails. We're back on the bill. Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have some amendments, but what happened is the revisers put all of them together, and my feeling is that would be too difficult for an all or nothing. So if we could pass over this and wait for them to come, or if someone else had some amendments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other amendments? Any other amendments prepared for this bill? If there's no objections, we'll pass over this bill. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 23. Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 23 adds to KSA 79-1613 This is also last year's Senate Bill 242 that passed out of committee, but problems with the virus came into play from there. What SB 23 does is it would expand the authority of county commissions to selectively abate property taxes on property destroyed or substantially destroyed by natural disasters. This bill would broaden the authority, which currently applies only to homesteads. It would now include any building or improvement listed and assessed for property taxation. The bill would also provide that applications for such abatements for tax years 2016 to 2019 may be made on or before December the 20th of 2021. I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Reno? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Would the senator from Reno stand for a question?
He will.
What is the word, what does it mean when it's selective?
Senator from Reno.
And the question is, what does the word select mean?
Selective.
Selective.
Yes, proceed.
Can I have some help in where that appears in the bill, please?
Senator from Wyandotte.
She said that it would expand the authority of county commissioners to selectively abate property taxes on property destroyed or substantially destroyed by natural disasters. So I'm asking about the word selectively.
Okay.
Senator from Reno.
Thank you very much. Sorry for my hard of hearing and lack of interpretation there. What that pertains to is that the county commissioners can decide whether to grant that reduction in property taxes or not. That kind of takes into account if you have a Greensburg tornado and wipe out the entire town, and you might be in a situation where you don't have any taxes coming in to fund your most basic services. The county commissioners could still call for the taxation. So it is up to the county commissioners to decide to grant the abatement or not.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, and thanks for the explanation. It just seems that when that kind of wording is used, that it's creating ambiguity and also potentially preferential treatment for one over another. So it does cause me for concern when we talk about not making a rather inclusive decision and making it, if I like you, I will. If I don't, I won't. So that's my concern about that wording. Thank you.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffens, would you like to reply?
Please, thank you. This bill, it's important that we understand that the terminology and this bill has been in use for homesteads for quite a few years now. So that situation is with the county commissioners being able to decide on a case-by-case basis has been in place for some time, and in committee we certainly didn't hear that at any point in time there was a big issue along those lines. Really all we're doing in this bill is adding in any building or improvement that is listed and assessed for property taxation.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank the carrier of the bill for bringing this forward, the senator from Reno. I want to give a big shout out to the senator from Lynn, Chairwoman Tyson. This is a bill, as the senator from Reno alluded to, this bill originated back on Senate Bill 242, a bill I introduced, and this was basically at the beginning of the 2020 session. So some background for the committee members here, Madam Chair. This bill was a result of the EF4 tornado that went through basically Senate District 3. It was really weird. The tornado was like within a mile northwest of my house. Basically started southwest of Clinton Reservoir, came up just basically through southwest Lawrence. It just ran a thread between the city of Lawrence and Eudora, spun on up into south and then southeast Leavenworth County. And thank God, I don't think anybody was killed, but the little city of Linwood really took the brunt of that tornado strike. So the genesis of this bill is that one of the Leavenworth County commissioners up there, Doug Smith, contacted me, and he's like, hey, could we look at maybe some sort of abatement basically for our residents that got hammered by this tornado. And just so you understand a little bit about Linwood and part of my district, what really took the brunt, yes, homes were lost, but there are a lot of small agricultural buildings, be it like sheds or barns, things of that nature. And the problem with basically what was going on at that time, and once again, this was back, I want to say at the end of May 2019, the amount of destruction basically overwhelmed the local builders. And so you had a situation of basically where nobody could get their structures rebuilt in a timely fashion. So the genesis of this bill, and I'm gonna probably butcher this, and I apologize to the senators from South Central, but I think there was some sort of a tornado or something that went through Parkville, basically in 213, 214, something like that. And the original language that basically this 242 was cobbled onto was basically the fact of where the county could basically abate or provide basically a tax credit for those homesteads that were destroyed, Madam Chair, by the tornado down in Parkville. And the way this works is basically, to cobble on to what the Senator from Reno is saying, is that the way this works is that there's a kind of a hard date in that bill. It talks about August 1st. And the idea is that basically, if your structure, as the bill was defined, in this case, it's really any much type of structure. If that structure is destroyed prior to August 1st, and once again, this is all may language, so I want to go back to the thing about selectively, as the Senator from Reno correctly asserted, this is may language is permissive only. It's up to the county. But basically what this is just consider it kind of a property tax deferment plan. Because technically, make no mistake about that, if your structure is standing as of January 1st, okay, that is your basis of your tax bill for that tax year. And you're gonna pay that regardless of, you know, when subsequently your property was destroyed. But the purpose of this bill is basically so for these isolated natural disasters as declared by Governor in the bill, it gives those counties that are impacted this kind of a case-by-case basis of where they are able to basically take a request from the impacted local property owners and basically say, look, can we cut these people some slack per their property taxes? So basically in the case of, and why we drew August 1st as a deadline, is typically the tax bills haven't gone out yet. So the idea is that say if something happened up to August 1st, then basically tax bill hasn't gone out yet for that tax year, because typically, as you all know, you're gonna get your first tax bill for that tax year at the end of that calendar year. That's your first one. And what this bill basically says is that that county commission could basically say, yes, in this case, we will actually abate your property tax bill, Madam Chair, because you haven't paid your taxes yet and your structure was gone. Okay, it gives them that permissive ability. The reason why we draw the first on August 1st is likewise too, Madam Chair, from the perspective of if the disaster happens after August 1st, then you have basically stuff starting to work on the tax bill side on the counties. And now the idea is that, well, if they're already in the works of starting to get bill statements out, whatever they do, the idea is that those counties could in fact then grant basically a tax credit. So where they would have paid in that year that their building was wiped out, Now they basically have a tax credit that they can carry forward in the following property tax year. And so that's the whole idea of this. When I brought the bill, it was just for ag buildings. When Chairwoman Tyson worked with the committee back in 2020, a number of people astutely observed that we probably need to make it applicable to all structures. And so that's what the good chairman and the woman in the committee did. I want to thank once again Chairwoman Tyson. I mean, she really got this bill out quickly. Unfortunately, this bill was hung up in basically a tax conference committee. It never saw the light. It just did not get across the finish line, you know, at the end of the abbreviated, well, I'd say the convoluted 2020 session. So basically, the bill was reintroduced as a committee bill. I was very appreciative that, once again, Chairwoman Tyson basically worked this promptly. It's back before us. It's late, but by gosh, she did what she did, the committee did to get this kicked out. My constituents are appreciative of it, and I do want to thank both her and then the good senator from Reno for their description, their support of the bill. We definitely need this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the carrier of the bill, and I rise in strong support of the bill. The words from the ranking, I think this is something that we can definitely show unity on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions for the senator from Reno? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. Again, we're taking existing statutes, just adding in the buildings and improvements, because it does make sense. If you lose them, they don't have worth and they don't have use. So I will make the motion. I will move that when the committee rises and reports, that it report SB 23 favorably for passage. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carried.
We will be passing over Senate Bill 46, and at this time, we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 63. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you. Senate Bill 63 merely seeks to give more notice of ACT testing access to all students eligible for the ACT assessment. Therefore, the bill would require the Kansas Department of Education and each school district to annually publish on their websites the times, dates, and locations of all the pre-ACT, ACT, and ACT WorkKey examinations being offered in the state, and makes it clear that the exams are optional. Okay. The bill would require the State Board of Education to prepare and submit an aggregate report on assessment examination data to the Senate and the House Committees on Education. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Would the senator from Johnson stand for a question?
You will.
And currently, what does this testing cost the state?
I don't believe that was in the report as to any additional costs. Let's see. The bill could add a $300,000 to the annual cost of the department's contract with the ACT, but it would allow more students to know that the ACT is available.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I think it is important for the body to know that there is a contract right now. That contract is good for, I think, 2 or 3 more years, but when it's up, it will, this testing, we have increased the number of, or this will increase the number of students that are eligible for testing. Also, I just want to bring to the body's attention that as the number of students that have potentially the ability to take this test, initially it was those in public school. Then it was those that were in accredited private schools, and now it's any student that's in public school, accredited private school, or any private secondary school in the state. That also will impact the percentage. I mean, you're impacting the percentage of students that are taking the test. You're increasing the percentage of students that are taking this test, and so it will impact the average results. And I think it's important that we keep in mind that, yes, if we want to see more students having access to this testing, and it is optional, it is a choice for them to be able to take the test, that it can impact the results that it provides for us as we look at those. So I would caution the body to not judge if there is a drop in that ACT score as you increase, because it has opened it up to generally a smaller percentage of students were taking it. Now that's expanded it to a much larger percentage. So I just encourage the body to keep that in mind as we look at these results that will be coming forward.
Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgarten.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to clear up, I'm hoping it was just a misspoken statement or statements by the senator from Wyandotte. But first of all, there is, for the last 2 years, all kids attending our public school districts have been able to take the ACT and the work keys. Last year, we added the PSAT for freshmen. So ACT and work keys was available to juniors and any seniors that hadn't taken it. Then last year, we added the PSAT. Same thing happened this year. It's never been available to accredited private schools. That's something that's been added. That's what's in this bill, as well as those that are homeschooled. Now, with regard to the cost, there is no additional cost at this time. That will be renegotiated in 2 years, and I would suggest that perhaps there won't be an increase in the number of students, because what we know right now this year, we have just under 18,000 fewer students attending public schools, so they've shifted to some other mode of education. So we have the same number of kids, but we have 18,000 that have shifted from public to other modes. So in fact, it may remain static as far as the total number next year that are able to take the test. Now, with regard to the results, when you look up what's the average ACT score in the state of Kansas, that's not the kids that took the ACT test for free their junior year. What the ACT publishes as the average score is any seniors taking the ACT test. So there might be some that are taking it for free, but for the most part, when they come up with that average test that they publish, it's those seniors, and a majority of those are those that have paid to take that test. So there may be some slight adjustment, but it will not have anything to do with this free opportunity for our kids to take pre-ACT their freshman year, ACT and work keys their junior year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, before I recognize another senator from Johnson, did you have any comments?
Not at this time, thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify, I think the Chair of Education said PSAT instead of pre-ACT, and I just wanted to clarify that the freshmen are taking the pre-ACT. And I would comment that I do, in my own school districts, want to comment that a lot of these high-achieving students, instead of begin taking that pre-ACT that is paid for, they're actually being encouraged to take the PSAT because they can then get, see where they are to get national merit scholarship. So just wanting to clarify that we are not paying for the PSAT, it's the pre-ACT.
Senator from Miami, do you wish to respond?
I do, and thank you, Madam Chair. The PSAT is a test that is given once a year. A freshman and a sophomore can take it, but it's the junior year that counts. That's the only year that counts to qualify to be a National Merit Scholar. I did misspeak. It is the pre-ACT that is free. Anyone taking the other test, they have to pay for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, and I might add that the PSAT, the reason that we don't pay for that, I would assume, is that most colleges, in fact, all colleges in the state of Kansas accept the ACT. It's usually your coastal schools that accept the PSAT. And with that, I move, when the committee rises and reports, that it reports Senate Bill 63 favorable for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Miami, do we have a status on your amendments?
They said that they were on their way up here, but they're not here yet.
Okay, well, we will sit at ease or stand.
Madam Chair,
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
we caucused after lunch on 104 and 238. Have we worked those?
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it. I think, is my understanding in my last discussion with leadership, is that we'll put those off until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. I will ask, though, if there are any other amendments on Senate Bill 124. Just want to give you the opportunity to share them now. Otherwise, I'm going to assume we just have the 4 amendments coming from Senator from Miami. Thank you. All right, we're going to come back to order. It's been decided that we could move on with Senate Bill 104. And the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 104 is another bill concerning children. We just heard a bill regarding children, and this one is also. It's an act regarding the Kansas Code for a Child in Need of Care. And what it does is it requires a court, instead of may, requires the court to enter an order that directs a child who is the subject of proceedings in child of need of care cases to remain in a present or future placement. So to break that down a little bit, in 2016, the legislature passed Senate Bill 367, and that was a juvenile justice reform bill. And currently in law, when you've got a child in need of care case and the child either runs away from home from mom and dad or runs away twice or more from a foster care placement, the court doesn't have to order that the child remain in a certain place or a certain placement. This bill would require the court to say, you've got to stay here in your present placement or here in the future placement. It doesn't direct how long that the placement be, but it does direct and that the court order such a placement so that we help the kids who are in need of care. It's in these certain circumstances, and I'm going to tell you when it applies. One of them is, again, you've run away from home, from your mom or dad. It doesn't direct where the placement be, but it directs that the court order a specific secure placement. One of those can be in a secure facility designated by the court, or it could be a foster care placement. And so we're dealing with that subset of child in need of care cases. It doesn't require in every child in need of care cases a placement like this, but certainly in the runaway type cases, it does. And this bill was introduced in committee by Mr. Vice President on behalf of the senator from Lyon, and there were proponents, and there was one opponent who was the Department of Children and Families. So curious, but I would think this bill is helping kids in need of care, children in need of care, and something that we need. And for that, after that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the senator from Johnson, the the chair of our Judiciary Committee, for so ably explaining Senate Bill 104. I'm sure the Democratic caucus had wished that she were there to have explained it to us as well. She did infinitely better than I did in explaining the mechanics of this bill. The concern, and I don't really have any questions, she covered it well, Madam Chair. The concern that I would like to highlight, and certainly in this committee and others, and many of us may think about, the committees that we're on, it is very rare that a department would wage anything more than neutral discussion regarding a particular bill. What stands out in my mind, frankly, is that we do have a department that we rely upon to implement the rules, the regulations, the statutes that we implement, Madam Chair, that being in this case DCF, Department of Children and Family, that actually oppose a bill. It just doesn't happen, well, it certainly doesn't happen every session, and you might think about committees where you serve and think about how often a department stands up and says this is not good policy. That has a chilling effect on me, Madam Chair, in the support of this bill. I won't go back through the mechanics of it, the changing of the one word from the may, which gives the court discretion to look at that runner, that child who has consistently run from an environment that is deemed safe, that child that's in need of care that just keeps running, but that the court cannot, in its own discretion, make that decision, that we would change it, that they have to, that the court shall, that one word making the difference, and why it would cause a department that implements this to say that they would oppose this. To me, that says, Madam Chair, that maintaining the judicial discretion regarding these procedures that we're considering here in a legislative body, that in practical cases needs to perhaps be maintained. And that having been said, I'm hesitant to, in fact, I will regrettably support the very good work done by the committee,
chaired again by the senator from Johnson, and we'll be opposing the bill. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the points made on the floor here. And the opposition is concerning because it comes from a department that we have heard over the years has had difficulty keeping track of the children in its charge. We've heard of children sleeping in cars and in offices. So while the department may oppose this bill, on this bill, that doesn't concern me.
Chair recognizes Senator McPherson. Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to add to a little bit what the good chairman from the judiciary has just spoken to and explaining the bill. She's right, the Juvenile Justice Reform Bill 367 passed in 2016, and since then, I've had the honor of carrying a number of little fixes along the way that we have listened to the providers and the secure care centers around the state. This particular movement was brought to us by the Gary County Secure Care Center, which also is the 8th Judicial District, of which Senate District 35 is part of. And we understand his plea, but he's not the only one that has requested this kind of a change. To me, it's a very prudent way to help with these youngsters, put them in placement centers rather than losing them throughout the system. And the DCF, I would think, would have more time to focus on what really is their problem and not worry about something as simple as this. So I'll be supporting this motion, this bill, and I think it's a good movement taking care of these children in need. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of questions for the lady from Johnson County.
Please continue.
So you said if if it's a biological family and the child runs away, but then just to confirm, did you say that if it's a foster child 2 or 3 times, then this would apply?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, on page 1 of the bill at lines 13 through 15, it defines what type of child in need of care this bill relates to, and it is the following categories. A child who's not attending school as required by statute, a child who is committed a certain crime, if you will, not if you will, but committed a certain crime, a certain level of crime. Another section is if you're less than 10 years old, commits any act that, if done by an adult, would constitute the commission of a felony or a misdemeanor as defined by that statute, is willfully and voluntarily absent from the child's home without the consent of the child's parent or other custodian, is willfully and voluntarily absent at least a second time from a court-ordered placement, that would be your foster care placement. And finally, if you're less than 10 years old, commits the offense defined at statute, which I would have to pull up also. So these are child in need of care cases. So they already are adjudicated children in need of care and not just, I would say, you have gone through that adjudication process. That answers the question.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if the court would order that child stay in that particular placement, whether it be their own biological home or a foster home, So would that be done even against the will of a foster family or foster parent who has had many, many problems with that foster child, and the child is then deemed a runner? So are you saying that the court would order that that foster child stay in that foster home even though there's a lot of confrontation there? And then, Madam Chair, if the lady could share again what, so she mentioned age 10, so I didn't really know we had a lot of 10-year-olds running. I was thinking it was more of 14, 15. So if she could clarify that age category. And so are we forcing the foster family to allow the child to stay there even though there's confrontation? And then finally, Madam Chair, where was law enforcement involved in this decision making? Because usually they are the ones that find the children after they run away, and then they aren't able to get in touch with the family. And so what was law enforcement included on this? But my main question is, do we force that foster family to take the child back even though there's problems?
I think we've given the Senator at least 3 questions, so I hope you can remember them. So, Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a lot packed into the questions there, so I'll try to unpack them as best I can. The categories that I spoke about, those are already in statute. Those have already been in place since 2016 when Senate Bill 367 in that session was enacted. So that's nothing new about the age of the children or what particular statute they have violated. When the court shall order a present or future placement, the child has to be present in court and the child's guardian ad litem. So there is someone there to advocate for the child's best interest, as we all know that a guardian ad litem for a child has to advocate for the child's best interest. The order, again, this doesn't change what's currently in law, what I'm about to tell you about the order. It just changes the may to a shall. And the court may, the order shall direct a child who is the subject of these proceedings to remain in either a present or a future placement. So to answer the senator's question, if the present placement isn't working, then a future placement could be named in the order. So the point is, and with law enforcement, I don't recall if we heard testimony from law enforcement, but law enforcement hopefully has found these runaway children because they need help. They're children, and if they've run away, they need some help. So I don't recall whether we heard from law enforcement on this, but law enforcement wouldn't be part of this process other than making sure that the child has been made secure and be able to brought before the court so the court can determine what is in the child's best interest for present or future placement with the child present, meaning the child is no longer unaccounted for, and the child's guardian ad litem is present. I think that answers all the questions, but if it hasn't, I can stand for further questions.
We'll find out. Senator.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the lady's response, and I knew she could handle all of those questions. I've heard her in other committees, so thank you so much. Thank you for the thorough response.
Are there other questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? I recognize the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have a few questions for the Senator from Johnson, if she would stand for them.
You will.
Madam Chair, I have been serving on the Human Trafficking Commission, and certainly as part of those meetings and deliberations, we have learned about the concerns about children in need of care, especially if they're children who have been trafficked, and the situation with regard to runaways. So, and I know that representatives from the Department of Children and Families participate in those discussions and are aware of these concerns.
And we also have reviewed secure placement facilities. So my question is, who were the proponents other than representatives of secure placement facilities that testified on this bill?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have that information in front of me other than what is in the supplemental note. And the juvenile detention centers and the Geary County Secure Care Center do serve a large geographic area where they are located. And I don't recall if there were other proponents of the bill. Maybe the good senator from Lyon who brought the bill to be introduced in committee could answer that.
Will the senator from Lyon like to answer that question? Senator
Well, Madam
Lombard.
Chair, I think I would, but I would need somebody to repeat the question.
Senator from Douglas, would you please repeat the question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if there were proponents for this bill other than representatives of juvenile detention facilities or secure care facilities.
Senator from Lyon.
I do not serve on judiciary, so I didn't attend the hearing. I do understand that there were 2 proponents on the bill. I can tell you that I've had a lot of discussion, as I think the senator from McPherson has also, with judicial representatives, juvenile placement authorities, and a number of people in the Junction City, Manhattan, McPherson, Marion, Hillsborough area.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I'm sorry I was not aware of this bill when it was heard, and I think I would be more comfortable if there were a wider group of proponents other than just individuals connected with those secure care facilities. Thank you.
Senator from Lyon, you're done. Senator from Johnson, if you don't wish to respond, I'm going to recognize another senator. Okay. Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And would the senator from Johnson stand for a question?
You will.
My question has to do with, it appears that the change made in the Section 1 now makes, changing the word may to shall, now makes it mandatory that the court would rule for a secure placement. Could the senator share with me whether that's correct or not?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the reviser would agree with me that yes, the one-word change on page 1, line 9, from may to shall means shall.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I will ask the question again then, does that mean that now that order was mandatory rather than permissive?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, yes.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And I would bring it to the attention of the body that it could mean that that child would then be in a secure facility for up to 180 days if all other placement options have been exhausted. My concern is that I did work on SB 367 and I do sit on the Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission, and that Senate Bill 367 recognized the importance of effectively providing services to youth in the community rather than in institutions. And in this then is putting back in place that it would be mandatory for children in these circumstances to be held in a secure facility. So I feel that's part of why DCF was opposed to this bill, and I think it's concerning that we're taking a step backwards when it comes to juvenile justice and serving our youth, and most appropriately as Senate Bill 367 works to do. There is, ever since that, always, as many of you are aware, there have been concerns since that bill was passed, and there have been those that deal with youth that have felt that there was too much latitude, but the legislation provided for looking for the best and most appropriate way, and also working to provide those services within our communities to keep our children out of institutions. That's why we have reduced our number of children that are in juvenile detention centers as well as secure facilities. Now, we know that we're going to need these, but I don't know that we want to have legislation that starts bringing those numbers back up again. So this does cause me to have a great concern about the change of may to shall in SB 104. I will oppose this.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll remind the body that on page 1, the purpose of the bill, which again changes only one word, so this is already current law, the purpose of the bill and ordering the present or future placement, which again has been law since 2016, is best found, I would say, on page 1 at lines 15 and 16. And that the child is not likely to be available within the jurisdiction of the court for future proceedings. So that means it's likely that if the order isn't made that the child be ordered to remain in a present or future placement, the child will run away again. And that body is what we are trying to prevent, to ensure that children are in a secure facility or in a placement where they will be safe. That is the bottom line of what the bill tries to do.
Are there any other questions for the Senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I serve on the Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee myself. As a matter of fact, I chair the committee. And just because 367 passed 5-6 years ago doesn't mean it's perfect. This needs to be fixed. We got kids running loose. We can't run them down. And these youngsters need to be protected and have a secure place to go. And this one word change makes a lot of common sense in protecting those youngsters. And I think if we don't do that, we'll have more kids lost that we can't account for, and the efforts to retain them will just continue to go on.
Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Yes, Madam Chair, and indeed, this is a one-word change. We know that. It's from may into shall. And I just wanted to underscore, certainly I did pull the sub-note. There was the question asked, who was behind bringing this legislation? And according to our sub-note, there are but 2 proponents. As was mentioned, law enforcement did not weigh in for, neutral, or against. The only 2 proponents that did come before the committee in answer to a question previously asked were Ember, Hope, Youthville, and the North Central Kansas Regional Juvenile Detention and Geary Secure Care Center, both of which, of course, are providers and who are in need of greater clarity or direction for these runaways. As was mentioned, there were no neutral representations, and again, the opponent the one who implements the care of these runaways, the children in need of care. Some may take contention with how well our Department of Children and Family has done that. I don't know that tying their hands or tying judicial hands to underscore the assistance that these two providers and maybe perhaps other facilities wish we would is necessarily going to enhance that. I don't mind carving out and supporting special interests. We do that all the time. We've been doing that today. But I think when it comes to the care of concerns for, runaways and how they're responded to, that perhaps we should look to the best interests of the child as weighed in by a fact finder, like a judge who can look at the big picture and make that determination, Madam Chair. So again, I have some concerns with this bill and what's driving it. And on behalf of the children in need of care that need judicial discretion, even if they've shown a propensity to run, I would hope that we would defeat it.
Are there other questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need a couple of answers to help me decide what the bottom line, what I really think about this. The first one is I'm not a lawyer and I wasn't on the committee, so I haven't, I was hoping that perhaps the carrier of the bill would be able to help me with that. What do we really mean when we're talking about a secure facility?
Senator from Johnson.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sometimes that is a detention facility, or it could be a foster care placement. If there are other examples, I'd be happy to yield the floor to others who have other examples.
Senator from Sedgwick.
So why is it called a secure facility, I guess? What makes it secure as opposed to just a facility?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't here when SB 367 was enacted in 2016, and quite frankly, I'm shocked by the opposition to this bill from one side of the aisle. This is a bill to help some of our most vulnerable children, runaway children, to find that they have a secure place to be, and it's surprising, the opposition, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick.
There was an assumption of opposition from my point of view. I'm asking questions so that I can understand this, what we're looking at here. And so I really need to know if secure means that the kid is going to get locked up because they ran away, I might have a problem with that. If it means, I don't know what else it could mean. That's what my mind goes to, and if I'm wrong, I'd like to know. I wonder if does the carrier of the bill have a copy of the bill to read that definition, or?
Senator from Johnson, do you have that definition, or do we need a revisor to give us that definition, or show where that definition is at?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it's in 2200 subsection FF, or it might be 2202 FF. And again, I would say a secure facility is better than running away on the streets.
Senator from Sedgwick, did you have anything else? I don't have my computer here, so I cannot look up the statute, but I'm guessing that's where the secure facility definition is.
Without any more information, I'll have a hard time voting for this. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from no, you're okay? Thank you. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the definition. It's in 38-2202 subsection FF, and it is secure facility means a facility other than a staff secure facility or juvenile detention facility that is operated or structured so as to ensure that all entrances and exits from the facility are under the exclusive control of the staff of the facility, whether or not the person being detained has freedom of movement within the perimeters of the facility, or that relies on locked rooms and buildings, fences, or physical restraint in order to control behavior of its residents. No secure facility shall be in a city or county jail.
Seeing no further questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is needed to help fix some of what is in law as a result of Senate Bill 367 that was passed 5 years ago. We've heard about some of the issues in committee. And again, I am shocked at the opposition from one side of the aisle here. This is not about special interests. It's about children, runaway children who have been adjudicated children in need of care, our most vulnerable children, and they need this legislation to make sure that they have a safe, secure place to remain rather than running away again and be on the streets. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 104 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Do we have a status update on amendments for Senate Bill 124?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for asking. I do have 2 amendments, so I'm ready to get that started, waiting for 2 more.
We will return our attention to Senate Bill 124. Chair recognizes the Senator from Miami. Senator Baumgarten.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start with my amendment, and it's number S1583.
Okay. Let's get it dispersed.
Sergeant probably kept me. I'd get in trouble on the desk.
Senator, you may explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want the body to remember that if you look at the STAR bonds flyer you've received, the total capital investment for the STAR bonds project so far has been $4.3 billion. And whenever we're talking about that kind of money and those kinds of projects, we want to make sure that we have ethical guardrails in place. So what we have before us is actually, for those that have served on the Senate Commerce Committee before, this is not anything new. In fact, in March of 2018, the committee voted this out onto a bill that went out of committee. What it simply says is that no state or local government official shall benefit financially, either directly or indirectly, from a STAR bond project. And then it gives the definition for what a state or local government official is. That would be a member of legislature, an appointed or elected official or officer of any state agency, office, board, commission, authority, or institution, and an appointed or elected official, officer, or member of the government authority. What that simply means is those that are in the inside cannot benefit from any of these STAR bond projects. I am happy to stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Questions for the Senator from Miami? Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
Yeah, I've seen this amendment before in committee past years. You know, I think everybody has to file SSI, but I mean, this probably, I'm sure it's the same amendment as I've seen before. I don't know, school board members and all them are expanded into this, but that's fine to me.
Other questions for the Senator from Miami? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the Senator of the carrier of the amendment stand for a question?
You will.
Thank you. Does this show up on the SSI report?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe that it does. And quite frankly, that was one of the reasons. And just so you know, I'm holding the version from 2018, and the words are identical to what you see before you. And that's so that we have absolute transparency and an understanding that if you're on the inside, appointed or elected, you're not going to benefit from STAR bonds.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would a person that's registered as a lobbyist, would they also fall under this?
Senator from Miami.
I guess they would if they served in a special district or on a board or commission, but these are specifically appointed or elected individuals.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the carrier of the amendment bringing this before us. I'll be standing in strong support.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, the only statement I said on the SSI is if you receive more than $2,000 compensation in a single year from an entity or your wife or spouse, you're supposed to report that. Also, different boards and entities that you're involved with, you have to report that on an SSI. So I think if a member of the legislature was involved in any way, they would have to legally, I think I would, so.
All right. Senator from Miami, do you wish to respond?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This says that you cannot in any way benefit directly or indirectly, so that would include spouses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions on the amendment? Chair, we're going to Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the Senator from Miami bringing this to the floor. I know when we had the peak legislation, I remember that actually originating from a state rep at the time who brought that forward. And no disrespect to that individual or anybody else, but I was particularly concerned that with the peak program that we have a provision in there where basically a legislature cannot benefit from that program. And I guess my question to the good senator from Miami is that, do we have in statute basically we talk about particularly the phrase shall benefit financially either directly or indirectly? I'm concerned, do we have basically some sort of statute definition of what benefiting indirectly could mean?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I don't have that there were any amendments. In fact, what I have, the record from that committee meeting that was on March 21st, 2018, this passed out exactly as it was. To me, benefiting directly or indirectly would be, what kind of benefits do you receive? Would you receive free housing? Would you receive reduced rate housing if perhaps there were apartments or something? Would you get free rent if it was a facility on the Starbond complex? Would you receive financial benefits from it?
Senator from Douglas.
Okay. And, you know, if I was on that committee 2 years ago, I probably would have supported this. And please understand, I'm not trying to throw a fly in the ointment here. I think to beef up, I mean, obviously leave it to the will of the body. And if this goes on, so be it. If it does not go on, if I'm any part of the conference committee of this legislation, I will be sure that we have this tuned in because I very much support the thrust of this. I just want to be sure that when we put something in there, we talk about specifically indirect benefits. What does that mean? Does that mean basically a spouse, a child? And to what degree is the nexus with the relationship of the project? So that would be my only concern with this. I really believe, Madam Chair, that if we actually went back to the peak language in statute, that might be a way to potentially clarify or basically help support the intent of the carrier of the amendment. And so that's one place we can check. And if, of course, the peak statute is just as vague, then basically there's probably no harm to it. So thank you for letting me express my 2 cents.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Sorry about this, Madam Chair. One other question just kind of come to my mind. We all receive campaign donations, and I guess that would probably be an indirectly, you know, if someone was in one of these developments, I mean, a little storefront sent you a $50 check, you would be directly benefiting I guess. I'm not for sure, so I think the senator from Douglas has got a point there. You know, indirect, I don't know exactly what that means. You know, so I mean, I think we could probably work on the language and maybe improve it, but I mean, I don't have a problem. No legislator, no spouse should benefit in any way, but I mean, we know people get campaign donations too.
Senator from Miami, do you wish to respond or make a close?
I'm happy to make a close.
Or both. Or both. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator from Holland. Or Holland.
I bet.
That's a long ways away.
It would be the Netherlands.
So, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
See, I've got some wooden shoes on here. No, I appreciate it, Madam Chair. I'm going to go ahead and support the Baumgartner amendment because I think I understand her intent with this. And if it is vague, what I will do then, if this comes before conference committee, then what I will do is basically I will personally go back and look at the peak statutes and work with the good senator to be sure if we need to have a clarification that we have something that basically really is crisp and we understand what the implication is. Thank you.
Now, Senator from Miami, you may respond and make a close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know what they say, everything old is new again. This was passed unanimously in committee, and I appreciate that. I'm glad that Senator, the good senator that just spoke, still is supportive of it as he was 3 years ago, and I see someone has stood up, and so I started closing, but I guess I'm not closing now?
I guess you're not. So thank you, I apologize. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the senator from Miami stand for a question?
Will.
I'm sorry to belabor this, but this amendment, does it speak just to ongoing STAR bonds or projects, or does it speak to any STAR bond projects that is already, for example, already paid off?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It does say from any STAR bond project. I believe, though, once a project is paid off, it once was a STAR bond project, but it is no longer.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Is that it is, or is that a belief, or is that maybe I could go to the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson. Is there a clarification about, is that from any STAR bond project? Would that mean once it's paid off, it's no longer?
Are you asking?
I am asking.
Are you asking the senator from Johnson or senator from Miami?
Well, I was unclear from the answer from the senator from Miami, so I'm just asking for, is it when a project is paid off that it's no longer a STAR bond project?
Senator from Miami like to yield to the senator from Johnson?
Well, I will simply say that the intent of this is if it's paid off, it is no longer a current project, and this is for any STAR bond project. I believe when it is my intent of this amendment that when a project is paid off, it's no longer considered a STAR bond project.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I will yield to the senator from Johnson.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is just another problem with this amendment. We need to do a little more work on this amendment. It's not thought out, it's left wide open. Another thing also with this amendment, I think everybody in the body at some time or another has received money from Kansas Speedway. So would we all have been in violation? You know, I think she's got well intentions, but I think the amendment's a little vague. So that's my opinion. And I would be willing to work on an amendment as the bill moves forward to try to cover legislators and their spouse, but I don't want to stop my colleagues from being able to get donations or the things that they do in their normal campaign efforts. So I think the intent is no one should benefit from doing this job. No one should, receive compensation. I'm proud to receive my $88 a day. So I don't know. I mean, I'll leave it to the body, but I think the problem is with the amendment, it's kind of vague. So if I vote for the amendment, it's going to need a lot of work. And I think, we could probably work with the other chamber to fix that.
Senator from Miami, do you wish to respond?
I certainly do. I don't think it needs a lot of work. It passed out. This amendment passed in committee without additional amendments. It reads that that no state or local government official shall benefit financially, either directly or indirectly, from any STAR bond project. And let's keep in mind, this goes into effect only when this bill becomes law. And so, does it need a lot of work? No. In conference committee, if they want to add more specifics, they can. It was solid 3 years ago. I believe it's still solid now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm an electrician, and if my employer sent me out to do a service call on a building in one of these STAR bond districts, would I be considered receiving benefit?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You would be.
Senator from Sedgwick. Any other comments?
I think the definition needs a little work.
I recognize Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had perhaps a similar question, which would be if I live in a community that has a STAR bond project, and as a result of the increased economic activity, my taxes go down. Am I benefiting indirectly from that project?
Senator from Miami.
I'm not so sure that your taxes will go down, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was an if. But I agree that indirectly is quite broad. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there are times in legalese when a little bit of vagueness is very worthwhile. And I think this is that time. I think that'll help keep people from crossing the line. I think this thing has been vetted by a committee before. I think it's well worded for its intent, and I will support it strongly. Thank you.
Other questions for the Senator from Miami? Seeing none, now, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the intent as well as the wording of this particular amendment are quite clear, and I would simply hearken back to the examples that have been given with Children's Mercy Park and the Kansas Speedway. Taxes in that area have gone up considerably with all of the growth and development that's gone there. So I feel that if taxes would go down, it would only be for those projects, STAR bond projects, that were unsuccessful. I do feel that we need to have guardrails with regard to ethics, and I know that when we are talking about millions and billions of dollars as far as projects, we need to make sure that elected officials and appointed officials are clean with regard to not receiving direct or indirect benefit. Thank you, Madam Chair. I close my amendment, or I move my amendment.
All right. You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
I will request division.
Division is requested. All those in favor, please stand. On a division of 20 in favor and 14 opposed, the amendment passes. We're back on the bill. The chair would like to recognize, or did you have something on that amendment, Senator, or is that, before we move
Madam
on?
Chair, that's what I was going to ask you. This committee amendment that just went on, we're saying that no one can directly or indirectly benefit from a STAR bond project. And yet, everyone has, when we work the budget, projects, places for money to go. And there are multiple entities in these elected bodies that benefit directly and indirectly, maybe as a position on a board, maybe as a position here, maybe a child that's working in state government. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Let's remember this amendment when we get to the budget. I will have an amendment for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The chair would just like to remind the body, if you wish to speak, please stand ahead of time so that the chair can see you and let you be recognized at the appropriate time. We are back on the bill. Are there any other amendments? Chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My next amendment is S 1582.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
Okay, let's get it dispersed. Senator, would you like to explain your bill or your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment simply says that our state and local boards, authorities, and educational institutions, including our state educational and student institutions, shall not be considered for STAR bond projects.
Are there questions on the amendment? I recognize Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you qualify what it means to be a state and local board? What would and authorities? Are these meant to be related to only to educational institutions, or is it expanded beyond those definitions?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It does go beyond those definitions. We have several authorities. We have the Turnpike Authority. We have the University of Kansas Medical Center Authority. So any of those authorities with regard to educational institutions, that would be school districts as well as community colleges, technical colleges, and universities.
Senator from Leavenworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would that include, Madam Chair, the port authorities of, say, Leavenworth or down in, was it Cherokee County or down in that region?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, they are an authority.
Thank you, ma'am.
Other questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, did you wish to be recognized? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, here again, you just heard the Port Authority in Leavenworth would be restricted from using STAR bonds. You know, we're just going to put a bunch of restrictions on. I can't see that I don't know, I can't see an education institution or, you know, a lot of these boards actually happening, but there could be a reason to do one. I'm not out here trying to say we should do one, but I mean, I think what we're going to do, we're going to go and regulate STAR bonds until, you know, we feel good about it. And then the people that are going to invest in this state, who knows with what kind of investment they're going to have. You know, that this right here, this amendment, you know, someone might want to invest in Leavenworth. That Leavenworth has a heavy military area with the Port Authority. I don't know. I mean, we would be restricting that with this amendment. I mean, here again, someone wants to invest money in our state and we're restricting them. I mean, I guarantee you, Florida wouldn't be like this. Texas is wide open for business. I mean, really, think as big as you can or as small as you want to, but don't put the brakes on where you can invest. I don't know. I'm not going to vote for this amendment. Probably not going to vote for the rest of them either.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the intent, what I perceive to be the intent of the carrier of the amendment. Yes, we're talking about basically, I would say particularly educational entities, anything from the state or local governments directly, them and only them exclusively benefiting from this. I think that really raises some questions. But when the carrier talked about or clarifying authorities could relate to a port authority, that to me is getting kind of scary because as we learned about the bill and tax, we have the Port Authority of, I believe it's Pittsburgh. That's really just a commercial entity from my understanding of that. Basically designed, once again, your port authorities are designed to basically to support the build out of infrastructure. When you look at the concept of what the Department of Commerce has proposed to do as far as expanding the scope of the STAR bonds measure, keep in mind that the department would like us to, we're going to be adding this new potential area called major business facility as one of the eligible areas. And so for that reason alone, I think that would draw a potential direct conflict with the applicability of the STAR bonds in some sort of a port authority. So I won't be supporting the amendment. I appreciate the intent, but I think that starts to screw up potential deals that our Commerce Secretary could put together with this being one of his key tools. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do wish to respond. You know, part of what's been said is, what are we, we were shown a map. And what are we going to do to help draw people from outside the state? And what were we going to do to help our smaller counties that don't have much traffic? And one of the concerns that I do have is that before you know it, there will be no say with regard to how in which deals are made. And let's be clear, how deals are made for STAR bonds. And we should have an assurance that our educational institutions, and please keep in mind, the language has not constricted, it has broadened significantly with regard to STAR bonds in this base bill. It includes business structures, it includes hospitals, and it is only appropriate that we set guardrails, and the guardrails in this amendment are state and local boards, authorities, and educational institutions, including our state educational institutions. I think that many of you have sat in and you know that some of our universities, they want a new football stadium. They want this, they want that, and before you know it, our KU Med Center is going to want to take over the property that surrounds it, and they're going to want it through STAR bonds. And so I'm just standing in support of, we need to have guardrails because STAR bonds, the scope of STAR bonds have grown significantly in the bill, the underlying bill that we have before us.
Chair recognizes the senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this amendment is very insightful. The STAR bonds started out so precisely defined. We're losing control of that definition. The thought of creating a new avenue by which government funds itself is kind of beyond the pale, and this would prevent that from happening. Government has no business participating on the receiving end of star bonds. That's bad policy. Thank you.
Other questions for the Senator from Miami? Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, for 100 years, we've watched our state decline. Take a look. Population, we educate our kids and they go elsewhere. These are some of the tools to keep our kids here. I guarantee you them 2 buildings out there in western Wyandotte County that Cerner has kept a lot of our kids here. But you know what? They built a complex on the other side of Kansas City. They used abatements and other tools because they've sharpened their pencil, and they're taking a lot of our businesses now away from us. This is one tool in the box, and this is probably our best tool in the Kansas City metro area to use. We've used it well. How can you say it brought 13 million people to Kansas? I mean, go to a NASCAR race. They're coming from Minnesota, all over the country. Sporting Kansas City, they're coming from around the world. That is the neatest complex if you've ever toured it. But think about, you've got these athletes coming from around the world. You know what? Everywhere in Kansas is benefiting from star bonds.
Senator, can we stay focused on the amendment? I know that sounds like that would be part of your close, but I would like to stay on the amendment, please.
Well, they're trying to beat up.
True, but
the whole tool.
Fight the contents of the amendment.
I ask the body, don't support this amendment. Don't restrict star bonds. Let's unleash it. Let's think as big as we can. The states around us, they've got more tools than we've got. Florida, Texas, Missouri, all around us. Don't start putting restrictions on because people run from restrictions.
Are there other questions for the Senator from Miami?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just tell you what's happened when we haven't had restrictions. We have Heartland Park, unsuccessful. We have Village West, where we have the T-Bones baseball park, unsuccessful. We have Prairie Fire in Johnson County, unsuccessful. Many would say that Blue Hawk, unsuccessful. We absolutely know how unsuccessful Schlitterbahn has been. You know, if you look at this little sheet, it tells you jobs at completion, 14,704. And then you look at that total payroll, 64.3 million. You know, the 64.3 million sounds really significant until you divide it by the 14,704 jobs. The average payout is $4,372. And that's part of the problem with some of these projects, is they are seasonal workers, hourly workers, not been overly successful. All I am doing with this amendment is saying, you know what? Our educational institutions, they're going to get their funding through a completely vetted process, which will include the legislature and the Board of Regents. Community colleges, they're going to get their funding for projects through the approval of the Board of Trustees. The authorities, they're going to get their own funding stream. They're not going to be star bonds because keep in mind, there's only one person that gets to decide on a star bond, and that's the Secretary of Commerce. We have reason to want to have guardrails, and that is available here with this amendment. And I will simply add, while we were waiting for the amendments, the carrier of the underlying bill said, yep, I can support those amendments because they've been through the process with the committee before. So 20 minutes ago, supported, now doesn't support, but I do urge the body to support this amendment so that we have appropriate guardrails. And I see someone standing for questions, so I will stand for that.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
I have a question for the carrier of the amendment.
Please proceed.
So the carrier of the amendment just said that we need to have appropriate restrictions on star bonds because we've had some projects that in her estimation haven't worked out. She mentioned Blue Hawk, Schlitterbahn, Prairie Fire, Heartland Park. Would the carrier of the amendment be able to tell me if any of those projects that she listed as what happens when we don't have appropriate guardrails, would those fall under being a state and local board, an authority, an educational institution, a state educational institution?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I originally stated is that when you look at the changes that are in the underlying bill, they broaden the scope of star bonds significantly. What I was showing as an example, trying to illustrate, is before we even broadened the scope, we saw that we had what I would guesstimate is right at about a 20% lack of success rate. And so now that we're broadening the scope, it's appropriate that we have guardrails, and that's what's in this amendment. The guardrails for the businesses, the hospitals, et cetera. If it's gonna be a business park, if it's gonna be a hospital, that's fine and good, but it's not gonna be under a state or local board, authorities and educational institutions, including state educational institutions.
Senator from Johnson.
I guess the point I'm trying to make, and I think the senator from Miami answered it, is that none of the examples she's given would even be covered by this amendment.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I was stating is we didn't have guardrails in the original star bonds bill, the original star bonds legislation, and we have some unsuccessful projects due to that. We have a new bill before us, Senate Bill 124, that is broadening the scope. So as we broaden the scope, this amendment serves as those guardrails for the broadened scope. I never stated that what we have on the map has anything to do with local boards or with colleges or universities or educational institutions. I was simply drawing the parallel that as you change the scope of star bonds, which is in the base bill, we need to add guardrails, because what we've learned from the past, when you don't have guardrails, you're gonna have problems. You're gonna have unsuccessful projects.
Senator from Johnson.
I'll just wrap up by saying that I think if we're going to have guardrails, there should be guardrails that are relevant to the past examples of unsuccessful projects. These seem like guardrails that are unrelated to any of these past allegedly unsuccessful projects. So again, it just feels like the amendment doesn't fit what is allegedly been the problem. So I think there's just a misalignment here, but that's it. Thank you.
I recognize Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A couple of thoughts that I want to put to this. Number one, the state is not obligated to this, in my understanding. And so who is responsible? It's the people that buy the bonds. And those are paid by sales tax from that area. So if this thing goes belly up, it's the bondholders that's going to lose, and it's a sales tax that they are paying in that area. That's my understanding. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, do you have?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a couple of comments. I'll go in reverse fashion. There's another reason that we're talking about state and local boards, authorities, and educational institutions, including state educational institutions, and that is with regard to taxing revenue. For many of them, we'll use a hospital as an example. There is very little sales that occur that would generate taxes. With regard to the statements made by the senator from Johnson, where's the remedy for the failed projects? The remedy was actually introduced by the senator from Douglas when he offered that we would reduce that percentage to 35%. So we missed that opportunity. Obviously, I'd be happy to bring that amendment to the to the body of the whole, but we already voted on that and it was voted down.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the information of the body, it was referred to the T-Bones as being a failed project. That has already been changed hands. It's now Mark Brandmeier has bought the team, and there are changes being made there, which is, an addition and an improvement. And I really don't appreciate referring to failed projects when there may be changes made, and that's going to happen anytime you have something that's now been in place for 20 years or part of the 20 years. So we have a successful project. Should remember that we also have made, 6 times Starbunds have been changed? So the basis for some of these decisions haven't always been the same. I'm just making comments that don't necessarily deal specifically with the amendment on the floor.
I'd like to stay with the amendment on the floor. The Senator from Miami, do you have any response?
I guess my only response, though it's deviating from the amendment, is I think several years of non-payment of rent doesn't help the success of a project, but I do think this amendment will help our projects be successful.
Seeing no further questions, you may make your close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as we significantly broaden the scope of star bonds, which includes non-taxing entities, I think it's only appropriate that we put guardrails, and this amendment certainly does that. I would appreciate the body's support.
Would you like to make that? Okay,
I move my amendment.
Thank you. You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion fails. We're back on the bill.
I'd like division, please.
Division has been called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Seven standing in favor, 18 opposed. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Are there any other amendments? Chair recognizes the Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd first like to say I sure hope we don't, in years to come, regret expansion of star bonds that go to non-taxing entities. I do have an amendment. It is S-1584, and it has been turned in.
Thank you. Get it dispersed. Senator, would you like to explain your bill or your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this amendment came out of that committee meeting and was approved unanimously 2.5 years ago. It simply says that a project and the financing for a project may be approved only by a secretary whose appointment has been confirmed by the Senate as provided by KSA 74-5002A and amendments hereto. And there is a reason for this. For those of you not familiar, we have had, just in the last 4 or 5 years, we've had significant gaps of time whereby we have not had a duly appointed and approved Secretary of Commerce. And to have someone obligate the state for a project and the financing, they should go through that approval process. I will stand for questions.
Are there questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
My understanding, under Governor Collier, there was a vacancy and temporary acting secretary North was there, but there was no projects approved by him. But he was there for a considerable time. You know, we could have an acting secretary that's there for a period of time. If the project's good, I think we agree. If he's good enough to be the acting, I think he's probably, you know, I can see where people can play games with his appointment, or we wait too and miss out on a project. So I don't think it's been abused, and I don't know why we'd need to put this guardrail in place.
Senator from Miami, would you like to respond?
I would like to respond, Madam Chair. This was passed out of committee in 2018 because there had been a significant period of time where we just had an acting secretary. And with no disrespect to Mr. North, he is the attorney for the Commerce Department, and I think the proof is in the pudding. He was moved up to be secretary, acting secretary, and then when the appointment occurred, he was moved back down. So the acting secretary was simply temporary, but please understand that STAR bonds are not temporary. They are long-term. They have a long-term impact, not only on our communities, but on our state and on our budget. So it's only appropriate that we go through the vetting process, and that only someone that has gone through that process should be making a determination on a project and the financing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to what the good senator from Miami said, I just want to say that with some of these projects, time really is of the essence. And as the senator from Miami said, that we have had significant gaps where we've not had a confirmed Commerce Secretary. And good projects don't always come exactly at the time when you may have a confirmed person in there. And I don't want to see us paralyzed because, as the senator from Miami has said, we could have a significant period where we wouldn't have somebody who's been confirmed. And I would just worry that we would be in a position where we've tied our hands, we're missing out on good projects, they're going to Missouri, they're going to our neighboring states. And I think that we as a government need to be nimble, we need to be able to act, and when there are good opportunities for positive economic development, we need to be in a position to seize them and not have our hands tied behind our back because a confirmation has been holed up in the Senate that obviously we're not even a year-round legislature. So I just think we need to have that flexibility so we can move when we find good opportunities. Thank you.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we did have another amendment, a previous amendment that would have given us some checks and balances. It would have been secretary or acting secretary. It would have been, I believe, the Secretary of Revenue, and it would have been the Finance Council, but that was voted down. Let me review this process. It is a lengthy process. Blue Hawk was over the course of 3 years, and so constituents were, for 3 years, a secretary, an acting secretary, and a new secretary were working against that project. Again, it was met with deaf ears. So the STAR bonds are not something that is a quick turnaround. We certainly have ample time. And again, when we are talking about the type of obligation, I think if you look at these projects, we're talking about $50 and $75 million projects and higher, and they deserve the ample time, but likewise, we need to have not an acting secretary, but a secretary in place that has gone through the appropriate vetting and approval process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify, I was actually on that committee in 2018, and I would like to say that this died in committee. Some of these amendments got on, but the bill never got out of committee that year, but thank you.
Any other questions for Senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need the assurance that the individual making these decisions has been through the vetting process, and this amendment does that for us. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? Motion fails. We're back on the bill.
Division, please.
Division has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. So, thank you. All those opposed? On a vote of 13 in favor and 19 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My last amendment is S 1585.
And I'm sure you've turned it in. I see them distributing it. Senator, please proceed with your explanation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'm going to direct the body to the map that you've received about the STAR bonds. And what this bill does, it simply states that no more than 3 STAR bond projects may be undertaken within or partially within the boundaries of a single county at the same time. For the purposes of this subsection, a project shall be considered undertaken until all STAR bonds issued for a project have been paid. So I think if you look at the map, and when you listen to what some of the concerns have been expressed by the members that represent the entire state, is we've got quite a few located in just a few areas. And this is an effort to make sure that the focus is to try and meet the needs of more areas, more regions of our state. And again, it allows the counties to focus on what they perceive to be the most appropriate and potentially the most successful projects. I'll stand for questions, Madam Chair.
I recognize Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think by looking at the ones in Wichita, they'd already be in violation. And I'm thinking there's 1, 2 in Johnson County. I don't know how many there's in Wyandotte County. And then if they were paid off, I guess they would fall off. I mean, I don't think you want to restrict how many projects you can have. We increased the limit threshold from, it was 50 million to 75 million. So I think that right there is going to eliminate quite a few new projects by increasing that threshold. I don't know. I think you know, once again, I think this is just a restriction that you don't want to put on if someone's looking out there to invest. These bond holders, you know, they're buying the bonds. It's their decision. They think it's a good deal, good investment. And, you know, I'm not to tell people if it is or isn't. I don't know. I guess I don't own any of these bonds, never have. But, you know, if they want to invest in 5-star bond projects in, you know, Johnson County, Sedgwick, Wyandotte, or wherever, I mean, who am I to say no? And we need the revenue. We need the growth in this state. We need the investment in this state. And so with that, I'm not going to support this amendment either. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do stand opposed to this. I have the Legends inside of my district, and it is the poster child of success, and I believe it might have 4 of these projects, but I'm not absolutely sure. You know, we need the free flow of capital in our state to encourage good business. We need to encourage business, not restrict it. This is not a program for every single county, I agree, but that's because of the nature of what they're trying to address. Not everybody has an attraction that will muster the requirements for this. So this seems like an arbitrary restriction that doesn't necessarily address some of the concerns, although I do appreciate that the maker of the motion is trying to figure out ways to make sure that this is a successful program in our own way. I oppose this, and I hope we can vote this down quickly.
Senator from Miami, do you wish to respond, or?
Well, I will respond to both of those that have spoken so far. You know, one of the interesting things, we heard that yesterday. In fact, we had an amendment yesterday about who's looking out for the congressional districts, who's looking out for Western Kansas, who's looking out for growth in areas other than those that already have growth. And when you do not put in guardrails, then what you're going to get is more of the same. You're going to have more in South Central, and you're going to have more along the area of Johnson County, Wyandotte County, and the Kansas City, Kansas area. You are not going to get that distribution in other areas. And that was the original intention, was to help areas within the state to create commercial and entertainment and tourism in areas that did not have that. And to not put some guardrails, anyone can look at the map and say, oh, we're probably already over 3 in 2 areas. We know that to be true. But every time that we had spoken or had meetings and hearings about star bonds, it came up, why were no more star bond projects not in other areas of the state? So unless we have the guardrails, we will continue to have more of what we have right here in our map.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realize the hour is getting late here, and I will be brief. I do appreciate, I think I really understand where the carrier of the amendment's coming from. However, I would point out once again to the body that one of the new features of this extended star bonds package is we're trying to attract major business facilities, okay? Folks, that is key, major business facilities. So quite honestly, if we can put 15 new major business facilities in, you know, Northeast, Southeast, Southwest, North Central Kansas, I don't care. Bring it on. I understand the reticence about the way maybe past secretaries in particular have focused maybe on some of these multi-sport complexes, and I know that has soured constituents. You know, I don't have to deal directly with those constituents because I haven't, you know, but I understand there's a lot of ire over some of those past projects. But once again, keep in mind, we're expanding this to major business facilities. And this is exactly what we need to have to come to this state anywhere it happens. I don't care if they all end up in the same county. I don't care if they're in every 105 counties we have on this map. We need those types of things, and that's the last thing I want to do. I think that would suppress our Secretary of Commerce's intent on utilizing this tool in new ways. Because obviously when they propose this language, Madam Chair, about the business facilities, they're hearing from the business community. They're hearing from basically the professionals that point regional and national businesses to states that they believe are receptive to their industry lines. And so I think we need to let this go, and I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
I recognize Senator from, unless you'd like to respond, Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Senator Baumgartner for another well thought out amendment. Think about, as you put these in multiple star bond projects in single counties, they draw a great big area around the project. It becomes a great big area that the tax base is flattened at, and it stays stagnant for those 25 years. So you have these scattered all over your county. You have no tax growth. It's all shut off at that base level before the development occurred. So you're really creating 25 years of taxation stagnancy in those areas. 25 years is a long time. It's going to be the rest of a lot of our lives. So think about the way that while we're trying to create new taxes, you're actually killing them, because you draw such a big area around this one project that any growth in that area goes to paying off the bond. It does not create any new tax income for the city or the state. So be careful what you wish for here, guys. Thank you.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Just a comment, the Star Bonds bill, one of the provisions we changed, 10% of it would go back to the local shareholders. That's different from before. 100% was used to service the bonds. Now 90% will be to service the bonds, and it's a 20-year life, not 25.
Senator from Miami, do you wish to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want the folks to listen to what's being said. We're talking about major business areas, major business developments. For the most part, those are not going to be taxing entities. We have hospitals in here. We have no controls, and quite frankly, I do believe that if we had had this amendment and it was approved in committee, I think if the bill had been voted on by the body of the whole and we had had that several years ago, it would have been beneficial to us. I think that more consideration would have been given toward Blue Hawk, and that perhaps because of the failure of what was going on in Prairie Fire would have dissuaded them from, if we can only have one more, if we can only have 2 star bond projects, which do we believe within our county would be the most successful? And again, I can simply tell you that without this amendment, what you will see is more of what you're already seeing on this map. It's going to be centralized in true locations, the Northeast and the South Central. That's where these star bond projects are going to go. And so, Madam Chair, I'm happy to move my amendment.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Are there any other amendments? Are there any other comments? Chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
It's getting late, Madam Chairman. Thank you. I have an amendment that's being written up, should be here in just a second. So, we'll wait
I asked twice if there were more amendments. Did you know you had an amendment when I asked twice?
No, it was just made up here just a minute ago. So it's a compromise for what we're trying to do here, and I think hopefully people will feel good about it. So let's see. Would you want me?
Madam Chair.
That's okay, that's fine. It's fine, thank you for the information. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
I have a couple of questions on the bill. We can continue
great.
with that while we're waiting on the amendment.
Yes, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the carrier of the bill stand for a question?
He will.
Actually, a few questions. He just made a comment that 90% of the money will be used to pay off the bond and 10% to the shareholders or to the bondholders. Could he please expand on that?
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, the new version of the bill has 10% of it. We wanted to modify it where some of the money does go to the locals, the state, a reduced portion. So 90% would go of the sales tax would go to service the bonds instead of 100%. So this was discussed in committee and passed out.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It did pass out on a 4-4 tie, and the chairman broke the tie. But when the description of the bill was carried on the floor, this wasn't discussed. So I would like some more information as to who gets the 10%.
Senator from Johnson.
Well, it'd be divided. State and local government would get the 10%.
Senator from Lynn.
I'm going to yield to Senator Holland. I think he.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope my explanation helps. I talked about this earlier as far as one of the nice things, I guess the more reassuring things about the new and improved STAR bonds. The current version of laws we have, basically those sales tax receipts are basically dedicated 100% to basically fulfilling the obligations of the bonds before either the state or the local taxing entities see a penny of those sales tax receipts. And one of the things I think is a positive about this development is that basically now up front, you actually do see the state and the local units, depending upon where they stand in that sales taxing matrix, they will actually get, albeit significantly reduced, they will actually up front, once that project initially comes online, my understanding is, Madam Chair, is that they will start to receive revenues from the get-go. And so I think that's very positive because, as has been alluded, some of these projects have not been successful. So there has not been any money going back to the state and the local entities. In this case, you're actually seeing some of that stream up front initially. So I do think that's an improvement upon the program. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the carrier of the bill said that the counties, it would go back to the counties and local, but the response we just heard was that the state is included in that 10%.
Senator from Douglas, do you want to respond, or Senator from Johnson?
Well, my understanding is basically any sales taxing authority, when you look at wherever you pay sales tax, obviously there's a state component, there may or may not be a county component, and there may or may not be a city component on top of that. So that's all my understanding is what we're talking about. And so you could have 3, who knows, maybe even more entities that would be getting some bit of sales tax from the get-go.
Well, it'd be prorated.
Senator from Johnson. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, it's getting late. It'd be prorated, my guess, through the different entities. They would each receive 10% of their normal cut. And I believe all the entities would, that's what they'd get, you know. We have, right now, 100% of the sales tax revenue goes to service the bond debt. The new covenants would have 90% would. The other 10% would be prorated amongst the, you know, whatever the state's portion is, the county and the locals, so.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it'll take longer to pay these bonds off, but I'll move on to the next question. The sales tax, we've heard tonight that some of these projects could go for facilities or entities that do not pay sales tax. When that happens, who pays, how is the bond paid for?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, the bond has bond covenants, and it's going to have to be debt serviced through, you know, the ones that pay sales tax that are in the district. Also, you're not going to extend the life out. They're a 20-year bond. You can't go 21. You can't, you know.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if you're not collecting enough sales tax to pay for the bond, then that would be an issue. And it is, and this is a big point, and I hope the body catches this, because if you have an entity that does not collect sales tax, they do not pay sales tax, but now we're expanding this so that they can be part of a Star Bonds project, they would not have any skin in the game as the others do. The others would be collecting that bond debt and paying that debt off. That's a big change from the previous program. If I may, Madam Chair, also on page 11, it talks about car dealers, and it says that they're excluded, but then the new language says that they're included if it's after a certain date. Could the carrier of the bill please speak to that?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm not even sure where she's talking about in the bill.
I think she shared. Why don't you please repeat it?
Page 11. Thank you, Madam Chair.
What line, please?
The italics on page 11. It's the new language on the car dealers.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's old language. It's got right under the exception for the 90% on the sales tax. That's the new part of the new language.
Senator from Lynn.
So to be clear, this does exclude car dealerships in the future?
Senator from Johnson.
It shall not, it shall exclude car dealers, any revenue from them.
Senator from Lynn.
I will be specifically clear on this. Can a car dealership be built with Star Bond money?
Senator from Johnson.
No.
Senator from Lynn.
Even though that has happened in the past?
Senator from Johnson.
That happened in the past, but I wasn't the chair, so I mean, yes, it's happened in the past, and we know it. We tried to correct it, and I think we've done that in this bill. I mean, people are saying it's more broader. I mean, I don't see where. I mean, we're giving 10% of the revenue. We've restricted. We're making a lot of changes here to try to take care of sins of the past, and you know, I'll leave it at that.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the amendment that I carried earlier would have helped take care of possible sins in the future, as stated by the carrier of the bill, sins of the past. What I would ask now is on page 7. This is concerning to me. The secretary will track visitors to the center. How will those individuals be tracked?
Senator from Johnson.
They're asking each entity to create a system to try to estimate how many visitors come. That's how they're going to track. I don't know. I don't think it's the tracking you're thinking of, but I mean, I think they're just trying to find out how many people that are visiting the Star Bond projects to be able to report back.
Senator from Lynn.
Will they be using geofencing?
Senator from Johnson.
Commerce told me they wouldn't recommend it, but it'll be up to the entity. But I don't see them using geofencing. Maybe a scratch pad or something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 10 come in.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will they be using our cell phones to track us?
Senator from Johnson.
I believe that we've went way off the rails here. You know, you can use your imagination, but I don't believe they're going to use digital technology to track us. You know, I grew up on a farm on a party line. More people are worried about the government listening in. I guarantee you, when you got 8 or 9 of your neighbors listening in. You know, you can leave it up to your imagination. I've answered the question on tracking. I don't know that that's the word I would use, but I think they're just trying to get a good head count of how many people have come through the Star Bonds project. And so that's what I believe is going on there.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The carrier of the bill actually made the point for me. He thinks, he doesn't know, and a year ago, there's probably not anybody in this chamber that would have thought the Secretary of KDHE would be electronically tracking the Kansas citizens. I don't know about you, but with my constituents and actually statewide, there was a large cry of people that were upset because that was going on. I hope that the body listens to this, because there's items in the bill that you're probably not even aware of. So I thank you for the body's time, and I hope that you think seriously before you support this legislation.
Senator from Johnson, did you wish to respond?
You know, Commerce is not going to track. They're just, you know, I've sat in this Commerce Committee for years, and they talk about, you know, we want more transparency. How will we know who's coming? So now we need to track the numbers. So they're trying to find out who's coming through in the numbers. But I'm going to go ahead and allow Senator O'Shea to talk.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I don't think we've talked about tonight that Star Bonds contribute to is the attraction and retention of talent and a workforce. I think the effects of this are far-reaching. I can think through the friends and the people who have been impacted by this. So I think about a friend who graduated from K-State, got a job at the Cerner that was right by the Legends, and chose to live on the Kansas side because of where that was located. I can think of another friend who was a graduate of University of Kansas, grew up in Iowa, still lives in Iowa, but her and her family come back to Kansas City all the time to travel. When I was, some of you don't know this, but I actually grew up in Oklahoma, and I went to K-State, and I had an internship one summer in Johnson County, and I was excited about that, to go shopping and spend time there, and I had a really good experience there, and that helped to shape my thinking of the state of Kansas. Then, obviously, living in Topeka, but when I was choosing to get married, it was, okay, do we go back to Oklahoma or do we do it in Kansas? Well, my reception was at the Flint Hills Discovery Center, which is one of these projects. We brought a whole bunch of people from Oklahoma who stayed the night, had a good experience in Kansas. So I just think there's a lot of aspects of this that aren't being thought about, right? People in their 20s want to go and live in a place that is fresh, is new. I mean, look at the cities that are growing in population. They're doing things that are innovative and forward-thinking for these kinds of things. I think we need to invest in that. The other thing I think that we should think about, I used to work at the chamber, so I understand how economic development incentives work. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have to do this because it's a level playing field and companies would pick where they're going to do best. But it is competitive. States have these toolboxes and they literally go to places and compete for attractions and businesses and different things. And so if you're not there and ready to show what you can do and why you want to bring them to Kansas, I guarantee you Oklahoma, Nebraska, all the surrounding states are going to snatch it up as quick as they can. So I think those are other things that we can think about, and I would support star bonds. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would, I think the senator from Shawnee brought some good points up because I've, of course, watched the project in Wyandotte County from its conception since I was a commissioner with Unified Government, and it has brought so much of industry and economic development to my county. As the mayor at the time said, couldn't buy a suit of clothes or a pair of shoes in Wyandotte County prior to the Village West development. And possibly maybe the biggest place to shop was Kmart, which is now where you can go get your vaccine because there's no longer Kmart, of course. So I think your points are well taken because then that development led to building upscale apartments, particularly to help to have housing for those Cerner employees that were coming to work right there as part of the development around Village West. But I really wanted to ask the senator from Johnson a question. I know there was discussion just a moment ago about the language concerning tracking, and as I look at the bill, I believe number 4 on page 7, which is in line 24, visitation expectations, that part is not new language. Would that be correct?
Senator from Johnson. Could we cut the chatter, please, a little bit in the back? Thank you. Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, but then the part directly after that, it says, that's not new language, but it says some of them weren't tracking, so they want them in the feasibility study to show how they're going to track or keep track of people, I think, is what we'll say.
Thank you. So the new language just, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Continue.
So the new language just expanded that visitation expectation to be more concise about ways that the number of visitors could be provided concerning each one of the Star Bones projects?
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, I think we'd heard over the years that there was some that weren't tracking or weren't doing a very good job. We wanted more transparency. We wanted to know what them numbers are, and that's my guess is why we put that in the feasibility study. We want to know how they're going to keep track of who's coming through these facilities.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you, because I know that in Wyandotte County, that had always been a part of our reporting process, and it had been done in a variety of ways. In fact, Bridget Job, who's now over the Department of Tourism here, who was our tourism director at the time, you know, even to the point of going through the parking lot and checking on where license plates were from different parts in the state and in the country. So to get an idea of who was coming to the Village West area, and the same thing was true for at the Speedway, at the races, that sort of thing was done as well. So I know that we have used a variety of mechanisms to show how that area has been, was developed to be a national tourism location, which was, as still is in the legislation and was originally in the legislation, and how we've continued to do that. So I think it is an important piece of knowing how the project is being attracted to others around our state and our country.
Could we have a status update on the amendment, Senator? Could you please come to the microphone and give us a status update?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's being packed and on the way, so should be here in just a minute.
All right, we'll sit it, unless there's other questions or comments. Senator from Barton, you just will join in, because I wouldn't want you to be the only one that didn't have something to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just waiting my turn. I represent the 33rd Senate District, which includes approximately 12 western Kansas counties. There is not a single star bond issued within my district, and my district accounts for over 10% of the land area of this state. If we collect 6.5% sales tax on all sales in Kansas, I just don't see how it's fair that we pick winners and losers in metropolitan areas over the very people, the farmers and ranchers, that built this state. So I do not support this, and I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments, we will sit at ease and wait for the amendment. Call the Senate back to order. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank everyone for just wanting to hear me say something on this. I just appreciative that we had a few moments while we awaited the senator from Butler's amendment. You know, I wasn't going to speak on it actually, but since the opportunity presented itself, I'll be brief. I know that Senator from Johnson is working hard to carry.
Continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Star bonds are important, or have been important. The concept of it, very important to Wyandotte County. We have heard that, and I'm rising not necessarily to support the continuance of them. I don't know how I'm going to vote on this, Madam Chair. Unlike, I think, everyone who's spoken already, I was here for the inception of the Star Bond program. I think maybe one other person was in the House at the time with me, who's now in the Senate when they were passed, who I can't name. But the two of us were the ones who had to initially, who were in this chamber, consider what this new funding mechanism would mean and what it would mean to our state and to the development. Would we be picking winners and losers and all the things we've been talking about this afternoon? It comes back in a flood to me. And here now looking at what benefits have been conferred, what benefits have not. It's something where, as I stand here and as we get ready to see the closure of this multi-hour discussion that will promote its continuance, I'm conflicted. And I've shared my conflict, and some of it is materialized in some amendments that have been offered, because it has had some strengths and weaknesses. So what I'd like to say is not everybody in Wyandotte County has benefited from STAR bonds. I guess it could be considered the trickle-down economics, Madam Chair, that some might recall. And in that regard, the silo of opportunities that have been promoted and some of the ones that are on this sheet that point to Wyandotte County, those silos of opportunity have meant a lot for my county. Wyandotte County as a destination is the #1 county for tourism now in the state. And I guess there is some driver there. But the ROI, the return on the investment that we have put in, the jury is still very much out. The question I would have is, how much does the state pay to offset what this benefit has meant? That would be the first question. And the second one would be, is there some way to see a reduction, if it would be in that home county, of some conferred benefit? Property taxes have not gone down. There have been projects that have failed. They mentioned one, and they mentioned whether or not it's a viable sporting venue or not. But speaking of that sporting venue, not only did they not pay taxes, or not only did they have to change the name of the team, but they left a huge utility bill to our local electric and water bill, which has not been offset, $750,000 that was, as far as I know, never paid, except, of course, by the other remaining utility people, myself included. So I'm conflicted, Madam Chair. I hate to have seen a county, Wyandotte County, benefit, part of it anyway, and knowing that this is ripe with failures and ripe with questions for the best for return on investors to the state general fund, and knowing that winners and losers, even in the same county, like in my county, can be selected. In Sedgwick County, they will pick a part of Sedgwick County that will get the benefit of these revenue bonds, but the other part will remain without any assistance or input. I know one senator in your county, Madam Chair, is attempting to restore an old theater in an historic part of town, and that there has not been necessarily some of the tax increment financing or even the community improvement districts, that economic development that looks at older parts of cities and towns might be, but let the right STAR bond project come to another part of town in your county, Madam Chair, and that winner will be picked and those special interests underscored. So that dichotomy exists in Wyandotte County, and much to this senator from Wyandotte County's chagrin. And when I honestly say that I'd like to see something that brings greater balance as we pick winners and losers, the same way that I had this discussion when we first implemented this, that I did not support then. I did not vote for or support the initial STAR Bonds initiative, and it brought a certain benefit, no question about it, to our state and to Wyandotte County to see the Kansas Speedway and the ancillary development brought into play, but only for a part of town, and the trickle down has not been realized for the balance of the state, the taxpayers or the utility rate payers in that same county, nor has there been ancillary development. So I'm anxious to see how close the vote is. It's been suggested, Madam Chair, that this bill 124 is going to come down to 1 or 2 votes. I hope I'm not the one vote that decides it, as has happened on some other issues. But on the flip side, if I can help pay more attention to how we pick winners and losers in this future STAR bond consideration, which won't be considered again during the course of any of our terms, this is our last opportunity to weigh in if indeed the current sunset is employed. If this is my only chance to do it, then indeed I will. I thank you for your indulgence and for allowing me, what was his name, Ralph Tanner, former State Representative Ralph Tanner would say, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to vent my spleen.
Senator from Johnson, did you want to respond?
That's pretty hard to respond to the senior senator there, but I do think your area probably has seen a lot of sales tax revenue benefit since the bonds were paid off. The local government has seen the sales tax rise. I also think you've probably seen a lot of employment. Your community is one of the strongest, that's one of the strongest employment areas in Kansas. I think you've probably seen in the western part and probably other parts of your county a lot of new housing growth, population growth. Hopefully some of that has stemmed property taxes from going up, because I know before the Speedway, it was Wyandotte County had its property taxes were really high because people were moving from there. And I'm excited to see, I think Wyandotte County is probably the success story to what the STAR bonds and other incentives have done. I mean, there's so much to develop out there. I think you guys are working on the Woodlands and some of them projects out there. But no, I think you've got the real success, and I do believe personally it should have lowered property taxes. It definitely kept them from going up, and we can get your report on the revenue the county's getting from the STAR bonds projects. I don't know if we can nail every answer down, but we could look at probably some of the payroll out there, maybe get you some housing statistics in the last several years. Definitely, I think that's important. It's hard to get all these details. Last bill I carried, I didn't have a lot of details. Kind of got nailed on that, so I tried to get you more details out. One other comment, I really think it's important. I've tried to look at my whole career. This is a big state. I've voted on a lot of stuff for rural Kansas, probably voted on more stuff to help rural Kansas than probably my own district. And I think every senator ought to look at where we can make this state great. We need to make it great, not just my district or not just, bringing the bacon back to my district. I hope over the next few years, if I'm still the chairman of Commerce, we're going to look at programs that try to drive growth in every county. And, that's my mission. And, first, we kind of gotten backlogged with some of these tools we need to get done because of COVID last year. And so, we're trying to get some of these done, but we're going to look at housing stuff, a lot of other programs, see what other states are doing, because we want to be competitive as every other state. So,
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Chair of Commerce for helping the brief overview and for sharing with me the assurances that indeed our high property taxes in Wyandotte County would have been even higher had they not been for implementing the success of the projects through STAR bonds that our county has. That is a small consolation, I guess, since I'm a multiple property owner and I keep looking at them and wondering how they escalate. I was wondering if, since he is standing, Madam Chair, if maybe he happens to know, he mentioned he's going to get some numbers for us, could he tell us what the, how much state revenue to date we have committed to the repayment of the existing STAR bonds? I don't know if those numbers are readily available. What have we paid back on some of these projects? How much have we paid back? I only ask because another senator had talked about, you know, the rate of investment, return on investment in terms of the jobs and what have you. So how much are we spending, or how much has the state we put back in to repay the STAR bonds that we have? If that's a question that he has the answer to, ma'am.
Senator from Johnson.
I don't have the actual details in front of me. It's only going off of the sales tax revenue, but we can get you if you want. It's probably easier if we break down each project and how they're being paid back. Once again, if there's no revenue, then you can't pay it back. The bondholders on the hook then, but you know, far as I know, there's been hundreds of millions of dollars paid back. Your project, the Speedway paid off early, and that's something we'll work on, trying to get everybody the information on all the projects and where they're financially at.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson. That's kind of my concern, because a dollar is a dollar is a dollar, and if in fact, and it bears repeating again, I think it's the point that Senator has made in some of her amendments, is that if we focus on how we spend it and what the reverberation is from that dollar spent, that we may often see that STAR bond money has not had the residual bounce or the effect that we would like. Look, I'm so proud that Wyandotte County is the destination. I said that earlier, and I really do mean that. And if in fact I could have maybe foreseen the success or previous successes, been on the wane. Our numbers are down at the Speedway. They're down everywhere, of course, through last year, or even at our retail, the Legends. I would still want to see those successes recorded and that we count them as success for our state. I guess if I could do it again and support this from before, it would ensure that there would be not unilateral growth. We can't have the same benefit in one corner of the state, or even one corner of one county, that would equal that in another corner of the state or the county. But the disparity is huge. You can look at these projects on this sheet that was provided, where they're all in Wyandotte County, and you know, at first blush, you look at this and say, well, look, you've got, what, 5 projects, 4 projects in Wyandotte County? Wyandotte County doesn't need any more. But all 4 of these projects, I mean, even the one that's being done at Schlitterbaum with Homefield, again, all of them are within, what would you say, Senator from Johnson, 1 mile of the geography, maybe 1.5 miles of the entire county. I mean, 4 projects in one part of the county. And the ripple effect, yeah, if people can come out there and catch the 2 or 3 buses, or, you know, get a transportation out there, yeah, there's employment, there's some opportunities, indeed there have been. But liquor stores and casinos and now in Urban Outfitters and other areas that were taken through eminent domain and that are now assisted with these bonds to grow what was farm fields before, continue to benefit a small corner of a huge county, a county which bears the name, Wyandotte, again, of the #1 county and destination, but there's not a unilateral increase of support for all people of the county. It has been said that a high tide lifts all boats. Not every boat in Wyandotte County has benefited or has been raised by this tremendous infusion of state-backed money through these STAR bonds in one small corner of our county. And I live there. I know. The taxes are not going down in property. The utility bills are not going down. Maybe there are a few jobs that have been afforded. It's been said that 29% of the workforce in Wyandotte County, only 29% live in Wyandotte County. So that means the other 71% come from somewhere other than the county. So wherever those jobs are not necessarily from the people that live there. So again, thanks for sharing this information with us. I would like to get that amount that we've paid into it at some point, the repayment that has been made by the state for these bonds. But I have a genuine conflict, Madam Chair, and I do again thank the Chair of the Commerce Committee for giving me a brief response, partially adequate as it is.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Annually, my understanding, the sales tax is about $40 million a year, so it sounds like to me there's several businesses out there who are probably profitable, so they're probably paying state income taxes. I'm guessing they're paying a lot of wages. There's a lot of payroll taxes. There's a lot of ways that they're probably getting fees and taxes, and so definitely been successful, and it is the #1 destination in the state of Kansas in my mind. I think the other part of these projects, though, let's see, that was in 99 or 2000. So it's right around 20 years old. So we've seen it at a mature, and it paid its bonds off early, so, you know, because of the revenue. I think you'll see most of these projects, when they get to 20 years, they will start to kick a lot of sales tax revenue back to the state, and they'll be successful. But everyone will be successful at its own level, some at higher levels, some at lower levels.
All right, I believe an amendment has arrived. Is that correct? Yes.
Madam Chairman, is
Yes.
this the last amendment? Because if not, I will call the question after this amendment.
I hope it's the last amendment. But I called for him twice. Do they have to, Chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank the senators here. Being a freshman, if I had this, it'd been different. So thank you for your patience on what's going on here. I have an amendment, and the number is 1595.
I believe it's been turned in. Let's give a few minutes to distribute it. Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I think I could explain it probably, Madam Chairman, a little quicker than reading that.
Okay, please proceed.
As we debated, went through 2 amendments today, I felt like a little more check and balance would be a good thing. I didn't like the Senate part of it. It'd take too long. The other one that had 9 members that had to sit down in that group. So my thought was I was sitting here as a spirit of compromise because this way I'll give you the reasons, but my thought is that it would take the state treasurer, the secretary of revenue, and the secretary of commerce to make the decision. And it would be like those 3 people would make this decision. The thing I like about it is that we have an elected official that's in that group. The other thing is that they should get a quick answer because there'd be 3 of them there that would be meeting up here to get a quick answer. And I just thought that was a compromise for check and balance. So I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, here again, you're adding 2 more people to the loop to approve a Star Bonds project. You know, what if we get someone of a different party in the treasurer's office than the governor's office, and they want to stop every project just to be spiteful? They could stop every project. I mean, I think, you know, I want to talk about a bill, but I can't. That, you know, we had a treasurer of a different party, and we didn't. I think that's one of the reasons why we didn't pass that legislation. And, you know, here again, every administration has to succeed or fail on their own. I think the Secretary of Commerce is more capable of doing this. You know, time is of the essence. What if that state treasurer doesn't want to meet? You don't have a time frame put in how long he has to make the decision. I mean, what if he wants to make a decision over 6 months or 3 months, and we lose that opportunity because they want us to act in 24 hours or 48 hours or whatever, or the next state, Missouri or Nebraska? I don't see anywhere that this has been warranted either, you know, in my mind. So I'm going to urge the body not to support this amendment. It's up to every individual member, but I'm not going to support it.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the carrier of the amendment would just stand for a brief question, please.
You will.
The carrier would tell me, what happens in the event that, say, our state treasurer's MIA or the Secretary of Revenue is out of pocket, or we don't have one while this is in effect? What would that do in essence to the approval process for these projects?
Senator from Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. What would happen, I guess I'd turn the question around, what would happen if the Department of Commerce was out of commission, was in the hospital sick or something? I think that issue, we could go all day long with something like that, and hopefully in the spirit of doing the right thing for Kansas, that would be there, but I hear what you're saying.
Senator from Douglas.
No, and I appreciate, once again, I do want to thank the Senator for bringing this. I mean, in a spirit of compromise, he is trying to find compromise. And once again, I think that's the beauty of having this debate in the committee of the whole, because we're trying to put together a solution that brings the body together. But we did just vote on an amendment that basically, I believe, and I don't want to put words in the prior amendments, carry the amendment's mouth, as it were, but I think we just defeated an amendment basically that said something to the effect that the only person who approved a Star Bonds project was a secretary who was in fact approved. Once again, specifically talking about a former temporary or acting secretary, Mr. North did that. That was rejected. I'm seeing this as being even more problematic because if one of those 2 positions are out, the state treasurer or the secretary of revenue, it doesn't speak to whether an acting of those positions would go. Another problem I see with this, Madam Chair, is quite honestly, and this is not a partisan thing, but seriously, as a state treasurer, particularly if you were very, I guess, passionate about your position and you really wanted people to understand, if your messaging was all about saving, you know, state dollars, I could see, quite honestly, we could have a state treasurer, regardless of party, who would be very disinterested in any sort of economic development activity. She's argument could be basically is just that, well, you know, that's not minding the state treasurer's pennies. And I think that what we will have a situation will be basically just having another state position that is basically usurping the will of the legislature as it comes to this program that we want to carry forward. So I guess those are my concerns with this. Once again, I appreciate the attempt to craft a compromise solution, reach bipartisanship. I'm just concerned at this point, particularly this late in the night, this is going to probably create more problems than was intended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Butler, do you wish to respond or recognize other senators that seek recognition?
Let's go ahead and recognize other senators.
I recognize Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting this amendment. I think I have served on the Commerce Committee for the previous 4 years, and actually I think Senate Bill 124 is a compromise bill. I've seen this has evolved from the very beginning when I first got in Commerce and the concerns that we had. And I also want to say, we're losing the fact that there is a feasibility study in here. And yes, the Secretary of Commerce is making these decisions, but he's not in a silo. He's not making it by himself. There's a Department of Commerce. These are people who their job is to bring economic development and businesses to our state. And we also, local municipalities, our chambers of commerce, they are all involved in this process. And I think we've kind of lost sight of that. And just again, I appreciate the compromise, but looking at the history over the last 5 years, this is a compromise from where we started 5 years ago. Thank you.
I recognize the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this amendment that was brought to us. I particularly appreciate that we will have potentially an elected individual that would have oversight. So I do believe that in the council of many is wisdom. And with many, we're just talking about 3 individuals. They will not be out of pocket. We know where they are. They won't go missing. And I thank Senator Fagg for this compromise.
Any other questions, comments for the Senator from Butler? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As we sat here and went over this today, being a former mayor, I've been around where you would call in 4 or 5 people to make a quick decision. And I would think with these 3 people involved, with a big deal for the state of Kansas, that they would be getting together. That, in my opinion, would not be an issue. When you look at the 3, I think we got the expert, which is the Department of Commerce, the Department of Treasury, and Department of Revenue kind of bring their own unique perspective to what's going on there. So as I look at this, I am thinking that this check and balance is a good thing. And I have faith in those 3 departments that they will make a good decision for the state of Kansas. So with that, I would...
Move your amendment.
Yeah, my amendment, raise my amendment.
All right, you've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Is there any other discussion or questions that need to come up concerning this bill? Seeing none, division has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. On a division of, what's that? 14 in favor, 13 opposed. The amendment passes. We're back. Roll call has been requested. I apologize. I looked down. I need to see 5 hands. Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll. That's fine.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Balscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change his or her vote?
Do we have a preliminary count?
Preliminary count appears to be 17 or 16 aye, 19 no, 1 pass. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Seeing none, we'll close the roll and tally the vote. $16 voting in favor of the amendment, 19 no, and 1 pass. The amendment fails. We're back on the bill. Is there any other discussion, any other questions? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may make your close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we've discussed this bill to death. No, I really believe it'll be great for the future of Kansas. We put some safeguards in. I hope it's very successful and creates a lot of economic development for the state. With that, Madam Chairman, I'm going to move when the committee rises and reports. It reports Senate Bill 124, favorable for passage as amended.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, the chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Sullentrop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Sorry. What did he say? Did he say progress? Senator, you need to make a motion to rise and report. Rise and report.
Excuse me. I move we rise and report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Suellentrop, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator McGinn in the chair. Recommended, Senate Bill 167 be amended on motion of Senator Clays and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 127 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Faust-Godot, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 90 be amended on motion of Senator Holland, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 124 be amended on motion of Senator Baumgardner, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 78, Senate Bill 178, Senate Bill 116, Senate Bill 101, Senate Bill 63 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports, and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 122, Senate Bill 170, Senate Bill 131, Senate Bill 102, Senate Bill 235, Senate Bill 91, Senate Bill 23, Senate Bill 104 be passed. Senate Bill 37, Senate Bill 46, Senate Bill 238 be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, to adopt the committee report.
I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 284 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning the Kansas Emergency Management Act. Senate Bill 285 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning motor vehicles. Senate Bill 286 by Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning economic development.
This constitutes the introduction of Senate Bill 284 through Senate Bill 286. At this time, I'm withdrawing Senate Bill 100 from the calendar under the heading of General Orders and referring it to the Committee on Fed and State Affairs. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends SB 283 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Warren, chairperson.
Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of HB 2137, HB 2145, HB 2162, HB 2201, HB 2203, HB 2212, HB 2367, HB 2374, HB 2387, HB 2390. HB 2214, HB 2238, HB 2252, HB 2264, HB 2270, HB 2275, HB 2292, HB 2297, HB 2298, and HB 2321. Announcing passage of HB 2128, sub HB 2166, HB 2247, HB 2259, HB 2391. HB 2162, an act concerning census data. HB 2275, an act concerning the Department of Corrections. HB 2292, an act concerning open records. HB 2390, an act concerning public records. HB 2128, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. HB 2137, an act concerning alcoholic beverages. HB 2145, an act concerning electric public utilities. Sub HB 2166, an act concerning motor vehicles. HB 2201, an act concerning transportation. HB 2203, an act concerning the Kansas Asbestos Control Program. HB 2212, an act concerning alcoholic liquor. HB 2214, an act concerning state property. HB 2238, an act concerning school districts and cities. HB 2247, an act concerning roads and highways. HB 2252, an act concerning alcoholic liquor. HB 2259, an act concerning health and health care. HB 2264, an act concerning student athletes at post-secondary educational institutions, student athletes. HB 2270, an act concerning the distribution of the levy on fire insurance, businesses' premiums. HB 2297, an act concerning the Secretary of State. HB 2298, an act concerning service of process. HB 2321, an act concerning electric utilities. HB 2367, an act concerning the State Corporation Commission. HB 2374, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. HB 2387, an act concerning aircraft. HB 2391, an act concerning business entities.
This constitutes the introduction of those bills previously read. Announcements. Seeing none, the chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Schellentrop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Before I make my motion, Senate Republicans will caucus at 9 o'clock in our usual caucus room on 5th floor. Session will convene at 10 a.m. At this, I yield to the senator from Douglas.
Yes, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will also caucus tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in our usual room, 287 North. I yield back to the senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you. Senator Majority Leader.
Senator, Mr. Vice President, I move that the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. No? Opposed? The Senate is adjourned.